Across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us for day 2 of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm Zoe Clark. It is a full day here at the beautiful Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. We'll hear from the 48th Vice President of the United States today, Mike Pence, former U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. We're going to discuss Michigan's data center development and how leaders are working together to improve the education system here in Michigan. But first, joining me this morning is Oakland County Executive Dave Coulter. Hello.
Wow, hello.
Always good to have you back.
That's a great lineup you've got coming up today.
It's a busy day here at the conference.
Yeah.
Let's talk. I was talking about some national voices. Let's talk about the national economy, from inflation to interest rates to slowing growth. What are the biggest economic headwinds facing Oakland County right now?
You know, we hear about affordability all the time. It is true in so many segments, right? Whether it's food or gas or medical care, automobiles. And I don't think we've seen the full brunt of that because the auto industry, the auto companies themselves have absorbed a lot of that, but that's going to get worse too. And so those headwinds in particular, I hear that from people all the time. And the tariffs caused a lot of that, but then they got pulled back, but they haven't all been paid for. So there's just, there's a lot of economic uncertainty, not only with the companies in Oakland County, but with residents. And so they're all just kind of pulling back on spending a little bit.
So what are you watching for? What are you looking at?
I wish I knew all the factors that drove gas prices. It's amazing how critical they are to people's psyche in terms of how they feel about the economy. So the war and that sort of thing is going to play into that. If we can get this war over in the next 60 days, like the president has said, that would go a long way. What I look at is, you know, I talk to our CEOs and our business leaders. Are you hiring? And hiring is still pretty good, but part of the challenge, and this is a challenge for all of Michigan, we don't have the skilled people that we need. So we have to get our residents the skills they need to get the jobs of tomorrow. Most of our companies would grow more if they had the talent and the experience that they need. And that's why we launched Oakland 80 in Oakland County. We're trying to get 80% of our adult population to have some kind of degree or certification beyond high school. I think it's critically important for their future, their wages, and also for our businesses to succeed.
How are you going to get there? What's the plan?
We're doing, I'm glad you asked. We're in our 4th year. We started at 60%. Our goal is 80%. We just hit 70%. So we do a number of things. We offer direct counseling and training to college and high school kids to give them the support services they need. We do scholarships. So, for instance, if your car breaks down, so now you're going to drop out of school, we don't want you to drop out of school, so we might help with that. We have Oakland County navigators that help work directly, one-on-one with students. Because you know what? Young people need different kinds of support than when I was in college. You know, one little thing could kick them off their path to success. So we offer those navigators and counselors to help them stay on track.
You know, this year's conference is a quest for common ground. You've pointed to the Pontiac redevelopment effort as an example of this sort of in action. Tell me about the project.
Yeah, so we're going to move 700 county employees, including my office, back to downtown Pontiac. Our campus is in Pontiac, well, some of it's in Waterford, including my current office, but Pontiac is our county seat, and we used to be downtown. And over the years, there's been a lot of disinvestment in our county seat, both from industry and the county and all sorts of folks. So we partnered with the state to get some of the financing. We partnered with the city to do something that they could be proud of. And we're going to develop a campus in downtown Pontiac that I think is going to be a real economic driver for downtown Pontiac. And I'm really, really excited about it. By fall of next year, my office will be downtown Pontiac.
Why was it important to make this investment specifically?
I mean, historically, I think it's the right thing to do because of the disinvestment I talked about, but more importantly than that, I hear from developers all the time that say, Pontiac seems interesting, but is it? I'm just not sure. I wanted to plant a flag so that they would see we're committed and they should be committed as well. And that's my favorite part of this, I have to tell you. Since we made our announcement about a year and a half ago, $500 million in private investment has now been announced in the pipeline or is currently underway in Pontiac. So it has sort of incentivized or encouraged other folks to invest in Pontiac as well.
What could that mean for the city?
It means more taxes. It means more jobs. It means more people living in the city. And you know, my project is downtown, but we're also invested in the neighborhoods and the parks and in workforce and making sure that we hire people from Pontiac. So it's an entire effort. But like I said, I think it means, not by the county itself, but in partnership with the city and the other businesses and residents there, I think it means a bright future for Pontiac. I really do.
Let's talk data centers.
Okay.
Right? There's increasingly debate about large-scale data center development and the economic opportunities and infrastructure demands that they're bringing. How are you thinking about data centers and approaching these conversations?
I have to start by saying the county doesn't have a direct role in data centers. I used to be a mayor. Mayors have direct role through zoning and planning permits and that sort of thing. But there needs to be guardrails, no question about it. If I was a mayor or if I was the state looking at these, I'd say, how can we ensure that the groundwater is safe, that our consumers won't end up footing the bill if something happens to these, that they'll employ locally, and they don't employ a lot of people, unfortunately. On the front end, they do for construction. So if I was in their position, I would want to see guarantees in writing. I think the Attorney General's been really strong about this, but the Governor's been clear about this as well, that we need to, if we're going to do them, we need to do them right. Hiring good labor, pay them a good job, protect the environment, protect the grid. But I don't have a direct role in that other than to encourage our communities to do that.
In your recent State of the County address, you highlighted major investments, redevelopment efforts. We've been talking about some of them, but what do you think is the county's biggest opportunity over the next 5 to 10 years?
That is a great question. You know, I'll pick an obvious one.
Sure.
And that's AI. AI is going to change the way we live, change the way people do business, change the way people work. And I had the opportunity to go to Dubai and Abu Dhabi last year to talk to some of their AI executives and hoping to lure them to Oakland County, frankly, and bring jobs to Oakland County. It was clear to me that they're so far ahead of where we're at. We have to catch up to that. If we're gonna compete, and you know, data centers is part of that. If we're gonna compete in this AI world, we have to help our businesses figure out how to be competitive in that landscape. And it's different. It's not that we can't compete and win. We're Michigan, we put the world on wheels. We're very innovative when we want to be. But this is a challenge. It's not coming, it's here. And in some parts of the world, much more advanced than we are. And we need to catch up.
Dave Coulter, always a pleasure to talk with you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And we now head to our first session of the day.
welcome the Director of Michigan Programs for the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Yazid Moore.
Good morning. Again, I'm Yazid Moore, the Director of Michigan Programs at the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. It's so good to see so many of you early this morning. I see that tonight at the stables or out in town didn't impede your attendance, so A+ for you. At the Kellogg Foundation, we're driven by the vision of a world where every child has an opportunity to thrive. Yet, the systems that affect most young children, food, health, education, and the economy are not working for everyone. And this has grave and lifelong consequences for children, families, and communities. With children at the center, our work supports community-driven solutions. We fund programs, services, and efforts to change systems so they work better for everyone. By listening to communities, developing leaders, and working toward racial equity and racial healing, we join partners to help children and families have the greatest opportunities for success. And in the spirit of joining partners and stakeholders to create opportunity for success, our session today, Building Common Ground Across Michigan with Children and Families at the Center, challenges us to do just that. Michigan is often described as a purple state, but that label is not just about politics, it's about people. Whether you're in Detroit or the Upper Peninsula, whether you voted red or blue, or did not vote at all, if you're a parent, you want the same things: good schools, safe neighborhoods, affordable child care, economic opportunity, and a future where your kids can thrive. These are not Democrat or Republican priorities. They are Michigan priorities. Yet somehow, these shared priorities and kitchen table issues, the things that keep parents up at night, get lost in partisan gridlock. And while leaders debate, children, families, and communities continue to wait for results. They wait for better schools, they wait for health services, and they wait for the support their families desperately need. And this wait is destabilizing and unsettling. Case in point, a statewide EPIC MRA poll supported by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and the Steelcase Foundation reported that 56% of respondents said Michigan should be doing more to support families. Additionally, in that same poll, 69% of respondents agreed that Michigan families will be suffering more than individuals and many other groups from the increasing costs of basic necessities. Given this real-time reality in Michigan, today's conversation is grounded in a simple premise. When we center children and families, common ground becomes not only possible, but necessary. This panel is not about winning arguments. It is about advancing pragmatic solutions, honoring the values we all share, learning from what is working, and understanding how leaders across sectors can respond to Michiganders' clear demand for meaningful action and tangible outcomes. Over the next 50+ minutes, we'll explore how shared values and priorities can translate into durable policies, how cross-sector collaboration can reduce polarization, and what it would take to move from rhetoric to results, especially in a state where balance, compromise, and accountability matter. Our goal for you is to leave not just inspired, but equipped with ideas, examples, and a renewed commitment to putting children and families at the center of Michigan's future. And with that, I would like to invite our esteemed panel to the stage who will guide us through the discussion and hopefully leave relative breadcrumbs on how to identify and build common ground for Michigan families. First up, we have Elliot Haspel. Elliot is a senior fellow at Capita and a nationally recognized family policy expert and commentator specializing in child care issues. He's the author of Crawling Behind, America's Child Care Crisis and How to Fix It. He's also appeared on television as an analyst and is regularly sought out by journalists and has been quoted in media outlets such as NPR, The Guardian, and Time Magazine. Next, we have Andy Richards. Andy is the Chief Operating Officer of Duncan Aviation in Battle Creek. Prior to that, he held the position of Vice President of Completions and Modifications. Andy joined Duncan Aviation in 1997, working as a cabinet shop technician. He is also the author of a recent Crane's op-ed on how business, employees, and communities benefit when policymakers support early childhood. We also have Monique Stanton joining us. Monique is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Michigan League for Public Policy. Monique has dedicated her career to promoting social justice and advancing equity in Michigan. She's committed to addressing economic inequality, advancing racial equity, and promoting the health and well-being of Michiganders through public policy change. And last but surely not least, we have our moderator for this session, Regina Bell. Regina serves as Chief Policy Officer at the Council of Michigan Foundation, where she leads a robust government relations and public policy structure that engages Michigan philanthropy, state and national policymakers through the convening, research, advocacy, and lobbying activities to advance systemic change. As a policy professional with over 20 years of experience, Regina works to leverage collective voice of Michigan philanthropy to equitably improve outcomes for Michigan communities. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yazid. We really appreciate that for a great introduction. So before we kind of start off in terms of the panel conversation, there are just a couple of things I just want to reinforce some of the items that Yazid mentioned, but also just bring to the attention of everybody in this room. There are 10 million people in this state, 10 million people that call Michigan home. And each and every single person, including everybody in this room who calls Michigan home, we are part of a family unit. We are part of a family unit that wants to ensure that Michigan is a place where our families can thrive. So we need to really keep that at the forefront of our minds as we engage in this conversation. From Detroit to the Upper Peninsula, from suburban communities to rural towns, Michiganders share common concerns around quality education, affordable childcare, safe neighborhoods, economic opportunity, and the future where children can thrive. So that's really what this conversation is about. And my hope is that everyone in this room walks away with some clear actionable steps that they can take when they leave this island, go back home to their respective communities, in bringing people together to identify common ground solutions as we think about a children and families agenda. So just really keep that in the back of your head. The other thing in terms of just, we have question cards on the table, so I wanna make sure that folks, as the conversation is going on, if you have questions, please use those blue cards. Folks will be circulating to pick them up to ask our panelists. So without further ado, we're gonna get into the conversation. So Monique, I think I'm gonna start with you. Mm-hmm. Can you maybe just kind of set the context of what children and families are facing? What's the state of play here in Michigan?
So as we heard yesterday, I'm sure everyone in the room is aware of this, it's really hard for families right now. Right now, many people sort of wonder, what does it mean to live in poverty? For a single parent with 2 kids, it means earning just over $27,000 a year. I'm going to venture to say that everybody in this room makes substantially more than $27,000 a year. There's 13% of our population that's living in poverty. And then beyond that, we have 41% of our population in Michigan who are not making a survival budget. And that's roughly for a single parent with 2 kids, that's roughly $56,000 a year. So between those that are living in poverty and those that are just not making ends meet, that's 41% of our population. When we think about how much things cost, food prices have gone up 20%. A 2-bedroom apartment costs roughly $15,000. Parents and kids have barely enough to survive, let alone thrive and invest the things that give kids hope and care and set them up for a positive future. You know, earlier yesterday we were talking about the house is on fire. An important part of this conversation that is right now crashing and burning down is our social safety net. We have 2.5 million Michiganders that rely on Medicaid for their health care. We have 1 million people plus that rely on SNAP to access food. And these things are being decimated. So the safety net that's been designed to try to catch people is being quickly dismantled. Right now, only 2% of families that qualify for the Family Independence Program, or actually 2% of families that are living in poverty, actually access the Family Independence Program. because many people actually make too much that are struggling to gain access to this. And so an essential part of building common ground in Michigan is doing things that can catch people and set them up for a better life.
Thank you. Elliot, you and your team have kind of come out with some research. So why does what Monique shares in terms of like the state of play, why should that matter to us? Why should we care?
Yeah, so a state is only as strong as its families. Families undergird everything, socially, economically, anything that we think of as making a strong state starts with families at the cornerstone of any state. And at Capita, which is an independent think tank, we did a survey of both 1,000 parents of minor children nationally, as well as 200 families specifically in Michigan. And what we found was that Michigan families are really struggling, even compared to the national baseline. So as one data point, 41% of Michigan parents reported in our survey that they'd either taken on debt, did use payday advance products, or they had had to take out that they had to borrow money in order to cover basic expenses over the past few months. And I'll caution, just as like a data point, because I'm a data nerd, like the margin of error here is like 7.7%, so don't take the exact numbers, but it was 41% of Michigan families compared to 29% of families nationally. So even with that margin of error, like it's a significant difference. And we see this across different measures. So significantly more Michigan families, around 40%, said that they had to take on more hours just to cover basic needs, not because they wanted to, than their national peers. And we also saw that 56% rather of Michigan parents said that they felt down, depressed, or hopeless at some point in the past 2 weeks, which compared to about 48% nationally. So again, we're just seeing this picture that says Michigan families are really under strain, and families across the nation are. But there seems to be a story here where there are some forces in Michigan in particular that are causing families to struggle, and that to me says there needs to be a real conversation about creating the enabling conditions for that thriving that you've been talking about, that there's something about the overarching structures here in Michigan that is just not working for far too many Michigander families.
Yeah, and when I think about the survey data and the 41% that you referenced that took on debt or used payday lending to be able to cover basic needs, and I think about some of the context that Monique set for Michigan, our families aren't thriving. And I don't know that we necessarily have created a pathway yet to get there. And so I am curious, Andy, from a business perspective, though, there are some tangible things that you've been working on, and I'd love for you to be able to share with our folks here in this room what that looks like.
Sure, thank you. And thanks for being here, having me be here today. It's a great honor to be on the panel. So Duncan Aviation, for those who don't know, has been around for 70 years. We have 3,500 employees, 850 of which are in Battle Creek, Michigan. And what we do is very much a for-profit business. We maintain, repair, and modify business jets. One of our values for the company is taking care of our families that work for us. And we do that in a few different ways in Battle Creek. One is very direct. So those can be, flexible shifts, coverage, ability to move to different shifts, start and stop time, flexibility, those types of basic things that a lot of companies do. But in addition to that, we've also added some additional benefits, certainly coming out of the pandemic when we really started to see the stress on our families. Benefits such as dependent care benefits that can be used for either elderly adults in the family or kids that are in child care. In addition, we've stood up about 12 years ago an in-house medical clinic to support the health of our families that work for us, because this health clinic has a full-time nurse practitioner as well as a full-time behavioral health therapist on staff, and all of our team members can use it, but not just our team members. Their spouses and dependents down to age 2 can use that for $20 a visit. So helping out with that health issue that can be causing stress on the families, as my panelists had laid out. In addition to those programs, we also know that we've got disabled young adults in our communities. And so we've been part of Project Search, which is an organization that helps those folks coming out of high school that have disabilities learn how to get a job and keep a job as interns at Duncan Aviation. So we've been part of that organization for 11 years now. And then in addition to all these other things, we also are growing leaders at Duncan Aviation, because leaders don't just lead within our company, they lead out in the community as well. At least that's the way we see their job. And so one of the higher level leadership training events we host or teach is we teach a class that talks about trauma-informed leadership. Because we know that in our communities today, people are facing trauma and stressors that interfere not only with their ability to thrive in their daily lives, but also to engage fully at work and grow careers that are meaningful to them and succeed. And so this trauma-informed leadership talks about influences like ACEs, like epigenetics, and like our community adverse experiences. And so we're hopeful that by growing these leaders' awareness of these stressors and perhaps traumas that our families are facing out in the communities, they can lead better both in our facility, leading their teams that show up there with some of these stressors in place, as well as go out into the community and spread the word and do some good work out there to help develop the community. So those are all things we're doing inside the company. But then we also have taken it a step further to go outside a company into the community. And so I've been working with organizations such as the Southwest Michigan Child Care Coalition and Pulse for the past 4 or 5 years, working on the child care deserts and crisis that we have in place in Battle Creek and Kalamazoo area where most of our families live. I've also been part of the initiative to stand up a RX Kids an RX Kids program for 4 communities in Calhoun County. It's not quite ready for prime time, but we're hopeful that very soon there will be an announcement that will kick off for those communities. But we put some money where our mouth is. We dedicated some funds towards the matching grant that was necessary to activate the state funds for RX Kids. So all these things that we do out in the community, and there's many more, are because we know that if we have a strong community, it's going to be a better place to host our business, as well as where our team members can build meaningful lives that feel like they're thriving in the community as well as at our workplace. It's time for employers to step up and take part in this action.
Yes.
Thank you, Andy, and it's a really important call to action, and I really appreciate the examples that you offered, because I think that creates kind of pathways for others in the business community to think about what they can do. I am really struck by the fact that we are operating in really difficult times, polarizing times, and thinking about the needs of children and families here in Michigan and how we actually reach common ground. So I'm really interested in understanding, and Monique, I'll maybe start with you, as you think about kind of this increased polarization, what are some of the shared values around children and families that we really should hold sacred as a state, as a community?
Well, first of all, poverty and struggling families aren't partisan. If you're living in poverty, you could be on either side of the aisle. Poverty doesn't care whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. Families and people are struggling. And when you think about some of the major policy things that we have done over the course of our history, they've been nonpartisan. People on both sides of the aisle support them. So our biggest anti-poverty program is a cash program. It's Social Security. People love Social Security. We have made policy choices that have done things concretely that have reduced poverty both in Michigan and nationally. And then we've also made choices to stop those things and cause poverty to go up. What people who are struggling in poverty need is cash. And there's lots of ways that we can get people cash, whether it's through boosting income, whether it's refundable tax credits, or if it's cash transfer programs like RX Kids. There are really bold policy solutions that we can make. So let's talk about the child tax credit. During COVID, we chose as a nation to cut childhood poverty in half. And then we made the opposite choice by not extending the child tax credit, and it went back to what it was. So many people in this room with kids probably qualify for the child tax credit because you earn enough to qualify. Right now, there are lots of people in our country and in Michigan who don't earn enough money and are too poor to qualify for the child tax credit, so they're not eligible for it. And we made that choice to not make that refundable. A bold policy issue that's taking place in Michigan right now is RX Kids. I know Dr. Mona's here. It's a cash transfer initiative. There's all kinds of great data around RX Kids. A family gets a $1,500 payment, cash payment in their third trimester of a mom's life. They get a $500 monthly payment after that. It's expanding across Michigan, and there's concrete data. Evictions go down, child maltreatment goes down. But one of the most important things I hear about that initiative and from moms is that it gives families a room to breathe. They can afford that winter coat, they can afford that camp for their older child, they have more time to spend and bond with their baby, and that is what families need and crave. And we can do these things if we choose to make really solid investments in kids and family. And that's how we turn Michigan around. If we want to build a better state that retains our population, that attracts new people here, we're going to invest in kids and we're going to make sure that we're reducing poverty in our state.
I would encourage everybody, there is a session that's taking place tomorrow on RX Kids, so would encourage folks to join that conversation. I'm really struck, Monique, by what you talked about in terms of giving families room to breathe.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know many of folks in this room who understand what it means to live paycheck to paycheck, but there are folks that are doing just that. And so, cash prescription programs are critical to be able to just help them to have the room to breathe, as Monique indicated. And then, you know, Elliot, as I think about the recent survey data that Capita did and thinking about not only the economics that are impacting families, but also how it's impacting behavioral kind of health. I'm wondering if you can kind of speak a little bit more to that, but also, what is it that we should be holding sacred as we think about common ground?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact is, and this is, I love RX Kids, and I basically want to double underline what Monique just said, that this idea of stability, predictability, and quality of family life, as we do this work around the country, like we keep hearing that theme come up over and over and over again. It's true here in Michigan, it's true in other states, and what you often hear when you talk to parents is this idea of, I want not just the money to be able to pay rent at the end of the month, like I want the time to be able to make memories with my children. I want to be able to go to their games and their plays, right? I want to be able to go to the beach with them. I want to be able to have this time to pass on stories and traditions, and, you know, if for a person of faith, to go to faith communities with them, like all of these things that make up, I mean, sort of in a very ancient way, the good life. And when you don't have that, when there's this discontinuity, it does lead to psychological distress. And we know that that's both like an acute stress in the sense of adverse childhood experiences and in terms of chronic stress happening to the brain, but it's also a more existential stress. And I think we're seeing this in the atomization and the disconnection that we're across Michigan and across the country as parents become increasingly isolated. You all may remember, the Surgeon General a few years back put out an advisory about parent mental health, and calling it basically a crisis, that we are seeing parents become increasingly isolated. And again, I think this is very true across ideological grounds, across geographic grounds. So being able to start with that idea, and I go back to what Yazid said at the beginning, right? Like we all need these very basic things to be able to live the lives we want to live, can really be an imperative that we can build off of, because there is common ground there.
Yeah, appreciate that. Andy, I am wondering, as you think about the work that your organization's been leading and what you think about the call to action is for various business audiences, I'm really wondering how you think about the inclusion of those with lived experiences in identifying solutions. One of those things that philanthropy, nonprofits that we often talk about is those that are closest to the issues also should be really at the decision-making tables when we're talking about solutions. And so I'm just thinking about, how have you and what advice might you give to others in the business community about really being mindful of the inclusion of those with lived experiences?
Thank you. Great question. So lived experiences, my colleagues up here have done a great job providing the data of what families are feeling in Michigan. And so some of us as employers may say, that's not me, that's just the statewide average. We're doing it much better in my company, right? Things are much better here. Well, I think if you're having those thoughts, you owe it to your employees and to yourself as a company to ask them directly. What is their life like? What experiences or challenges are they facing out in the community? And so that's what we've done. About 5 years ago, with the help of the W.E. Upjohn Institute, Pulse, and the Battle Creek Unlimited organization, we conducted a survey of our employees about childcare. What are your challenges with childcare? What would help with those challenges? We completed that survey, we went over the results, and what we found was it aligned very well with what my colleagues up here have stated about the challenges families are facing. So we dug in a little bit deeper because we got curious. Okay, so it was an anonymous survey. Let's hear from some real folks directly what's going on. And so we convened over the past 3 years 3 different listening sessions with our team members. And the last one was just last week. Because I thought, I'm coming up to the policy conference, I want to get some real-time information. Is it still just as bad as it has been? And so during this session, I heard a few different things that startled me. So back when we had one of the first listening sessions, I heard about year-long wait lists to get into a child care facility. Now, last week, I heard from folks that it's 1 to 2 years to get into a child care facility, a quality, licensed child care facility. And so what are they doing to make ends meet when they can't get in? Well, they're cobbling together care for their kids using friends and family members who probably also have jobs that they need to go to or wish they could go to if they weren't providing that care. And then sometimes these caregivers get sick, and so child care falls through. And then what happens at Duncan Aviation? They miss work. We lose productivity. This is a workforce development issue. It's a workforce participation issue that's affecting the state. If you were at the Houses on Fire session at 5 o'clock yesterday that Monique referenced, workforce participation and then also movement into the state is also in the 40s, I think it was. I think as far as population growth, we were 50. And so why is this? Because families are struggling is one of the reasons. Okay, so in addition to not being able to find childcare, it's not affordable if they can find it. One of these team members in the session last week said that he's got 2 kids in childcare and he's paying $500 a week for that care. That's a second mortgage, easily. And so you might say, well, Andy, if you would just pay a living wage, he wouldn't have that problem. We can debate what a living wage is, but I'm here to tell you he makes more than $30 an hour and he has a spouse that also works full time. So it's not about that I'm not doing enough. Certainly we can do more as employers, and we're always looking for more ways to do more. Another thing I heard in the same session was, I asked, we had 20 families in the room, by the way. I asked for a show of hands. Who has either thought about leaving the workforce because of child care issues, or has had your spouse think about leaving the workforce? 2/3 of the hands went up. In addition, I also know that I've lost 10 team members from just one department in the past year due to child care issues or challenges. That's 10 team members from a 200-member department out of 850. So for that department, that's 5% of my turnover because I had 10% last year. Sorry, 5% turnover, so half of the turnover because I had 10% overall in that department. This is a significant workforce development issue. It bears repeating. And we all have to engage in that. So these lived experiences should inform our actions. And hopefully you can see the tiebacks to my earlier answer about things we've put in place to try and relieve some of this stress on our team members when it comes just to this one issue of childcare.
I really appreciate the lived experiences being, tying those things back to the actions that we actually take. And so, Monique, I am curious to know, as we think about lived experiences and making sure that those that are closest to the issue are also closest to making decisions about how we address those issues, I can't help but to think about policymakers. And we have some trade-offs because we also recognize that we don't have an infinite amount of resources available. We have a finite amount of resources available. And so there are often trade-offs about where we need to invest as we think about a children and families agenda. So what kind of advice or what would you say to policymakers who are thinking about kind of these trade-offs?
So at the League, we believe that our state budget and our federal budget are moral documents. They tell us who we value, what we value, and oftentimes who we don't value. And so I go back to the idea of trade-off. I don't think it needs to be a trade-off in terms of good policy that will support families and good economic development. Andy is speaking as an employer. It is critical to have access to childcare if we want good labor participation rates. If we want to transform our cities, it's not only about making cool downtowns. I love downtowns. I live in Detroit. I love a big city. It's also addressing the systemic issues that families are facing. We need to do more to give kids hope, to get them connected to resources, to give them ideas about career paths. We need to invest in our schools. When we talk about school investment, while we've made huge transformations in Michigan over the last couple of years, we still, if we had kept up with inflation, are spending less on our schools than we did 15 plus years ago. And if we had kept up with some of these types of transformational investments, we'd be in a different place. And we have to really think about what we're choosing to invest in, and by investing in our kids and our families, that's sound economic policy. That's making sure that families can get to work. It's paying good wages. It's paying paid family leave so families can have those essential moments and be with their family if they're, if a family member's dying or if a new baby's coming home. These are all essential things that will make Michigan a wonderful place to be and keep people here. So it doesn't have to be a trade-off. Families, whether you're red or blue, Democrat, Republican, or independent, want support, and these don't have to be partisan issues.
Thank you for kind of that kind of reframing of this trade-off piece. And one thing we hadn't talked about, but I am a little bit curious. For each one of you, as we think about a children and families agenda or an agenda, a policy agenda that puts children and families first, what would you say should be in that? What's part of that agenda? I'm gonna start with you, Ellie.
Okay, well, we'll not shock anyone to hear that childcare is high on my list. I think that undergirds a lot of things, but honestly, I'd like to take a step back because childcare sort of nests under this idea of family policy. We don't talk actually about family policy as much as we talk about discrete policies. Here's paid family leave, and here's childcare, right? And here's the child tax credit, and here are all these different things. But the question of what is the goal we're actually heading towards, like what is the vision that knits all of these things together, is a really important one, because I will say it brings up different things. Something I've been doing some work on recently is this idea of like predictable job schedules. If you don't know what your job schedule is going to be 2 weeks in advance, do you know how hard it is to secure childcare? There can be a slot next door that is affordable for you and available for you, but you can't take it because they're going to require you to pay for the whole month, because of course they're going to require you to pay for the whole month. They have to make their payroll, but you don't know, if you're going to be able to, when you're going to need childcare. You don't know what your income is going to be up and down. And so that question of predictable schedules, and people have different views on it, and that's totally fine. But I bring it up as an example of something that usually sits in the world of labor policy. It's traditionally been taken up as a question of like labor versus management, like as a labor policy issue. I would reframe it as it's a family policy issue. And there's a scholar, Karen Bogenschneider, who talks about like you can take a family lens to most issues, and you can apply family impact statements to most policy issues. And when you start to really see, and truly just by the point of this session, put families and children at the center, it can actually break barriers down. You create really fascinating political alliances that we may not otherwise get if we just take issues in their silos.
Yeah, I was thinking about yesterday housing session and how much having affordable housing is critical to a family, right? And so these things, we often have conversations in silos about these issues, but for a family, they're impacting, like it's everything combined. It's not just this one thing, it's all of the things, right? So Andy, what should be in that agenda?
Well, we all want a vibrant business community, okay, where lots of people can get jobs if they want them, and they have the supports in place to help them get those jobs, keep those jobs as they thrive in Michigan. So cross-sector collaboration that's sustainable is very important, and it has to include all of the players. So for instance, I've been working with, employers should be working with community support organizations. They should be working with economic development organizations. They should be working with their public officials to work on solutions together that are sustainable. And the way it can be sustainable is to provide some structure to it with an accountable lead who's taking charge of this, setting up a structure of regular meetings where these collaborators can come together on a regular basis like we have at the Southwest Michigan Child Care Coalition with the support of the ECIC, and keep on it. We've all got this shared vision. We all want to thrive in this community, but we've got to do it in a structured way. We have to harness all of the energy that's out there because there's a lot of great things happening, a lot of good discussions that are happening out in these communities, but we need to bring them all together so we have some collective power, and we've got some organization to it as well. So not only cross-sector collaboration, but also a structure that creates some unity and some direction to focus that energy.
So it's all of this. Families are experiencing all of these things at once. They don't think about my housing need, my healthcare need, my food need, my child care need. It's all of the things. So at top of our list would be a refundable child tax credit that includes people that are poor and are living in poverty. It includes access to child care that pays good wages for child care workers, so the people that are doing this essential work that's skilled are getting paid adequately for it. It includes access to health care for children and families and immigrants. We know because of the HR1 changes, access to health care is going to have a significant rollback. That's already happening, and people need health care in order to be healthy, support their families, and to be able to participate in the workforce. And then access to food, whether it's through SNAP, 10 cents a meal programs, free school and lunches. People need food, especially in the face of such steep rising costs.
Mm-hmm. I want to encourage everybody, if you have not, please utilize the blue cards to actually write down your questions. There will be folks to collect those. So please make sure to do that. If we really look at policies through a family lens, and are committed to doing that and really thinking about what's the impact of said policy on families and what will it mean for families across Michigan. I think that's a really good takeaway from this conversation. But I am also curious because many of us would say that we've done that. So, and we know that good ideas often stall. And so I'm kind of curious, why do you think that is? But also, where do you see spaces and places across the country where some of these things that you've talked about should be in a children and families kind of policy agenda where you've seen those things kind of excel or take off? So I'm going to start with you, Elliot.
Yeah, so there's an old political scientist, John Kingdon, who has this theory, and he basically says policy windows are when policy change happens. And to open a policy window, like, you usually need three things. One is you need a problem that is framed in such a way as it is resonant, right? You need a solution that is available and that is palatable, and you need politics to align because politicians make political decisions because they're politicians. And when those three things happen, you can see change happen incredibly rapidly. It's sort of this punctuated equilibrium idea, right? Like, it kind of feels like nothing is happening, nothing's happening, and then suddenly, like, oh great, we have healthcare or whatever it is, we have Social Security. And so I think some of the reason that things stall is because we're kind of hitting a barrier on one of those three streams. Sometimes the politics is just wrong. If you go to the really, really red state or a really, really blue state, you're just not going to pass the opposite policy. Fine. But in a lot of cases, it's because we're making an argument that isn't reaching the moment, or we're framing things too narrowly. And I'll use childcare as an example because it's what I know best. Childcare is an economic imperative. It absolutely is, and we should keep saying that. We need to keep making the case. I will tell you, I have sat in rooms full of community members to whom that is completely uncompelling, but I have sat in a room full of community members who you would never think would want to support, like, government intervention in childcare, but who, when the police chief gets up there and says, I can't keep enough officers on the beat to respond when you call 911, they sit up straight. Right? There's an extraordinarily conservative town in northern Minnesota that ended up passing a sales tax on itself a couple years back to buy the only child care center in town that was closing and to convert it into and then hand it over to a nonprofit, right? And, like, you get these and part of that is because, like, we're not going to have any families left. We are a small rural town that is literally going to not exist in a couple of generations if we don't do something about childcare. And it ties into economics and ties into family support. But again, the way people arrive at these issues, the framing is really, really important. And sometimes one I see is that we are not thinking expansively enough. We're not trying to sort of be entrepreneurial enough in the way that we're framing these questions, because people come to these issues in many, many different ways, and we need to reach them in those different ways that resonate with them. So I think that's one piece of the challenge. The other place where I see this go well is often when you can identify some kind of dedicated funding source, right? So I'll use childcare as one more example. When you look at New Mexico, which I'm sure all of you probably know, has recently became the first state to offer universal free childcare. The reason they could do that is because they had basically oil and gas revenues, and not every state has that. Vermont, though, went ahead and Vermont passed a very small payroll tax, and they used that to fund it. Like, we've seen Washington State use a capital gains tax. Like, different places, it's not ever going to look the same, but there was a very hard conversations ahead about how do we actually pay for this? What's the very, like, sophisticated economic analysis that, to Andy's point, says this is how much we're actually going to get back. This is how much we're going to get back in state GDP increase. This is how much we're actually going to get back in state tax receipts, right? We can do those analyses. We have the tools, and then you have level ground to have a conversation about the trade-offs that you and Monique were talking about. And I think the more that we can kind of get down to brass tacks once we've framed the problem in the right way, because that's the policy kind of stream, then we're on our way. So when I see states be more successful, it's because they're really thinking strategically about, I'm not just going to make the argument and say the line or say how expensive childcare is over and over and over again. If that's not working, maybe that is working, but we do see sometimes I think an over sort of indexing on the idea that if we just make the factual argument enough times in enough rooms, we're going to break through. And unfortunately, that is not what experience bears out.
Monique, so same question to you. So what do you think are some of the barriers, like here or to our agenda, and then where have you seen things working well?
Right. So 70% of people are concerned about federal cuts in Michigan. That shows you that these are not partisan issues. And we need to recognize that people and what they're thinking about isn't partisan. It's not always red or blue. Sometimes the message gets lost in the politics of it. So going back to what Elliot says, from the league's perspective, we need to have real conversations about revenue. Michigan is not a high tax state. So we need to think about where our revenues are and how we're using those revenues is essential. The governor proposed, for instance, some increased taxes on vaping, on gambling to help fund Medicaid. So there's a public health benefit, a revenue benefit, and that would make our Medicaid system more robust in this moment. So those are uncomfortable conversations, especially at a policy conference like this, but it's something that we really need to lean into. Aside from that, Michigan, as a purple state, has done bold things. We expanded Healthy Michigan, which was a part of Obamacare under Governor Rick Snyder, a Republican. It had good bipartisan support. When we did that, we cut uncompensated healthcare costs in Michigan by half. We are in the midst of rolling back Medicaid expansion because of H.R. 1 and federal changes. We don't have to do that. We know healthcare is not bipartisan. In Michigan, we expanded the earned income tax credit from, I think it was 6 or 7% up to 30%. We quintupled that. That helped alleviate people from poverty. That was also bipartisan. RX Kids, something that's happening right now, has major support. The Michigan League for Public Policy, we support it. On the opposite side, the Mackinac Center also supports it. That doesn't happen very often. And so these are things that we can see making real change in people's lives that have widespread support across all sides of the aisle.
And I would say that, as we talk about RX Kids, Michigan Philanthropy has been walking really side by side related to RX Kids, and it was, first piloted in Flint. And I know Dr. Mona's in the room, and as I indicated earlier, there's going to be a session tomorrow that will focus on some of the lessons that learned from that. But I would say that philanthropy, it's but one example of how philanthropy has partnered with government, with business, to really kind of test new, innovative ideas to support children and families in this state. But we certainly cannot kind of do it alone, and it does require partnership, and it does require us being able to reach common ground and really thinking about putting children and families first in every policy decision making that we move forward with. So I'm really pleased with the work that philanthropy has been doing, but I know that there is so much more that we can accomplish through working together. So I do want to maybe ask all of y'all. Sure,
Can I happen there? So right now, we know the social safety net is rolling back. RX Kids is a wonderful example of a creative use and partnership between philanthropy, nonprofits, academic, business organizations. There's chatter right now that philanthropy can just fill the gap from the federal government. They can't. If philanthropy spent all of its dollars, all of its endowments, I think it's 78 days we would make it, to plug that hole. That's not enough. And so it's going to require really creative thinking, ways to use public investments, private investments, nonprofits, and philanthropic investments to make sure that families are whole and are thriving in Michigan and across our country.
Yeah, that's, again, a really important point. And even to bring it to thinking about it from a state perspective, Michigan Philanthropy grants $2.1 billion annually, and SNAP benefits for families equates to $3 billion annually. But one safety net program we wouldn't be able to afford if we were just working and relying on philanthropy alone. So there is one question as we kind of near the end of our time, and then I get to audience questions. There is one question that I want to ask each one of you. I'm really curious about what are the one or two actions that you would encourage folks in this room to walk away taking. One of the things that I'm always kind of about, Mackinac at times is, we have these great conversations, but then we go back home and we kind of get back into our normal rhythm of our daily lives. What are the action steps that you want folks to walk away with and really hold themselves accountable to?
Yeah, I'll say two. First is to the point of common ground. On a very human level, like we have become so sorted away from one another. We've become so disconnected from one another. So my encouragement would be to go to communities that you're not like the ones that you necessarily live in and talk to people, right? Like, I mean, to your point about like having like the roundtable with parents, and I love doing the roundtable with parents at Kappa too. Anytime you can sit down with a group of parents, and parents are generally pretty happy to talk to you. You can go through intermediary organizations, of course, but just to hear like what is going on, what are their experiences, and I think particularly if it is in a community that is different than the one you live in, that to me you start to get that common ground. You hear the themes across, oh, I hear that in my community, I'm hearing this in this other community. It also just gives you a chance to really kind of test out some ideas. So that's thing number one. Thing number two, I would say, is in whatever work you're doing, to be able to start applying that family lens, this idea of how are the decisions that I'm making, whatever world I'm living in, affecting families, particularly families with children, and what are the ways that I might be able to create connective tissue with other areas. I think that would be another, because we are so siloed, even within childcare. I would say very good, like early childcare and school-age childcare. It's basically, kids don't magically stop having childcare needs when they enter kindergarten. They change, but they aren't magically changed. We treat them as separate things. We treat paid family leave as something separate than early childcare, something separate than school-age childcare. So even within like very discrete policy areas, there are silos, much less across what you were saying, like housing and transportation and all these other things. So that would be my other encouragement is like, reach out across issue areas, figure out how you can bring a family lens to your work, and that's going to, I think, make your work more effective, and it will ultimately help the people you're trying to help.
Andy?
Okay, employers need to get involved, both inside your company and outside your company. Not every company is going to be able to do what we've done inside our company, understood, but you have the ability to listen to your team members, right? Everybody has that ability. And then you can take that information that you've gleaned from your team members and take it out into the community. And then you can work with the experts that are on stage with me, as well as, in my case, the Child Care Coalition for Southwest Michigan. There are 10 child care coalitions across the state, one for the UP and 9 for the lower, and you've got one. And they're the experts. Ours is convened by Pulse, huge experts in this field, and there's others out there that you can work with. They can give you ideas on how you might be able to make things a little bit easier for your team members. They have the roadmap that they've put together. You've got a flyer on your table. Scan the QR code. It'll take you to not only the cover document, but then there's additional links to the Pulse roadmap, as well as a MyLeap document that talks about the stats, talking about the state's challenges with childcare specifically. So get involved is my main message.
So number one, I think this is a theme through all of ours, is to talk to somebody. Talk to somebody that you would not normally interact with, maybe somebody that is typically on the perceived other side of the aisle from you, and actually listen to what their concerns are, rather than just trying to make sure that you're getting your message across. I think if we want to build common ground and we want to create action, you really need to start with listening to people that are struggling. And two, I don't think it would be a conversation without the league, without a mention of tax. It is so important to understand how tax policy and the budget policy making process work in Michigan if we want to create change. So really, I encourage you to get educated and really develop a deeper understanding of how tax policy impacts all the things that we're trying to work on.
Thank you. I want to transition to some of the questions from the audience, and then we'll come back to kind of what your one or two items were for the audience to walk away with. But Andy, this one's for you. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the why for Dunkin', what the return on investment is? How can or do you justify the investment that you're making? And also, do you think that it's scalable for other businesses?
So the return on investment is engagement, first and foremost. When they're there, they feel like they're part of our family and that we care about them. And that will give you dividends. That will return dividends to you as a business through productivity and through quality of work. And then there's also just absenteeism, right? As I mentioned earlier, when child care falls through or there's some other stressor in the family, they have to go to a healthcare appointment, that takes them far away, then they're not present, right? If they're having to deal with sick kids at home or they're sick themselves, they can't participate because maybe they don't have the money or the access to health care like they need to. So these are really tangible benefits, this productivity as well as participation in the workforce. So we think that it's well worth the price that we pay for those benefits and the attention we're paying to these issues. I take a lot of time to do this, so are other leaders in my company taking time to do it, but we know it's well spent resources, because not only is it a better place in our company, but as I said, it's also a better community if we're working to build those community resources as well, so that they have the ability to show up at work, participate fully without worrying about things that are stressing their families.
Okay. So this one's for any of you. How do you feel paid family leave would address the issues families are facing? And maybe Monique, I might look to you to tackle that one first.
Sure. So paid family leave is essential. We often think about it only when a family, a mom or a dad is having a new baby and bringing a baby home. That's an important, critical bonding time. And if you've had a baby, it's an important time to take care of your health. Two, in the really hard moments of life, if you have a spouse or a child or a parent that's dying of cancer, you shouldn't have to be able to worry about whether you're going to be able to afford rent. Mm-hmm. And so we want people to have time off when the joyful moments are taking place and the really hard moments. There's also positive economic data around paid family leave, shows higher labor participation rates, long-term participation in the workforce, and so there's a concrete economic reasons to do it as well. So there's great models, and it's something that Michigan, as well as nationally, we want to make sure that we can do to give families the opportunity to be there for themselves and their loved ones in the really joyful and hard times.
Can I also add on to that too?
Sure.
Like, I think, just to underline, I think sometimes we talk about paid family leave as being important and we lose it is barbaric. 1 in 4 American women are back at work within 2 weeks of having a child. I haven't had a child, my wife has, and 1 in 4 women are back at work within 2 weeks of having a child. Do you know how many countries other than the United States don't have a national maternity leave? Papua New Guinea and a bunch of Pacific islands. That's it. We are a complete outlier, and I think sometimes we just say, oh, this is just the way it is. It is not the way it is, not the way it should be. It is a morally abhorrent that we're doing that. So yes, it absolutely, everything to what you said, and also I think we need to have stronger language around it, quite honestly. And if we want to... And the last thing I'll say too, just as
across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ are marking a major milestone in the campaign for the new Fred and Barbara Erb Public Media Campus in Detroit. 2 years ago, here at the Mackinac Policy Conference, the Fred and Barbara Erb Family Foundation announced a $7.5 million challenge grant to help launch the effort. Today, Detroit PBS has announced that challenge has been met a full year ahead of schedule. It is a significant step forward in the organization's $40 million campaign to build a new public media campus in Detroit's Milwaukee Junction neighborhood. The new campus is designed to bring Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ together under one roof for the first time, while expanding space for journalism, education, arts and culture, and community engagement.
For over 70 years, Detroit PBS has served millions of people who call this region home. Now, we're moving to the heart of the city, to a new campus at 234 Paquette. In 2024, the Fred and Barbara Erb Family Foundation issued a matching $7.5 million challenge grant we met a year ahead of schedule. And thanks to the generous support of the Erb Family Foundation, numerous other foundations, and donors like you, we have reached 70% of our goal. We need your help to bridge the gap.
I think in a lot of ways, Wayne County is probably the most diverse county in the state of Michigan. There are an awful lot of people of all ethnicities throughout the county. We kind of talk about it as 43 different and unique communities. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for public television to touch those different communities.
Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ have been serving Detroit for decades. Detroit PBS has always told stories that matter: fact-based public affairs, environmental journalism, educational programming, and arts and culture. And 90.9 WRCJ provides the calm in your commute and the swing in your evening. We carry the programs that matter to you and follow the stories that impact our community. But this move isn't about a building, it's about what becomes possible inside it.
I've always been in search of an engagement center because we viewed the new space to be a place where the community could come in and partake our services, and also be a place where public events would be easily accessed and welcomed.
A production hub, a center for education, a community gathering space, a venue for arts and culture, a trusted place for essential conversations.
You know, it's one thing to build a factory and offer jobs. It's another thing to have people that want to be in that community, want to live in those communities. You know, now you're starting to build something that is sustainable, and public television can really help.
The Erb family has been part of the Detroit PBS story for more than 50 years. From helping guide the station into its first Detroit studio to issuing the challenge to build the new Fred and Barbara Erb Public Media Campus.
My father was on the first community board and served for around a decade. And while my dad was serving on that board, he and another board member were instrumental in encouraged to move into the facility in Detroit that was a prior station.
The foundation for everything we want to be is here. It's an extraordinary structure in a very important location that's about as accessible as any building we would ever come upon. Great shell that we can build into, great location, almost perfect location.
And now, together, we can imagine what comes next. Completing the construction of the Fred and Barbara Erb Public Media Campus. With your participation, we will imagine the possibilities.
Joining me now are Melissa Damasky, president of the Fred and Barbara Erb Family Foundation, and Rich Homburg, president and CEO of Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ. Thank you both for being here.
So good to be here.
Yeah,
it's great to be here.
Congratulations. This is big news yet again. Rich, 2 years ago, here we were at the Mackinac Policy Conference announcing the $7.5 million challenge grant. Today you are back, having completed that challenge a full year ahead of schedule. What does that say to you about the level of confidence people currently have in Detroit PBS and public media?
I think everything that has occurred in our organization over the last 2 years speaks to the love people have for public media and Detroit PBS and what we've developed over the years. The reaction we've gotten around what we're calling Challenge Met, Challenge Next. So we've got work to do. We've got a future to build and a campaign to finish. But as we stepped up to the community and said, help us, we have built an organization that serves Detroit like never before. We're sort of the last man standing, if you will, locally owned, locally governed, locally committed media outlet, and that's critical. But the wonderful part, the very gratifying part, is the reaction from the community. People really want to help, and we have gotten these wonderful phone calls, these wonderful moments where people are like, we need you, and we're going to step up, and our family will do this. And that, I think, played into exactly the idea of a challenge grant to say to the community, We have a commitment for $7.5 million from a very important organization that's been involved with Detroit PBS for 60 plus years. Just an amazing organization. Help us. And so that exactly what Melissa and the Herb organization has designed worked. And so it's been very gratifying.
Yeah. Melissa, challenge grants are designed to test momentum, right, as much as to create it. From a philanthropic perspective, does meeting a challenge grant ahead of schedule change how other donations and institutions view a project like this?
I think it's seen as the proof of concept, and it really gives a lot of confidence to donors and future donors that this is something exciting. And as you said earlier, Rich, people do want to help. Detroit PBS provides such a wonderful service for our community, and a number of folks want to help. And so we were glad that we could be part of this and issue that challenge grant. And so excited to be here today, knowing that it has been met.
It's so, to me, Herb, if you will. John and the family, there's a certain sense of, I like what you're doing. We're willing to work and help. But we're going to give you a challenge. And so what that says is, we like where you're going now. You need to be completely invested. And I think that tone, positive, but okay, let's get going, folks. And so it was a signature win for the station. And completing it a year ahead of time is a signature win as well.
Rich, you alluded to this, but look, public media nationally is facing enormous pressure right now, financially, politically, structurally. Why make a major investment in physical public media infrastructure right now?
Because what we discovered along the way is media has changed quite a bit. And the idea of a studio, and we make shows and you watch, have developed into an engagement process and how you bring the community into it. So imagine an organization that builds a new headquarters at the corner of 75 and 94. Maybe the population center, we kid folks, it's about 8 minutes from Grosse Pointe. It's about 22 minutes from Livonia, and this super accessible building, because the media business has changed, and really what it is a media partnership with the community. So we literally are saying to folks, come to our place and we can capture everything we're talking about and further it. How do we do all of this in collaboration with the community? And that's exactly what the building stands for.
Yeah. Melissa, as the Herb Family Foundation sunsets, you've had a really disciplined approach to spending down. What's been your philosophy as the organization is working on that?
Yeah, so from the very beginning, what we did is we really learned more about Fred and Barbara's values. And we also had many interviews with people who knew Fred and Barbara to really learn who they were. And that's where we learned about how much they cared about Detroit PBS. Fred Herb was on the board. It was one of the only 2 nonprofit organizations that he served on the board of. We learned about how much Barbara really cared about Detroit PBS as well. And so, this challenge grant really meant a lot to us, because we knew it meant a lot to Fred and Barbara. And that's what we're thinking about as we continue to spend down, what are the things that really matter to them. Our other grant making continues to focus on Great Lakes, sustainable business, arts and culture, Alzheimer's research, and now the legacy grants, and of course democracy as well.
And who better but I think jazz, democracy, environment, right? The work they've done at the zoo, the values are similar, so are the issues of concern to the organization. Very important.
And as you mentioned, we're a spend down, so we know we have a limited life now, and so in our spend down, we're not only thinking about what really honors the values of Fred and Barbara and their legacy, but also how do we help strengthen organizations so that they outlast us when we're gone.
Yeah. Well, let's start where we began, which was here at Mackinac. 2 years ago, this was an idea and a challenge. Today, it's becoming real. What's the biggest thing each of you has learned over the last 2 years about what this community wants from public media and nonprofits moving forward? Melissa, I'll start with you.
Yeah, a lot has changed in the last 2 years. Some good changes, But there's been a lot of stress on nonprofit organizations as well. And I think what we've learned is how important nonprofit organizations like Detroit PBS are really important for us to have sustainable, thriving communities that we can participate in. So, yeah, a lot has changed, and I just want to also say, I know that this is the first step, or one of the many steps, but I just want to congratulate you again, because it was a big step. And a lot of work from your team and yourself went behind it, and so thank you.
The people behind these cameras have made this happen. What they've built is just extraordinary. But part of what we've learned, so we're the nonprofit public media outlet that serves Detroit. And when you talk to Detroiters, they want a stake in that. They want to be heard. People come to us for things that are important to them, getting their kids ready for school and life, understanding issues of the environment, sustainable arts and culture support, right? All of that plays into the appreciation they have of the station. But again, the challenge of meeting Detroit's standard. And what we've discovered is the more we talk to Detroit, the more we engage Detroit, the more the opportunities arise for us to really partner with Detroit. We're very excited about a project called Destination Detroit around gathering Detroit's history. Everybody in Detroit loves to tell their story. Let's capture it and bring the community together. And so
you're excited about that project, excited about the new building. Tell me what you're excited about once you get to actually get into this new building, right? I mean, it's been years in the making. When you're able to actually set foot in it, what would that be like?
Well, our entire staff will be in one building. That's very helpful, right? And it's 50,000 square feet with 120 parking spots right outside. And to turn to a community organization saying, come to our place. We'll set up in a studio, we'll capture the conversation to make this very organic, right? And that idea of super accessible, so a great location, great building, and totally plumbed to be able to capture the most important stories in Detroit. You know about TMICIA, right?
Of course, the most important city in America.
That's exactly right. If you want to understand this country, come to Detroit. If you want to help us gather that story, come to Detroit PBS. That's exciting.
Melissa, we're talking about pillars, democracy, environment, but here we are talking about a building. What has that meant to you to be able to watch this happen and, actually the structures of this grant?
Well, I think what's exciting is to see Detroit PBS move back to Detroit, the heart of Michigan. And so I think that's exciting. I look forward to the conversations that will take place. That's what we need right now. We just added this program area about democracy, and at the heart of it is about civic participation. How do we engage in our communities? And, that's voting, but it's also having these conversations where we can talk to one another, we can learn about one another, we can learn about our communities and how to better participate. So this space is going to create that.
So the Herb family is always wonderfully pleasant and positive, and underneath that, in their family, but also with this staff, is great detail and precision. These are the nicest people you've ever met, but they also know what they're doing, and they have standards. And meeting the Herb standard was part of meeting the challenge. And so they've just been spectacular to deal with.
It's obviously been a really great, fruitful partnership, and one that's going to continue. Melissa, Rich, thank you so much, and congratulations again. We're going to head now to the theater for opening remarks.
distinguished guests, please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Detroit Regional Chamber, Sandy Barua.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Wow, full house. This is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Welcome to the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference, A Quest for Common Ground. Can you think of a better theme than that for these polarized times that we're in, for the issues that we face as a nation and as a state? I'm so thankful that my good friend Bob Riney came up with this theme because it is absolutely perfect. I also want to stress that it's not just a theme that we put on a banner and work into a video. It's how we want each and every one of you to approach your time on the island. I want you to go through the experience that is the Mackinac Policy Conference, unique in the nation, and look for those opportunities for common ground. Seek out fellow attendees who might work for an organization or represent an interest that might be contrary or different than your own, and talk. My guess is that you will find common ground. As you go through the agenda, if you lean left, make sure you stay for people like Matt Hall or the former Vice President, Mike Pence. If you lean right, make sure you're there for people like Dr. Cornel West or former Secretary Pete Buttigieg. My guess is that you will find common ground. Challenge yourself, challenge others. Now, we can only put on this unique in the nation event because of our tremendous supporters and sponsors. And as always, I am incredibly grateful to the folks at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, particularly their CEO, my friend Tricia Keith, for being our premier sponsor every year. They step up every year and they play a huge role, not just in the health of this state, but certainly the health of this conference. Emerald sponsors. We have a record number of Emerald sponsors this year. Clark Hill Public Strategies, DTE, Henry Ford Health, Huntington Bank, Orsa Credit Union, and PNC Bank. Thank you to our Emerald sponsors. Our Ruby sponsor this year is the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. Thank you to the folks at the Wilson Foundation. And I'm really thankful that I have a note screen here because if I have to memorize all of our platinum sponsors, I would be in deep trouble. So here they are, and we're so grateful. Corewell Health, Dow, Ford Motor Company, Google, the Grand Hotel, the Kresge Foundation, the Leadership Now Project, the MEDC, Michigan Health and Hospital Association, Michigan Medicine, Piston Sports and Entertainment, Rocket, Strategic Staffing Solutions, UPS, Visit Detroit, and the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. A round of applause for all of our sponsors, and there's so many more. So most of you know that the Detroit Regional Chamber and so many of us in this room lost a very dear friend of ours earlier this year. Mike Bernard was the Chamber's General Counsel since 1999 and was a fixture at this conference. Not only did he donate his time to the Detroit Regional Chamber, but he donated his time to so many worthy causes in Michigan. But it wasn't all of Mike as a volunteer. Mike was a nationally recognized lawyer and a leader in the Dykema Gossett law firm. He built an amazing family, and he will be missed by so many. Mike lost his life in a tragic bicycle accident in Florida earlier this year. It took us all by surprise. We are still trying to process the loss of Mike Bernard. As you walked into the theater yesterday, you probably noticed that we have 3 tribute covers on our Detroiter magazine dedicated to this conference. 2 of them are obviously for our senior elected leaders, Gretchen Whitmer and Gary Peters, who will be leaving office in January. But our 3rd is to our friend, Mike Bernard. And if you would please indulge me in just a moment of silence, remembering our friend, Mike Bernard. Great. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. So, a quest for common ground and Governor Gretchen Whitmer. It's like peanut butter and jelly. These 2 terms go together. There could not be a better conference theme for Governor Whitmer's last appearance at the Mackinac Policy Conference as the sitting governor, but I'm sure she'll be back. You don't have to look hard to see how Governor Gretchen Whitmer has practiced finding common ground. Governor Whitmer is a proud Democrat, but she has proven she continually looks past party affiliation to work on behalf of Michiganians. She worked with Donald Trump even after Donald Trump called her that woman from Michigan. She worked with Donald Trump to do important things like securing the funding for Selfridge Air Base, for securing funding for the terrible natural disasters that have afflicted this state. She did it, and she did it in spite of the fact that members of her own party criticized her for working with Donald Trump. But she has always held true that she doesn't work for the party, she works for you. I can't think of 2 people with more different personalities than the Speaker of our House, Matt Hall, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But they have found ways to work together on road funding, passing budgets. These 2 people on opposite ends of the political spectrum have found common ground. And of course, can you think of a governor that has been dealt a more difficult hand than Gretchen Whitmer over these last 7.5 years? COVID, natural disasters, threats on her life and her family's life. No one should have to go through that simply for wanting to serve the public. On education, she has been a leader, and we've been proud to partner with Governor Whitmer on accelerating the path for more Michiganians to go into post-secondary education, a skilled trade, a community college, or a 4-year degree. Innovations like the Michigan Education Achievement Scholarship, Futures for Frontliners, Michigan Reconnect, all have made it easier for all of us, regardless of age, to finish our collegiate experience. And that makes us unique in the nation. In 2016, before Gretchen Whitmer was elected, the Detroit Regional Chamber was pushing for an education goal in this state. And that education goal was 60% of our adults in this state should have some sort of post-secondary credential by the year 2030, 60 by 30. Governor Gretchen Whitmer adopted that as our state goal shortly after she took office. And through all this, Governor Whitmer remains and has been one of the most popular governors in the country. Here she is, halfway through the last year of her second term, and we have one of the most popular governors in the country. That's incredible. Politicians generally lose popularity in their second term. This governor has increased her popularity in her second term over the first term by 13 points. We do a lot of polling, and that's a question we ask at least 4 times a year, and her numbers remain rock steady. And in my opinion, it's not because she's a Democrat or whatever political moment of the day is. My theory is that we have a governor who's as authentic is. What you see is what you get with Gretchen Whitmer. She's a delight to be with, and she's a delight to work with. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the state of Michigan, my friend, Gretchen Whitmer.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I am so thrilled to be here with you this morning. And Sandy, thank you for that lovely introduction. It is really an honor to serve as governor. Even on the hardest day, I'm grateful to be the governor of this phenomenal state that we all call home. And it's great to be back for my final Mackinac Policy Conference as governor. You know, I am going to miss this conference. Nothing beats the stunning views of the lake or the very important business that keeps us at the Pink Pony all night. And the smell of, well, you know what I'm talking about. This year's theme is the quest for common ground. And it kind of sounds like a Lord of the Rings movie, right? In all seriousness, it's a good idea. It's an important goal. And I want to thank the Detroit Regional Chamber and this year's conference chair, Bob Riney, President and CEO of Henry Ford Health System. And let's also make sure that we thank all the staff here at the Grand Hotel and who worked so hard to put this conference together. So a lot has happened since I was here a year ago when I saw you last. We negotiated the largest roads deal in Michigan history, securing an extra $2 billion every year to fix our state and local roads and make your drive smoother and safer. In last year's balanced budget, we cut taxes on tips and overtime and Social Security, and we protected Medicaid. We landed the largest economic development deal in Michigan history, putting us on the cutting edge of AI and creating thousands of good-paying jobs in Saline Township. We're on track to be the first place in North America to restart a nuclear power plant at Palisades. And soon we will open the Gordie Howe International Bridge. We also work together to upgrade Selfridge Air National Guard Base to prepare it for the new fighter mission, which we won after years of bipartisan work. And I hope you will all join us at a press conference later today on the porch. And statewide, we've seen crime and overdose deaths are down, and for the 3rd straight year, Detroit's population is up. So, yes. So we've got a lot going for us. But the truth is we've got a lot of challenges too. We know that chaotic tariffs and costly Iran war are jacking up gas prices and making it harder for families to get ahead. Inflation has just hit a 3-year high. Consumer sentiment is down low at historic lows. And Americans are sick and tired of political division, harsh rhetoric, toxic algorithms that make us all angry or apathetic. And it's exhausting. But Michigan can offer a way forward. We know a thing or two about the quest for common ground. We're a purple state, like the purplest of all the swing states in the country. And so many of us come from bipartisan households, myself included. I've served as a legislator in a Republican-led House and Senate. I worked alongside a Republican House and Senate my whole time as governor. Yes, Democrats are in control of the Senate, but for the part of it, I've had to negotiate with both sides of the aisle. I've signed over 1,600 bipartisan bills and 7 bipartisan budgets that have been balanced and almost always on time. This year will be a part of that majority, I'm confident. But I know what it takes to get things done. And my commitment has always been to the people of Michigan to work together to make this a place where every person can succeed. This year, we all face a choice. And I know what you're saying, it's an election year, yes? But regardless of the choice that we make on our ballots, we must choose to make one another our priority, right? We must choose Michigan and show the world how we can work together to get things done. Over the next day and a half, let's keep this choice in mind and have productive conversations like Sandy mentioned. I'll talk more about this in my final keynote tomorrow here at MPC. Until then, I hope you enjoy the conference. I hope you meet new people. I hope you hear new perspectives and enjoy all that this island has to offer. I look forward to having those conversations with you, and I will see you out there on the porch. Thank you.
The next session is Keynote Address, Mike Pence. It's sponsored by the University of Michigan. Please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of Henry Ford Health and Chair of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference, Bob Riney.
Well, good morning, everybody. And to my team, yes, I heard about the Copula Bar last night. We'll be talking later. Our next speaker is a leader that I had the privilege of getting to know under some of the hardest circumstances. Vice President Mike Pence called me directly twice during the very early months of COVID. He wanted to understand what Henry Ford Health was experiencing, what we were learning as a major healthcare system in one of the cities that was hardest hit. And he also wanted to know how he could help. And he wanted specifics about how he could help. Those conversations, quite frankly, have stayed with me. They represented something we don't always see. Leaders reaching out to listen, to learn, and to find alignment in the middle of uncertainty and division. To me, that's what common ground looks like, leading within complexity. So when we came up with the theme for this year's conference, A Quest for Common Ground, a few people stood out immediately as embodiments of that idea. Vice President Pence was on top of that list. Mike Pence is a living proof of the American dream. From a small town in Indiana, he worked hard to earn his bachelor's degree in history, found success as a lawyer, hosted a successful syndicated radio show, appeared on a weekly televised public affairs show, and later became a trusted and honorable public servant as congressman and governor before his time in the White House. He received accolades for his efforts in America's renewed commitment to space exploration, led Operation Warp Speed to work to end the pandemic, and holds the respect of many Americans on both sides of the aisle. Throughout it all, he has held steadfast to the importance of hard work, faith, and family. He's been married to his college sweetheart, Karen, and is a proud and excited father and grandfather. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the 48th Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Well, thank you all for that warm welcome, and I want to specifically thank Bob Riney for his leadership at Henry Ford during some challenging days and for his overly generous words. Bob and I met in person just here on the island, but he knows the introduction I prefer is a little bit shorter. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order, and it is my honor to be at the 2026 Detroit Regional Chamber Summit here on Mackinac Island. And it's wonderful for Karen and I to be back on Mackinac Island. Came here first when I was 12 years of age, usually without incident, but I can say the last time Karen and I were on the island, the Secret Service did not get the memo about leaving the motorcade in Washington. And so let me assure all of you who cherish this place as we do, that the only thing we drove the last 2 days was a horse and buggy. All right, so respecting this great place. No, I love Mackinac Island because it does seem like nothing ever changes here. With the possible exception that Indiana University is now the center of college football in America, and the University of Michigan is the center of college basketball. Congratulations. And thanks to UM for sponsoring this program. It means a great deal to me. Before our conversation, I want to share just a few thoughts on the topic of the day, the quest for common ground. You know, people who know me well know that I'm a conservative, but I'm not in a bad mood about it. I've always tried to carry myself in a way where my commitment to a strong defense, to limited government, fiscal responsibility, traditional values, leaves room for open debate and respect for others. At least I aspired to that through much of my career. In fact, let me say, I believe that democracy depends on heavy doses of civility. And I think the American people long for us to restore a threshold of civility to public life, and it can begin right here on Mackinac Island. And the truth is, as we may discuss when Roop comes out, is that the quest for common ground has never been more urgent. And our nation faces extraordinary challenges today at home and abroad. This very hour, we have Americans in harm's way. Many American families are struggling with the rising cost of living. We have a $39 trillion national debt, larger than the entire national economy. And there are gathering storms of authoritarian regimes on the move in Eastern Europe and the Asia Pacific. I mean, now more than ever, we need to demand of our leaders a politics that allows us to address these issues, to listen to one another in the way that Americans have always done in times of great trial. I mean, the truth is, I believe our politics are more divided than at any time in my lifetime, but I'm not convinced the American people are as divided as our politics. You know, since my involuntary retirement 5 years ago, we've traveled all across this country, relentlessly, spent time in big cities and small towns. And everywhere I go, I'm convinced that there will always be more that unites us in these United States than can ever divide us. I mean, the American people believe in faith and family and freedom, believe in free enterprise, the American dream, and the golden rule. And at its very core as well, as I've heard over the last 5 years in particular, the American people cherish the ideals enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States of America. Abraham Lincoln saved the Union by reminding the American people of the ideals in that declaration that we will celebrate its 250th year this year, but also standing firm on the Constitution. I always like to remind people that whether you're a police officer, whether you serve in the uniform of the United States, whether you're elected to local, state, or federal office, you take the same oath. is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ends with a prayer. So help me God. And sometimes it's challenging, particularly for people who wear uniforms and go into harm's way, to keep that oath. But throughout the generations, Americans have done it. Like Psalm 15 says, he keeps his oath even when it hurts. And I know something about that. But the truth is, to find our way forward, I believe we need to rededicate ourselves and, in a sense, rediscover the virtue of standing without apology on the ideals in the Declaration that all men are created equal and are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights of life and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. And we, as Americans, need to forge a future on the common ground that is the Constitution of the United States of America. And I believe we will. I'm a hopeless optimist, which is what kept me an IU football fan for all those years. But I want to submit to you today that I'm grateful you're here. Karen and I are looking forward to continuing to meet so many of you leaders from across Detroit and across the Midwest. But I believe that here at this conference on Mackinac Island, we can lead by example with civility and a rededication to principle. We can, as the good book says, pay more careful attention to what we've already learned and share it with our countrymen. And I believe in so doing, we will find common ground. We'll find the common ground necessary to forge the solutions to the challenges facing this generation and the next. And America will continue to be a beacon of freedom and hope and opportunity and inspiration for all the world. So help us God.
Please welcome evening anchor and host of The Pulse on Fox 2 Detroit, Ruth Robb.
How are you all today? Put your hands together once again for Vice President Pence. Thank you for being here today.
You got it, Rick. Thank you.
It is an honor to sit down with you. It's interesting because I've interviewed VP Pence probably 3 other times in my career, and the last one was pretty unique. It was right before your involuntarily retirement that you talked about. It was the 2020 election. I interviewed Kamala Harris in Detroit, and when I was done, I decided to call the White House and say, would it be possible for VP Pence, who's at the White House, to talk to us today on the phone? And I thought it was a long shot. Well, guess what? It takes a fighter and someone who was making sure that he was committed to talking to the media. I get a call on my phone about an hour later, no caller ID, and it was VP Pence on the phone doing an interview on that day so that Detroit could hear your message. And so that's the kind of guy you are, and that's the kind of person that we always remember. So thank you for doing that so many years ago.
Good to see you again.
Great to see you. All right, so you have a lot of optimism in your voice, and it is contagious. You heard the applause from our audience. People want to feel good about the future. When you hear the words common ground, in some ways it's something that sounds, in a sense, just like easy to say, but how hard is it to actually find it in this day and age in your mind?
Well, thanks again for being here, and I want to thank the Detroit Regional Chamber for the kind invitation for us. Look, as I said in my remarks, I think our politics are more divided than any time since I had dark hair. But I'm just not convinced the American people are as divided as our politics. My evidence of that is a lot of our public service. I know Governor Whitmer is here. I'm honored to follow her. And I'm delighted to see my friend Governor Rick Snyder with us as well. It's good to have you here, Rick, and thank you for the hospitality. But Governor, when you're a governor, and to some extent when you're vice president, when bad things happen, when the wind blows, when the floodwaters rise, when the wildfires burn out west, I think if you're doing your job, you go. You go where it's happening. And I always tell people, in all my experience as a governor and as vice president, and in the years since, I always tell people that when a natural disaster happens, whether it be in Michigan, Indiana, or anywhere in America, the next day, the only thing you can't find in those neighborhoods is a parking spot. Because the American people come from everywhere to help people they've never met and will never see again put their lives back together. I mean, I witnessed it firsthand, and it goes on to this day. And I just think the American people are the most resilient, most innovative, most patriotic, and most generous people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people again. And I believe we'll have it, and have it soon.
I do want to ask you a little bit about that, though, because you talk about crises. Of course, you led the way during the COVID crisis. We saw this country come together. We've seen so many hurricanes and the BP oil disaster, whatever it is, wherever it is, Americans do come together. But then there's the random Tuesday where you open up your Facebook page and you see nothing but what seems like war between factions and tribes. And the algorithm rewards that and feeds that. Is that, in your mind, the problem? Or do you think that the real world outside of our phones is truly nicer and better than that?
Well, I know it is. I just do. Look, it was great. Could you give a round of applause to Bob Riney, not only for that introduction, but for his extraordinary leadership at Henry Ford that's making this possible today. You know, I'll never forget, in the midst of COVID, now this is a statement about the American people. In the midst of COVID, after the first few weeks when there was tremendous unity on Capitol Hill, people were working very closely with us. There was no politics in Washington, but they got their footing after a few weeks. And the question started to be posed at press conferences from people in the other party were saying, why aren't you using what's called the Defense Production Act? The Defense Production Act dates back to World War II, very familiar here in Michigan, auto industry, making airplanes instead of cars, right? Phenomenal piece of our history and a great testimony to this great state. But the question started to be posed. I remember President Trump had come to one of our COVID press conferences, and the media said, the Democrats want to know, Mr. President, why you're not using the Defense Production Act. And the president said, well, look, we're looking into it. We'll get back with you tomorrow. We'll have something for you later. And then he and I are walking down that narrow hallway from the press conference room in the West Wing down to the Oval Office, and he literally punched me in the arm and said, how come we're not using the Defense Production Act?
What did you tell him?
Well, I turned to him and I said, because nobody said no. And he stopped dead in his tracks. He looked at me and he said, what? And I said, Mr. President, since the outset of this crisis, every company we have called, including our great automotive companies that all of a sudden were making ventilators they'd never made before. I mean, you had garment companies that were suddenly making medical gowns and masks. I mean, I said, nobody said no. Everyone said, they dropped whatever they were doing and said, how can we help? How can we serve our country? And nobody ever asked how they were going to be paid for it. That's America. And
that is.
And the president said to me, well, that's a really good answer. And I said, well, it's the truth. So.
Vice President Pence, I hear you saying, and we've talked in the last few days a little bit in preparation for today's meeting, and you have fond memories of the challenges that you and President Trump dealt with together. And your term and what you did with him was incredible during COVID. What's your relationship with him like now? And do you talk often? Have you talked recently? When's the last time you picked up the phone and said, hi, President Trump, it's Mike?
It's been a while.
Are we talking months?
Look, I had the chance to congratulate the president and the first lady on their election, and we had a warm exchange. But, suffice it to say, this Roop's always pressing. He's like a real journalist, no, I promise. We don't talk as often as we used to, which was every day, almost all day long, early, late. I mean, look, the president and I had a great working relationship. Didn't end the way I wanted it to, but I'll always believe, by God's grace, I did my duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Thank you. But as I say in my upcoming book, which hits bookstores this coming Tuesday, entitled What Conservatives Believe, I'll always be proud of that record, Rube.
I think the QR code is up right now. That was well planned,
Is that
Vice
subtle?
President Pence.
I thought they'd be subtle. No, honestly, I'll always be proud of that record. But what I write about in the book is that one of the reasons I jumped in the presidential primary in 2023, I ran for president a couple years ago, not so where you'd notice. But I jumped in because I had a sense that my old running mate was running on some issues that were at odds with the agenda that we advanced in our 4 years. Whether that be some embrace of some isolationist rhetoric, particularly with regard. So, look, I think the United States needs, along with our allies, needs to continue to give Ukraine the support they need to repel and defeat that Russian invasion. And the stops and starts in the administration, I was hearing that on the campaign trail. Some of the embrace, I'm talking to a lot of business leaders here, frankly, the embrace of price controls, nationalizing companies, and of course, imposing broad-based tariffs until the Supreme Court stopped them on friend and foe alike across the world. I mean, the thing we know here in Michigan, and the thing we know in Indiana, is that trade means jobs. I'm all about requiring that our trading partners deal with us fairly and openly. But I think we ought to pursue free trade with free nations around the world. Be as tough as we can on China until they open their markets and start to respect the international rules of the road. But until then, we ought to pursue free trade. And then lastly, I sensed a marginalizing of our party's historic commitment to the right to life. And we've seen that in the course of this administration. So I'm proud of the record, but part of the reason I wrote the book was to talk about what conservatives believe, what we've always believed throughout the history of our movement, and I think what we need to get back to again.
Was it hard for you to write the book without openly, as so many politicians have done in their books, rebuke the person or the administration or the policies that you simply don't agree with? Was it a tough write for you?
Well, in certain parts of the book, I will tell you, I'm very proud of President Trump's efforts to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I mean, we ended the worst crisis in illegal immigration at our border in history. I'm very proud of the fact that they extended all the Trump-Pence tax cuts. While there was some talk about raising the top marginal rate, which would be a huge burden on small business owners and job creators. And I'm incredibly proud of the way the President of the United States has taken the fight directly to the mullahs in Tehran. It's unleashed the armed forces of the United States last year and this year, and how he has stood without apology for our most cherished ally, Israel. I'm very proud of all those things, and I wrote about all of them in the book. But where we have differences, we try and do that. But for me, it's part of what I would share at a conference committed to the quest for common ground is I see a bright line between policy and personality. I mean, look, I can say that your ideas are really bad, and they might be. I don't know you, but you might have really bad ideas, without saying you're a bad person, right? I mean, I think negative personal attacks have no place in public life, and the American people want us to get back to arguing about policy.
How do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? Because as we know in politics, it's the next chapter is written on what has happened already. It seems as though the rules have been reset. And so how do you put the toothpaste back in the tube?
Well, no one person does. The American people have said it right. The American people have said it right. I mean, look, I honestly think our election in 2016 was reflective of the fact that for generations, the American people in the heartland and across the country were just tired of being told. We're tired of being told that the future is not going to be as good as the past, tired of being told that our values are no longer acceptable, and tired of being told, as Ronald Reagan said, that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives better for us than we can plan them ourselves. And so I think our election in 2016, and I think the president's return to the White House in 2024 was emblematic of a desire of the American people to regain the helm of the national government and steer it toward all of those principles that have always made the country strong and prosperous and free. Having done that, I think the president, as I said, has made great strides in a number of the areas. But I just have a sense that that we're going to see a generation of leaders rise up who begin to reflect the common values of the American people, bring that into public life, and they'll be rewarded for it on Election Day.
VP Pence, who are those people? Because obviously, the Democrats and the Republicans.
There's another Roop question.
I just wonder, though, because if you really look at the atmosphere, both Democrats and Republicans, the talent pool seems to be either not ready or shallow, or those who are good aren't ready to run. These are critical elections coming up. Do you see viable leaders coming up?
Of course I do.
Like who?
Well, look, I have a real bias. Look, we got some really great leaders in the Congress and the Senate. I'm hoping Michigan gets a brand new Republican senator in Mike Rogers, who I have known for 25 years and served the FBI, served in Congress with great distinction, and would be a great voice for Michigan. But I also look at, a lot of times the national media just looks past governors, don't they, Rick? He knows, I know. They just do, and they say, well, what's happening in Washington? Oh, okay, well, our founders created a system in the Constitution of limited government. And then at the end of the Bill of Rights, they added the 10th Amendment, which was an exclamation mark on limited government. Essentially said, the power is not delegated to the national government or reserved to the states and to the people. And truthfully, most of the government that most impacts our lives every day is state and local government. And that's where I think you see a generation of leaders, Republican governors around the country who are present and past and rising leaders who also will reflect an approach to politics that'll create the opportunity to seek common ground.
I wanted to talk about your foundation in a moment here, so I assure you we'll get to that, because it really does talk about leadership and everything that this conference has to do with. But I do want to touch a little bit on the elephant or the independent in the room, so to speak. Former Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan. As you know, and you've known him for years, he dropped out, and he basically said he didn't see a path forward for an independent. Yet here we are talking about how disenfranchised some Republicans and some Democrats feel. Mm-hmm. What gives, in your mind? How did that happen?
Well, I do have great respect for Mike Duggan. He's wish he was a Republican. But during COVID, there probably was no public official that I thought was more equipped and more prepared to lead beyond politics. People forget. I mean, when the president tapped me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force, there were only 4 cities truly implicated in COVID, and we hoped it would stay that way. It was Seattle, New York, Detroit, and New Orleans. And this was, in every sense, this was ground zero for the arrival of the pandemic. And working with Mike Duggan working with Bob Riney was a real privilege, because when my only rule, when I got tapped to lead that task force, this goes back to my last answer, the first thing I did was get every governor in the country on a teleconference, because I knew Washington can send resources and advice, but the governors were going to be the one to implement the policies. And my one promise to all the governors, well, there were two. I said, number one, we're leaving politics outside the door. It's out. When the situation, when the door on the Situation Room shuts, there's no more politics in here. We're all working the problem. And with very few exceptions, people lived that out. And I think Mike Duggan was one of the people that did that with great integrity. The second thing I said was just to recognize people. I said, look, you're not going to get, when governors get huddled in Washington, D.C., everybody wants their 1/50th, right? That's if the territories aren't in the room. And I said, look, I'm just going to make you a promise. Everybody's not going to get everything they want, but you're going to get what you need when you need it. And we're going to flow resources. And I have to tell you, with the extraordinary support of businesses around the country, and the unsung heroes of those days, I mean, I'm not aware of a single medical professional, doctor, nurse, med tech, orderly, that ever refused to go to work during that pandemic. They served, they took on the risk, and I think the American people deserve them every credit.
And VP Pence, that is...
So that was it.
That is a moment in this country that will always be remembered. And we should also mention that we will never forget the news conferences where we heard your steady and true voice talking about what all of us needed in this ground zero you speak of. So we thank you for what you did during COVID to help all of us. I do want to ask you about, in terms of, Duggan, obviously highly capable and turnaround guy, and a person who was probably the only person who could run for governor who could turn around and say, look at what I did to Detroit. One of the only people who was a mayor of Detroit who could turn around and say, look at what I did to Detroit, and it would be a great positive thing in recent history. But he read the tea leaves. He knew what was going on. I just talked to him this morning, and he said, Roop, there wasn't a path forward. Yet 23% of the people who were polled, which represents, I think, 1.6 million people, said, I don't know that I want to go right or I want to go left. But then the gas prices in Iran, and people ran, it seemed, to their tribes. You're talking in your book about returning. How do you get people to return in an environment where we see an independent who probably, arguably, is one of the most viable guys in Michigan to be an independent, couldn't make it?
Well, just tell him I thought he should run as a Republican.
Is that the answer? Yeah.
No, look, I think we're a two-party system, but increasingly all over the country, and here in Michigan, you cite that. Indiana, we see the same. There are people that are with the progressive left being so dominant in the Democratic Party, with voices on the populist right in the Republican Party, advocating big government solutions, protectionism, in some cases isolationism. You see people being alienated from both political parties. But I think that gives evidence of what I'm saying about the American people. We're a two-party system, and that's a reality, okay? To me, and I say this with deepest respect, to him or any others, I think the antidote is not to leave the two-party system, it's to redeem the two-party system, is to stand up and to make stands and to take that case to the American people. Because look, as I said a few minutes ago, we actually have real challenges facing the country. I mean, I would tell you that the threat that communist China faces strategically and economically is real. And it ought to be uniting this country. Our policy leaders in Washington, D.C. ought to be sitting down in a room and figuring out the next 10 steps to make sure that we're meeting that moment. The advent of AI, I believe AI can be a force for good in the country, but when you look at the realities of social media, which policymakers in Washington 15 years ago took a completely hands-off approach to. Pat Gelsinger, the former chairman of Intel, spoke at a Christian college that I teach at recently, and he pointed out that statistically for young people, social media has not been a net positive. when you see the decline of educational performance, the rise of depression, the rise of sense of isolation. And so I think we ought to, rather than trying to put that genie back in the bottle, we ought to be thinking hard now about what are the guardrails on AI, and so that AI works for us and doesn't work over the American economy and the fabric of our communities in ways that we can't anticipate. And lastly, let me just say, it's not the only common ground, bipartisan consensus in Washington, D.C. today is that we apparently are going to do absolutely nothing to confront the national debt. It just is. It grieves my heart to say that, but it's true. I remember President Biden stood up in one of his State of the Union addresses, Roop, and he said, so no one's going to touch Social Security. And the Democrats all rose and cheered, and every Republican rose and cheered. And he said something to the effect on national television, good, well, we got that settled. And the new Trump administration has made not one step. I remember when my friend Elon Musk, he's my friend, I know him. I worked on the National Space Council, so we worked together a lot, and I'm incredibly proud. Our 4th year, we put American astronauts back in space on American rockets from American soil. But I remember when they tapped Elon to do the Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE, remember? And I thought, well, that's very promising. I mean, he's a guy, like a lot of business leaders in here, he can, put the green eye shades on, sharpen the pencils, give recommendations to Congress. But as soon as I heard that they were not going to look at entitlements in any way, whether Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or interest on the national debt, that's 85% of the federal budget, everybody. I mean, some people came up to me and they said, what do you think of DOGE? And I said, well, if you're not going to touch 85% of the budget down in Indiana, the way we say that is, that DOGE won't hunt. Sorry, that's dad humor, all right? But I'm real serious when I tell you that this quest for common ground is not just a noble quest, it's not just morally right that we ought to treat others the way we want to be treated, but it's absolutely essential for us to create the conditions where leaders can sit down around a table and figure this thing out. There are solutions. There are compassionate reforms to Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare that will never impact anybody at the point of the need, but will set our nation back on a path of fiscal sustainability. But left unchecked, and I'm telling you, I haven't mentioned them yet, but my wife and I, our kids, Karen Pence is here, by the way, if you want to give her a round of applause. She worked her heart out for the country. Karen and I, 3 months after we left the White House, we moved home to Indiana, bought 5 acres and a pond, riding mower, pickup truck, and our first granddaughter came along. And that's when we figured out the reason we had kids was to have grandkids. We have 5 grandchildren, 2 more on the way. God has blessed us in every way. But I can't look at those little kids and in my heart of hearts say, that's your problem. I'm going to leave you with a mountain range of debt and nothing but bad choices, which are either cutting programs that people depend on or raising taxes in ways that will crush opportunities in this country. I can't do that. But unless you have the kind of politics in America that allows us to talk to one another, you're not going to solve those problems. Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill sat down. They extended the life of Social Security by 30 years because they worked together. And that's why the theme of this conference is so important. I commend all of you for embracing it.
And we thank you for being a part of the conversation. I do want to talk to you about one more thing about the current administration. When it comes to what you'd be able to offer up, you've had a world of experience in politics and in policy making. What is the policy point right now, if you were vice president or president, that you would say is the immediate need in America that needs to be tackled right now?
Well, my first answer would have been my last one, and that is I would sit down with men and women of goodwill in the Congress, and they're there, and they don't make it on TV as much as some other people do.
The people who fight make it on TV, right?
Well, I'm just saying, In my experience, the overwhelming majority of men and women in the House and Senate are actually there because they'd like to serve the country and leave the country better off than it was when they found it. I really believe that, okay? But I would sit down with people of goodwill and I would try and figure this thing out on the debt. The second thing I would do is look, I really do believe that China is the greatest economic and strategic threat facing our country. And we can only meet that moment with American strength. Part of the reasons you have to deal with the national debt is because we've got a nation to defend. 2 years ago, for the first time in American history, we spent more money on interest on the national debt than we did on national defense. Now, I can tell you, my dad was an Army combat veteran. I'm proud to say my son and my son-in-law are both serving in the United States Marine Corps and in the Navy today. We owe the men and women in uniform all of the best, but we owe this country and the future of this country the kind of investment that will encourage a peaceful future. Because I think we always hear peace through strength, and it's true, but what's also true is that weakness arouses evil. And if we don't put our fiscal house in order, if we continue to fail to meet that moment and have the kind of defense that will meet our needs as well as our treaty allies around the world, will only embolden these authoritarian regimes that would redraw international lines by force. I think the American people are going to demand that we do all of that.
Does it bring you hope that you're seeing bipartisan legislation led by some Michigan senators, including Senator Slotkin and Congresswoman Haley Stevens? You have Representative Molinar, who's a Republican, saying we can't allow China to sell their cars, their EVs here in America. Does it give you any hope to see that move, that push in Congress?
Well, there should be, for heaven's sakes. And for all the world, I don't know why we allow China to buy farmland in this country, including in proximity to military bases around the country. Look, I love that old proverb about China. It's a Chinese proverb, so I'll mess it up a little bit. But a young man is talking to a wise old man on the mountain, presumably, and the wise old man says, talking about the future, and he says, well, how do you know what will happen in the future? And the wise old man says, well, in every man's heart, there's a black dog and a white dog. And they're constantly in conflict, the parable goes. And the young man says, well, how do you know which one wins? And he says, that's easy. It's the one you feed the most. And our challenge is to continue by remaining strong, by demanding that China open its markets, end the theft of intellectual property, is held back from their intrusions, cyber and otherwise, into our country, that we demand that they respect human rights, ultimately, whether it be the Uyghurs or Christian pastors or Jimmy Lai, who languishes in jail in Hong Kong. I think the more we stand strong, the better chance that China begins to embrace the better angels of its nature. But if we show weakness, if we don't meet those moments, if we allow China to take advantage of us on trade and other aspects, we'll have a much different future. But I have better hopes because I believe taking these messages to the American people, these are the things the American people know in their hearts. They know what's right, and they're going to support leaders that are willing to stand up and put the interests of our nation, our security, and the free world first.
Where can people learn more about your foundation in the minute we have left?
Well, thanks for giving me a whole minute to talk about my foundation.
I hope you were reflecting on many of the things of the foundation throughout the afternoon, but thank you.
I created a group 5 years ago based in Washington called Advancing American Freedom, and it recently doubled in size. We had a number of scholars join us from a few other policy groups in Washington. We just want to be the consistent voice for traditional conservatism in Washington, and if that resonates with you, we'd love it for you to visit our website and be a part of a cause. But I really am confident, and it's part of the reasons I wrote that book. It's part of the reasons we started the foundation. I think a commitment to freedom, to limited government, to free market economics, to traditional values, these are not just Republican principles or independent principles, but they are broadly embraced across the political spectrum. And my hope is, if we can articulate those values and principles with civility and respect, we'll see the American people rally to our cause, and the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Your foundation can be found there on that QR code. Your book as well is coming out in just a matter of days. Well, I'm sure so many here will be grabbing that to read more about our discussion here today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Vice President Mike Pence, it's an honor and a pleasure to see you today. Thank you.
And we're back with live special coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. As artificial intelligence, automation, and demographic shifts reshape the labor market, Michigan employers and educators are confronting major questions about how to prepare the next generation of workers. Here to help us understand the issue a little better are Chris Layden, President and CEO of Kelly, and Michelle Reeves, Executive Director of the Detroit Area Pre-College Engineering Program. So good to have you both here.
It's great to be here.
Thank you for making the time. Chris, we hear a lot about the future of work, but for many employers and workers, those changes are already happening. What are the biggest shifts you're seeing right now in the labor market?
Well, I think we got to start maybe nationally. We've got, some stability in our labor market, but as you dig a little bit deeper and go down a little bit, even looking at Michigan, there's some instability, right? There's some signals that are telling us with, over $4.50 for gas and the cost of inflation, wages not really moving, participation rates in places like Michigan dropping for the third consecutive month. And so, employers and workers, right, are in a bit of a conundrum right now. And I think technology is an enabler, right? It's going to be one of the ways that people who have adaptability and the ability to navigate now as they gain new skills, a lot of the work you're all doing, is going to be as important as ever in this new world of work.
Yeah, Michelle, same question. I'm curious, what shifts are you seeing that are maybe already underway that those folks who aren't watching it so closely aren't even able to see yet?
One of the things that we see is as we are trying to educate young people, we are trying to prepare them for possibly positions that are not even existing to this day. Technology is moving so fast. And so we are trying to ensure that students are understand that they're working on their critical thinking skills, their collaboration, their creativity. Because technology is moving so fast, by the time we teach them one thing, something else has changed. So as long as we keep them in the mindset of problem solving, understanding that some problems may not necessarily have the answer, but it's going to be up to them to figure out the answer, I think that's where we see the biggest shift, that everything is just moving at such a rapid pace that we must work on those trainable skills to make sure that they're prepared.
Well, to that point, your program has spent decades preparing Detroit students for careers in STEM and skilled trades. How has the demand for workforce skills changed over time? And to that point, what skills are sort of the most important right now?
You know what, it is, like you said, we've been doing this for about 50 years, and the things that have changed the most is that change is happening so fast.
Yeah.
And one of the things that our partners are seeing is that young people, we really need to hone in on those skills that are transferable. At one point, probably half of the jobs we were preparing students for were probably you needed a technical background. Now it's probably around 75%. When we looked at the top 50 jobs or opportunities in the state, over 75% of them had you needed a technical background to do it. And so we are working to ensure that young people, again, have those transferable skills. So whether you're going into an engineering field, a STEM profession, or being a lawyer, you need to have those critical thinking skills. You need to be able to be able to analyze information, work collaboratively with others. Those are the skills that really are transferable, where we are really trying to hold in, because those skills will prepare students for any job.
Yeah. Chris, AI. It's creating excitement, apprehension, anxiety in the workforce. What jobs and industries right now do you think are most likely to be transformed by AI in just a few short years?
Well, look, I mean, I think that it's impacting all of us. I think about the role that I have every day and the way that AI is augmenting, adding intelligence to what I get to do. There's a whole bunch of sectors that are under a little bit of assault. I think you're going to see this. You're seeing this right now with kids that just graduated from college, right? The early entrants under 27 have a little bit harder labor market that they're entering into as employers are looking at maybe cutting back some of that early career hiring. And I think we're going to see that in places like manufacturing, there's going to be new roles that are going to be created where those transferable skills that we just talked about are going to be really, really important. And where you're going to see, some of the areas around software development potentially see a bit of a hit as AI allows that work to be done in different ways. And yet, as we talk to employers, interestingly enough, some of the functional roles, right, are the ones emerging, right? Because there's this backlog of all of this work that needs to get done. And so functional roles in project management and quality and in areas like that are actually on the rise as companies are trying to get through the backlog of all of the projects they have to modernize their workforce or potentially move more of their infrastructure to the cloud. So impacting all of us across the workforce. And we got to adapt it, right? How technology and our human skills come together to improve our skill set, but also performance in the workforce.
Yeah. Same question, but a little different because it's students and impact, and they're using it so much more, it seems.
But you know what? They are so much more comfortable with it as well. They have grown up with it. It's probably more of a shock to us because it's different for us, but we're trying to teach them to use it for good. It is going to be there. It is going to affect us, but you don't have to look at it as affecting us in a negative way. We still need the students to have those skill sets to help develop the infrastructure for AI. How can we incorporate it? How can we need them to help make it better, to make it be able to support the systems that we are creating today. So we are trying to have them use it for good, have them incorporate it into their daily lives, and then help us provide support, develop the platform and the foundation to make it better and make it usable for what they see is needed in their world.
Michelle, Chris, such an interesting conversation about the future of our workforce, what it's going to look like. Thank you so much for filling us in.
Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
And we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break.
From classical days to jazzy nights at 90.9 WRCJ, we bring you world-class music and celebrate the soundtrack of Detroit's vibrant arts community.
Dive into swinging jazz, unforgettable film scores, or light classics to accompany your drive home.
Join us beyond the airwaves as we shine a spotlight on Detroit's most talented performers on stage, in concert, and in the community.
90.9 WRCJ, we are classical and jazz.
Your favorite PBS shows, anytime, anywhere. With the PBS app, you can stream on your TV, computer, or mobile device. Catch up on your favorite series, explore a new drama, science, or cultural program, or watch Detroit PBS live.
This is a wild ride.
Did you have any idea?
No.
It's as if figures are emerging through a fog.
Download the PBS app today.
Michigan children's literacy skills are lacking. That's why the Michigan Learning Channel delivers all-day research-backed literacy lessons, free to every family.
Every time we revise, we make our writing stronger.
From 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., our shows aren't just fun, they build real literacy skills.
I'm so happy you're here on Sesame Street.
Oh boy!
And online, you'll find a full catalog of literacy resources from pre-K to high school, complete with activities and lesson plans.
I just have to put on these slippers and I'm all set.
No matter how your child learns, MLC has something for them.
I'll feel overjoyed and full of milkshake.
This is literacy every day for every child.
Phoebe loves to sing and dance at the same time.
Watch, learn, grow. Visit MichiganLearning.org.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. Let's welcome back to the desk Warren Evans. He is, of course, executive of Wayne County. Executive, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for
having me. It's good to have you here. This year's conference theme is a quest for common ground. In a county as large and diverse as Wayne, where do you think collaboration across communities and political lines is happening right now?
I think it's better than it's ever been, and I think it takes a lot of work to make that happen. And we say collaboration is the new currency, and we really believe that. The ability to work with other communities, and most of it is working reasonably with the other communities, not big me, little you. That gets you a whole lot farther. And so I think the last few years, our relationship with local communities, both in terms of funding projects and collaborating on projects, has been really good. I've been with the county a long time, so I'm telling you, it's been many decades since there was this level of collaboration.
What's changed?
To be honest with you, it's the leadership. But it is also the connectivity between the county commission and the administration leadership. We're all focused in going in the right direction, and we listen to each other. And so there's, really room. If I can move the needle north, I don't mind going a little west or a little east to make a good movement north. It's, it's not my way or the highway.
It takes trust, though, doesn't it?
It does, but you have to earn that trust.
Yeah.
You earn it with the residents. I've been in office long enough now that I think there is kind of a level of trust with constituents, and the county commission leadership has been there for a significant period of time. So I think we're on the same page a lot.
Yeah. Public safety continues to be a major concern, obviously, for residents. But Wayne County and Detroit have also seen reductions in violent crime. What strategies do you believe have been most effective, and what work still needs to be done?
Again, collaboration. But the big thing is that the criminal justice system is made up of 4 components: the police, the prosecutor, courts, and corrections. Different political entities. 3/4 of it is mine, but local communities do the policing in. And so if you don't connect, if you're not on the same page with strategies, you're never going to get anywhere. And that's sometimes the hardest thing to get people to understand, even people in authority. This is a team project. By design, the system is a team project. You got to work on collaboration to get results.
Yeah. What projects are working?
Well, the main projects are the collaboration with our most serious warrants throughout the county and the teams that go out and make those arrests on one end. The other is when we're bringing folks in, particularly kids, understand that you got to create some structure so they don't continue to do this all of the time. And so you can get this vicious cycle going of arresting and releasing, or you can start saying, here are some troubled kids, no question about it, but they're still kids or young people. Let's create some direction for them so they don't continue to feed the system.
Yeah. Infrastructure projects don't often grab headlines, right, until something goes wrong or something like that. But efforts like the Ecorse Creek improvements can have major long-term impacts. Tell us about the project.
Well, flooding is a huge along the Ecorse Creek and basins and Dearborn Heights, Ecorse, a number of those. This Dearborn, there's been constant flooding. So there's several things we're doing now to deal with it. And some of it's not rocket science. Like, let's clean the catch basins, regularly. When you live in a subdivision that has a detention pond, if the water is up to the top of the detention pond, there's no place for the water to go, so basements flood. Knock on wood, we've been very effective this year in limiting the flooding. Some is just starting, so I'm not taking ownership and success. But that's the important part. We need to do those sorts of things besides the infrastructure money. You have to remember, Wayne County is the oldest county in the state of Michigan. The oldest bridges. Even we have some bridges whose design it is impossible to emulate now because the folks who had the technical knowledge aren't there anymore. So yeah, new money, we do need that. But we also need to do a much better job of making sure the infrastructure we have works like it should. And I think we're doing an awful lot in that category, and I think it's starting to pay dividends.
We, of course, are at the Mackinac Policy Conference. Looking ahead, what are your biggest policy priorities and opportunities that you want Wayne County residents to be watching for over the next few years?
The biggest is transit.
Yeah.
We have 43 communities, 17 of those opt out of transit. So if you try to design a system to get people from point A to point B with opt-out communities, it's ridiculous. You're going up and around communities. People are taking longer to get where they need to go. Other people can't afford to do it. The future of Wayne County is mobility for people to get there. We're creating jobs. Henry Ford's doing a tremendous job of building new hospital facilities. Downtown is improving. Young people in the outer communities may not want to live in Detroit, but they want to come down to Detroit and they don't want to drive. If you're going to have a regional place, then you have to start thinking regionally. Everything can't be about whether or not I get on the bus today or tomorrow. It's what makes it easier for people to get to employment opportunities, for people to get to medical care. You know, we've got to do better. And transit does that in large part. And I think it will be successful because we've gone to all 43 communities and asked. We know there's no cookie cutter for that. Some communities will want senior, smaller mobility. Whatever makes it work for the community is what we want to see happen. Yeah. But we can't have these opt-out communities.
Yeah. Executive, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to go into the theater now for a conversation with former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
The next session, a conversation with Pete Buttigieg, is sponsored by the Kresge Foundation. Please welcome former U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, and President and Chief Executive Officer of the Detroit Regional Chamber, Sandy Barua.
Go. Yep. All right, good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, you brought your own cheering squad. I love speakers who come prepared. That's awesome. Well, Pete, and by the way, I know I can call him Pete, so no Twitter complaints that I'm calling a cabinet secretary by his first name.
So, we're all Midwesterners here, right?
So, Pete, welcome back to the Mackinac Policy Conference and the island. We had the pleasure of hosting you a couple years ago when you were still in the role as a cabinet secretary for President Biden. We were honored to have you then, honored to have you now. So you're a Michiganian. You, your husband, and your two beautiful children. Have you had a chance, as the four of you, to kind of just hang out here at the island without having to, put on a suit and get mic'd up and talk to television?
Yeah, we did. It was great. A couple summers ago, Chasten said we ought to go up there. Of course, that was on our dime, so we weren't in as grand as this. I think we were at the Best Western in St. Ignace, which is also lovely, but made it more of a day trip. But it was great. The kids loved it. There was the butterfly house, which they liked. Obviously, horses, big hit with the 3-year-old crowd. And I'll always remember it as the beginning of our early potty training days with the pull-ups, because there's a little kind of
there's a lot of that on the streets anyway.
That's
so maybe
true,
it's
yeah.
not a bad place to be for that.
I just remember there was a little outhouse or bathroom like opposite that nice park with the big green slope. Yeah. And I swear we went in there 15 times in like a 3-hour period. So it was the launch. I'm proud to report that we're on the other end of that potty training sequence now, and excited to bring them back up.
Well, great. That's awesome. So listen, I want to dive into issues that really impact the state of Michigan and our nation. Let's start with transportation issues, since obviously you were the U.S. DOT secretary. The Detroit Regional Chamber runs the statewide automotive cluster associations called Michiganders. We represent OEMs, Tier 1s, Tier 2s across the state. We are very concerned about Chinese-built, Chinese-owned, Chinese-controlled vehicles running around America because, as Senator Slotkin has coined the phrase, these are essentially rolling intelligence gathering devices. And we've been working with Senator Slotkin, Senator Moreno, and their House counterparts, Molinar and Dingell, on legislation. You were there when this issue was brewing. What is your perspective on the threat of the Chinese auto industry to our industry from both an economic and national security issue?
Yeah, I think you're right to be concerned. I think Senator Slotkin and her colleagues are right to be proactive about this. There's both a national security and an economic security concern, and it is real. Look, as I think we all know, vehicles are becoming more and more of a computer, so to speak, each passing year, and that means the digital security dimension of our vehicles weighs more heavily each passing year. And we know from what has happened in so many other areas of technology what can happen when China is able to exert its influence and leverage its presence in a market for a lot of purposes that are not consistent with American national security. And on the economic security side, we know that the arrival of these vehicles and these technologies is not happening in some kind of textbook competitive market, that there is a massive thumb on the scale that is happening, everything from excess capacity to what's going on with IP, that means that when these vehicles do enter a market, whether it's one of our, the attempt to enter our market or any of the other markets where our OEMs compete, they're not doing it on fair terms. So I think a robust policy response is absolutely needed. Having said that, let me name the other side of the coin, which is that policy alone can't do the work here. Even though these markets are not pure and not always fair, they are markets. And so it's going to be critically important that our sectors, our industry, our OEMs are competitive and innovative. And I know that the policy uncertainty coming out of Washington is making that only more difficult. And I feel the urgency of that both as a Michigander, and later you can explain to me which percentage of us are supposed to be Michiganian versus Michigander.
The Detroit News and our former governor, Rick Snyder, have been trying to teach me to say Michiganian as opposed to Michigander. And then there's people who are trying to teach me the other way.
Okay. I see we've hit a nerve.
Okay, so all right. just don't say anything about MSU or U of M. That'll really set them off.
Okay, well, to come back to much safer territory like U.S. versus China. But what I also say, I'm also a son of South Bend, and South Bend was a company town for Studebaker. Studebaker went out of business in 1963. And its demise was still the dominant fact about the city. 20 years later when I was born, 50 years later when I became mayor. And the main reason Studebaker is not making cars today is they couldn't keep up and innovate. And so I know in a very visceral, physical way, having lived among factory buildings that looked like they'd been destroyed in a war, what happens if any sector of the American economy or any firm within the American economy is unable to remain at the cutting edge? And I hope that a sense of urgency is animating our automotive sector on the actual work that has to be done to claim that cutting edge that China is racing to own as they're deploying these inexpensive and increasingly technologically impressive vehicles that you will see if you go anywhere in Europe, and it sounds like you're going to see more and more often in Canada now as well.
At least 50,000.
Yeah. So, we've got to be, yes, we need to have a strong policy fence here, and we need to support, as we sought to do when I was in the cabinet, support this sector in every way we can. But it is the company's job, the industry's job, to make sure that there is enough advancement and competitiveness and sophistication. If you don't have that, then the policy part is just a finger in the dike.
So I do want to talk about kind of the policy, the Trump administration's policies regarding vehicles and your administration. But before we get there, just one last thing on Chinese vehicles. And let's be clear, we're not just talking about Chinese EVs, right? We're talking about Chinese vehicles, gas, hybrid, BEVs. What have you seen when the Chinese started to go into other nations, while you were Secretary of Transportation, as you mentioned, into Europe, into parts of Asia? What did you see the impact of Chinese vehicles being sold in those markets?
Well, again, because this is happening with a lot of market manipulation on the Chinese side, what you're seeing is how quickly they can flood many of these markets. And if we want to make sure that we're not just only selling cars to ourselves, and even that is challenging if we're not keeping up, then we do have to recognize just how tilted that proposition is. And you're right, it's EVs, it's more than EVs. And to me, the electrification is the second most important technological development for the automotive sector after automation, which is another area where I know with these robo-taxis, China is working aggressively to try to corner global markets that I'm not even sure we're playing in yet.
So now let's switch to policy, and you mentioned electrification. So as we were chit-chatting backstage, I made the admission that our family are EV converts. We love EVs, but we're not the normal family, and we have more cars than my wife tells me we need, so we have options. They're not for everyone, but we are converts. Now, the Biden administration took, I think, what you could call a supply-side approach with incentives to bolster the burgeoning EV industry for American manufacturers and American consumers. The Trump administration has taken, let's just call it, a very, very different approach.
That's one way to put
it. The biggest issue from the companies that we represent is not was the Biden administration right or is the Trump administration right. It's the whipsaw of the policy approaches, which is costing our industry billions upon billions of dollars. What if you were there again? What would be the right approach that balances supply side and demand side that still would allow American companies to compete globally in the globally growing EV market?
Yeah, well, again, I think it helps to step back and ask why China moved so swiftly and aggressively to try to obtain technological superiority on EVs. And it is not because the Chinese Communist Party is filled with environmental enthusiasts, right? like this was an economic security strategy on their part. That was the approach we tried to take as well. And it really centered on, from a consumer's perspective, on the fact that EVs are cheaper to fuel, cheaper to own, cheaper to maintain, but more expensive to buy. So the idea of the tax credits was, of course, to buy that down, cultivate, with preference for American-made vehicles, cultivate that American industry until we reach the horizon where they are simply cheaper to make because we're making more of them. And one of the thrilling things for me as secretary, having first gotten into politics as a statewide candidate in Indiana at a time when it was not clear whether the Chrysler facilities in Kokomo would go dark forever, to go back in those facilities and see them working on the hybrid and electric engines there. And having been at the auto show this year, I was taken aback by how the companies have had now to respond to this oscillation in policy. That's incredible. If you're on a 4-year product cycle, and you also have to be looking over your shoulder at a 4-year political cycle that doesn't exactly match up, this is not going to work in the long run. And what really worries me is that it's not just a withdrawal of support for EVs, which in itself I think is a tragedy, because the support for EVs was saving Americans money and building up an American EV auto industry. but it is frankly actively being a headwind on a lot of greener and cleaner technology too. And I would just ask, has there ever been a time when America got ahead by actively spending money trying to keep older technologies going longer? Like, has that ever been our thing? Like, let's just tie ourselves to something old for as long as we possibly can technologically.
Well, there is a movement to bring back 8-track tape players. I just don't, I don't know if that's going to work, but.
I'll tell you, I remember being in Congress testifying on some of this stuff and feeling like I was here to talk about mobile phones and I had somehow arrived at the Rotary Phone Association. That's not going to cut it in the 2020s, definitely not into the 2030s. 40s.
Electrification is growing globally, except for here.
Yeah, and there's no going back, because it would be one thing if it was an inferior technology. And look, let's be honest, there have been times when people have been asked to adopt an inferior technology because it was better environmentally. I'll give you the example of the CFL, the compact fluorescent light bulb, right? There was a time when everybody said, you got to have these CFLs because they consume less energy than the old incandescent light bulb, which was true. It was also true that the light was kind of weird color temperature, it didn't look nice, and they were super toxic if they broke. And there are all kinds of reasons why you were kind of asking somebody to spend more for a worse product because we felt some felt we needed to climate-wise. Then LEDs came out and the whole kind of space moved on. But my point is, this is not that. We're talking about technology that is, in fact, better. The only problem is making it less expensive. I also really worry that Americans underestimate how far behind we might be falling.
At least 10 years.
I recently heard a news item where a reporter drove an EV in China, into this little, I don't know what to call it, facility, garage slot, and a robot in about 3 minutes changed its battery.
Yeah, it's probably a Neo.
So it's quicker than filling up, and it drove on.
One of the engineers who worked at Neo and did that is sitting in the audience right now.
Huh, well, that was very impressive. We should be doing that here and not over there.
So just a real quick last comment around China and EVs. You know, with what's going on with the war and the Straits of Hormuz closed, China's strategy to have such a healthy percentage of their cars as EVs has really softened the blow to China in terms of not having the oil come through the Straits, because China is very more dependent on than any other nation.
Yeah, look, I think when we started producing more oil domestically in the last few years, there's a temptation to think that means that we no longer have to worry as much about being dependent on oil because it's not the same thing as being dependent on foreign oil. While that might be true on its face, I think it kind of skips over the simple fact that oil is traded globally. And a barrel of oil that is pumped in the U.S., extracted in the U.S., and used in the U.S. is still more expensive because it's something that's happening in the Middle East, right? And that's why a diversification of our energy, and all of the above strategy, where we got more hydro, more nuclear, more solar, which really has become the cheapest form in a lot of contexts, and more wind. I don't know what this president has against wind. The birds are going to be fine. The whales I'm pretty sure they're going to be okay coexisting with wind. But we got to be doing this. And it's been interesting to see the environmental movement, I think, come to accept the role that nuclear needs to play if we are serious about carbon being the form of pollution we most worry about. But we've got to have a better energy picture, or we're still, even in a context where the U.S. is a net exporter of oil, still going to have Americans trying to fill up their tank, trying to farm, trying to get through life, more economically vulnerable because of what's happening in the oil markets and what's happening in places like the Middle East. Now, obviously, I also don't think that this war should be happening in the first place, like most Americans. But whether or not we start one, it's a reasonably good bet that there will often be conflict and instability in that region. One of many, 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 many reasons why we should be moving forward, not back, on our transportation technology.
Fair enough. Yeah. Absolutely. So, Pete, turning from the ground to the air, Air travel, obviously, is the safest form of transportation. You're at far more risk in your car driving to the airport than you are once you board that 757.
Yep.
But there's been a lot of high-profile close calls, actual incidents. We just had one 10 days ago.
Yep.
That was tragic. Why is it that we seem to be seeing more of these commercial air travel incidences that gives the patina of being less safe?
Yeah. Well, I do think it's worth first dwelling on how much safer aviation is, even now, with some of the incidents that have happened. Let's just be clear how astonishing it is that this form of transportation, which, let's remind ourselves, involves getting into a metal tube and being propelled by flammable liquids miles above the surface of the ground, is by far...
So your next job will not be the head of the Air Transport Association. You're doing a terrible job selling this.
Well, here comes the but. It is by far the safest way to get away. Just in the time I was secretary, we had 4 billion passenger enplanements. 4 billion times somebody got on an airliner. Out of those 4 billion, the number of crash fatalities on airliners, commercial airliners, was 0. There are very few things you can do in this life and have a 0 out of 4 billion fatality rate. Certainly transportation. Any form of transportation you can think of, from your own 2 feet to the space shuttle to one of these beautiful Mackinac horses, a 0 out of 4 billion fatality rate is almost impossible. So that is a huge civilizational achievement. Now, the question becomes, okay, what does it take to keep it that way? And the reality is we have a lot of systems that are bolted on. They've been around for a very long time. There's been a reluctance or a challenge in changing them. For example, I remember touring air traffic control facilities as secretary. I remember seeing one computer that was running on DOS. Younger staff, interns here, well, afterwards we'll explain what that means. It took 3.5-inch floppy disks. I remember asking, if one of these floppy disk breaks, where would you even get it? Does Staples even have these? How are we doing this?
And vacuum tubes. Don't forget vacuum tubes.
I hope there weren't any vacuum tubes in there, but that was what it started to feel like. And again, we're talking about a system that was kind of pieced together over time and that did deliver and has delivered remarkable results, but that system is showing its age. Now, one of the biggest problems we have is our funding process. And I say funding process because it's actually not the same thing as funding levels. Funding levels for the FAA have been pretty healthy. We made a major request. We couldn't get Congress to pass any budget at all, but my successor, one of the areas, despite my differences with my successor, one of the areas I've been rooting for him on is to continue the work of the modernization. But it, until recently, has been subject to annual appropriations. I don't want to get deep into the technicalities of the budget process, but I would just ask anyone running a private sector organization, as many of you are, I would ask you, can you imagine what it would be like to do a multi-billion-dollar IT overhaul for your organization and not know from one year to the next year what the budget was going to be, what the funding was going to be? You wouldn't do any major capital plan that way. And yet that's how Congress required the FAA to do this. And that is part of the reason why planning broke down among very, very intelligent people on a project called, delivering, for example, on a project called NextGen, as in next generation, which was being talked about when I became secretary, but was launched in 2003, which meant that it was last gen by the time I got to Washington. So we need to make sure that we upgrade the systems. There's work underway on that, but it's got a long way to go. And when you strip the politics out of, there's been finger pointing, but the reality is, I'm sure my predecessor cared about this. I believe my successor cares about this. We worked hard to move the ball on that too. Another thing is the people. So I made sure that we had a growing rather than shrinking air traffic control workforce, just the number of people in air traffic control, because they're really overworked. And it's going to be really important to keep that up. And it's not clear yet whether that's continued, but that's what we sought to do on my watch. And then the other thing is regulation. It's easy to grumble about regulation, But obviously, that's part of why. There's an extreme attention to detail in the way we regulate our aviation sector. My favorite example of this is that if you're on an airline flight, you may have noticed on some models of aircraft, there's a little thing, a little thumb tab that holds the tray table up in front of you, right? On some models, there's a little notch in it. And the reason the notch is there is that you can hang a jacket on that tab. If I see a couple of faces like, oh, that's what that's for. On many aircraft models, if you are in the exit row, the notch is missing because a jacket or an object hanging on a thing in the exit row could add 0.2 seconds per passenger to an evacuation. It's a safety issue. That's the level of attention that goes into this. The really strange thing is we're up in arms, rightly so, anytime there's a problem in our aviation system. You'll remember the plug door that blew out of the Alaska Airlines flight when I was secretary, and we reconsidered our entire approach to Boeing because somebody could have gotten hurt. Meanwhile, enough people to fill a 737 died yesterday on America's roads. And that's going to happen today, and it's going to happen tomorrow. And we barely even talk about it, which is the other reason I believe, as exciting and important as electrification is, the most important thing happening in the sector, the automotive sector, is automation because of the safety potential. And I think we'll be having a lot of conversations in the coming years if these automated vehicles maintain the safety record that they have so far produced in the places they're being tested, like San Francisco, that we will start asking ourselves if we don't have a moral obligation to accelerate the deployment of these things. Something else I think that Detroit needs to get ready for.
Absolutely. In fact, I encourage anyone who has never ridden, like, say, a Waymo in Austin or San Francisco, once you do it, my wife's sitting right here, I'm going to tell just a very quick story. So last summer, we were out in the Bay Area. We try to go at least annually. We did our first Waymo ride as a couple. And, we're, taking pictures and we're, it's like, wow, isn't this cool? And, we're just marveling at how it drives like a normal person because sometimes it, acts like a jerk, right? Like, like I'm going to go in this lane, but I know I'm going to have to go over and cut you off. And it's like, oh, good for you. That's what a normal person would do. But by the second ride, Lisa's on the phone, right? She's just like, yeah, it's so boring. Because it's so well done. So let's do quickly, I want to talk about the other part of air transport, and that is competition. So there were issues that confronted you as secretary, issues that are confronting Secretary Duffy right now around mergers in the airline industry. What's your view on, American and United, of all people, were recently flirting with a merger. Does that help consumers? Does that make the system stronger?
No, it does not.
Okay, what do you think?
Look, at the time of deregulation in the 1980s when the current system was set up, it was confidently predicted that there would be dozens of major airlines in the US, maybe 100. That's what people really thought. And part of the thought was, if you're running an airline, your biggest asset isn't these like big immovable factories, plants and things. It's airplanes, which are actually pretty easy to change hands. And so there's this thought that maybe there wasn't a big barrier to entry, and it would actually function as a very competitive marketplace. It turns out there are lots of reasons why it is anything but a normal economics textbook competitive marketplace. The role of these fortress hubs, the way that, if you, when you really feel it is if you ever try to fly on American Airlines in Detroit or Delta at O'Hare, right? You begin to realize just how dominant the dominant airline is in its particular.
You're at the kiddie terminal.
Totally, yeah. And we've seen this consolidation where, there is a risk that we will at some point be down to Coke and Pepsi, basically. And that is very problematic in terms of innovation, in terms of price competition. It is true that prices have come down over the years. It's also true that they have come down almost exactly at the same rate that aircraft have become more fuel efficient. Probably because fuel is the most expensive thing, it turns out, in the airline sector. So when I was in office, we tried not to be dogmatic about that. We weren't always against any kind of combination. For example, we allowed Alaska and Hawaiian to merge, but only after they proved that they were going to do it in a way that benefited consumers. We, on the other hand, were against a proposed merger between JetBlue and Spirit. Some people say that if that had happened, Spirit might have lasted longer. It's also possible that if that had happened, we would have lost 2 airlines instead of 1 this year. No one will know for sure. What I do know is that what finally put Spirit Airlines out of business was the Iran war. And what I also know is that we need more, not fewer, airlines in this country.
Last transportation question, then we're going to move on. There's this thing called the Gordie Howe International Crossing that this organization fought for alongside Governor Snyder for a long time. It's finally built. President Trump is preventing it from opening. What is the impact of that, and is there any rationale for not opening
No.
this?
No, there is not. Open the bridge. And I actually think it's really important to connect the dots here, and I do not intend this as a partisan statement. But corruption isn't just bad because it's morally bad. It's bad because it winds up making us all worse off. Let's be super clear about what happened. There's already a bridge. There's the old bridge. Someone makes a lot of money of that old bridge being the only bridge. That person put $1 million into a pro-Trump super PAC and got a hold of Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. And I don't know what else happened. Maybe something went into the ballroom. Maybe something went into crypto. I don't know. But I know at least the fact pattern that I just described. And sure enough, the President of the United States is suddenly blocking a piece of infrastructure that is economically important to the country, to the state, and to the region. It is as simple as that. It is corruption. And I would expect and hope every Republican and every Democrat in this state and in this region will be equally full-throated about demanding that that corrupt reason be dismantled and that that bridge be opened. The craziest thing about this is that Mexico was never going to pay for the wall, but Canada actually paid for the bridge. They paid for it. I remember being briefed on this when I was in transition getting ready to become secretary. They tell you all the biggest things, the gnarliest problems, and the major projects, and the things you're going to have to worry about or talk about in front of Congress. And then they mentioned this bridge. I was like, oh, well, how are we going to put the funding together for this? And like, oh, no, it's all funded. Like, well, what do I have to do? It's like, basically nothing. They're getting it done.
Show up to the opening.
Yeah, which I was really hoping would happen on my watch. It's almost hard to comment on because it is so blindingly obvious. The bridge should be opened, and there should be nothing political about it.
Awesome. Love that answer. So the theme of this conference is the quest for common ground. And we're using this theme in a highly, highly polarized environment. You've been Mayor Pete, you've been Secretary Pete, you've been National Security Pete, your service in our armed forces, you're now Citizen Pete. What is the elixir? Well, first of all, let me ask you, how do you approach the idea of common ground? I mean, you're so well known for being so well reasoned, frankly, so well informed in all things public life. And of course, your demeanor, as we all know, is very, for the lack of a better phrase, balanced. But how do you find in your conversations as you travel the country, how do you find common ground when you're dealing with so many different types of audiences on the left and the right?
Well, first of all, I think it's important just to cultivate the practice of being around people who have different values and different politics. It sounds like a very simple thing. For those of us who live in more purple territory, I think that happens organically. But as our lives move more online, that becomes a smaller share of our presence. It's one of the reasons why I actually really admire this convening, because this is something that's all too rare. which is a gathering of people who have very different political persuasions, but kind of a common fate, as much as we're tied together economically. And from what I can tell at the restaurant and at the bar, actually like each other, right? And there are fewer and fewer environments like that. I seek them out. The United States Conference of Mayors is actually another example of that. Maybe the only place you find that many elected officials from both parties who get together, who have a lot of shared priorities and who like each other. So first, just that 3D in-person convening that used to be the most natural thing in the world, I think it's really important to lean into that. And I don't just mean a great conference at the Grand Hotel, but I mean cultivating those spaces from little leagues to public libraries to neighborhoods and everything else where people, by the way, one of the best things about serving in the military was that it was this kind of space. If somebody's getting in my vehicle to go outside the wire in Afghanistan, they did not care if I was a Democrat or a Republican, right? They did not care if I was going home to a girlfriend or a boyfriend. All they want to know is whether I was going to be good at my job. That's what I expected of them. And on the strength of a handshake and a salute, we were trusting ourselves with our lives within a minute or two of meeting each other sometimes. And we have got to find, it doesn't have to be as dramatic as being in a war zone, but we've got to find and cultivate those environments where we build those habits of citizenship and working together. I also think precisely because of what's happening in our media environment and our online lives, we need to kind of penetrate the walls between these silos or these realms where everything is just kind of echoing and self-reinforcing. Think about what your feed, if you get information from a feed, like an Instagram feed. When it comes to politics, think about what it's full of. I mean, usually two things. Here's this person I already like, looking good. Here's this person I already don't like, doing something that reminds me why I don't like them and makes me not like them even more, right? Kind of the opposite of if you're just in a room with somebody you disagree with and you're in touch with that shared humanity. In fact, whenever I'm getting ready to go on Fox, which is my unexpected specialty, not something I thought I'd do, I'm always imagining the viewer as somebody who I knew growing up in Indiana and disagreed with and actually like, you know, and try to have that in the back of my head as a kind of check on the tone. Because of course I get fired up too about a lot of these issues. I'm not without passion, but I also think this is a very Midwestern quality we should try spreading around the country, of being able to feel differently about politics and not be jerks about it. Right?
So Pete, we're down to less than 5 minutes here, so this is going to be the last question. The other Pete that you have been is candidate for president Pete. And a little birdie said, well, maybe he'll be a candidate again. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you to answer that question, but the question I am going to ask you is, how would you go about evaluating?
It's awfully hypothetical here.
I'm not a professional journalist, which should be obvious. No, but how would you evaluate if you would run for president or not? What kind of factors would you consider?
Let me tell you what I've weighed in the past deciding to run for office.
Fair.
And also deciding not to run for office. You know, it's no secret that I took a hard look at the Senate and gubernatorial races here in Michigan, my adopted state, which, by the way, has been a wonderful place to live ever since we moved here to be close to family. I thought I knew my way around this region. You know, I'm going to sound like Sarah Palin, but I could literally see Michigan from my desk in the mayor's office on a clear day in South Bend. But then again, like up north is a little different. We live in Traverse City. That's where Chasten's from. He grew up in a community called Grawn, close to Traverse City. We wanted to make sure we were close to his parents once the twins came on the scene and rearranged everything in our lives. And so we headed there. I thought I knew the lake effect because I've plowed some pretty big snowstorms in my mayor days, but it's different up north. Anyway, all this to say, I've always asked myself two questions. One, what is needed in the office and sometimes in the party in that kind of slot? Whether it's Mayor of South Bend, Chair of the DNC, which I ran for in 2017, and luckily for me, did not win. or even when I ran for president. And then the other thing I look at is, what do I bring to the table? And is it different from the others? So for example, the very improbable decision I made, it's not like when I ran for mayor, I thought, okay, if everything goes really well, then, in my second term, I can go right to the White House, right? That was not any kind of plan. But what happened was I saw that my party was struggling to connect in the industrial Midwest, where I lived, struggling to connect with a newer generation, which I belonged to, struggling to think outside of Washington and be more in tune with great local leadership, and I was a local leader. And for a whole bunch of other kind of unlikely reasons, I began to feel that even with 20 people running, and it was literally 20, if you remember what those debates were like early on, that I brought something to the table that was just different from the others. And some of that is tonal, actually. Sounds superficial, but vibes, as they say, really is a big part of this. There are times when it really seems like what people need, or what a party, at least in its base, needs or expects, is a kind of performative anger, and there are other times where folks want the complete opposite of that. But mostly, of course, it's substantive. And what I'm very interested in right now, and I don't view myself as necessarily the solution or the only solution to this, but twofold. First of all, on at least those issues where we do have a strong consensus among the American people about what to do, and we've got like a 60, 70% consensus on a lot of things to do around taxes and healthcare and even some social issues. Can we at least get that stuff done? But also, I think we need to be much more serious about deep architectural work on our political systems. We keep saying it can't go on like this, but if it can't go on like this, then it won't. And the reality is, everything from, in my view, the loss of legitimacy on the Supreme Court, to the fact that 1 out of 10 of our US House elections is actually competitive in a 50-50 country. And that's obviously getting worse with this fiesta of redistricting that's gone on mid-decade. We got to look at really deep issues so that everybody's vote counts the same, and so that our representative republic is actually representative. And so right alongside those bread and butter issues and making sure we have lower costs and higher wages and fairer taxes, I will concentrate my efforts on making sure we have a better political system, whether that means running for office or something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michigan resident, the Honorable Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Great discussion. Not everyone gets it.
The next session is a Mackinac Moment, sponsored by Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of the Henry Ford, Patricia Mouradian.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. In early 2022, the Henry Ford's chief curator and I held a virtual meeting with a woman we had never met before. She introduced herself as Joanna Jackson. She was originally from Selma, Alabama, but had moved to Pensacola, Florida. Joanna presented a very moving and passionate story about the significance of her childhood home. The home where she grew up in and lived in the 1960s with her parents, Dr. Sullivan and Richie Jean Jackson in Selma, and it served as a safe haven for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his civil rights allies as they worked, collaborated, strategized, and planned the Selma to Montgomery marches of 1965 that resulted in the Voting Rights Act. Dr. King, who I learned quickly Joanna refers to as Uncle Martin, worked alongside his colleagues months before the Montgomery marches. And in this house, Dr. King and others watched as President Johnson made a nationally televised speech to Congress
introducing the Voting Rights Act of 1965, proclaiming, "We shall overcome." Much to our surprise, at the end of that call, Joanna stated that the stories of her childhood home and the lessons it can teach needed to be shared with the world. And the only way that that could happen was if her family home was permanently relocated to Greenfield Village. You can imagine my surprise. 14 months later, after a lot of research, a lot of planning, digging in, we acquired the Jackson home and its contents, more than 8,000 objects, most of them authentic to that time in 1965. This, I will tell you, is a curator's dream. And we moved it from Selma, Alabama to Greenfield Village, where it will open to the public this June. For the Henry Ford, this project is not just about preserving a structure. It's about preserving the legacy of a critical moment in our nation's history. It's about preserving that legacy of that critical moment. It's an opportunity to safeguard a cornerstone of American democracy, the very home where strategy, courage, and conviction converged to secure voting rights for millions of Americans in 1965. We recognized that if we did not embrace this responsibility, and yes, we considered it a responsibility, there was a real risk that this very important chapter of American history would be lost. For nearly a century, the Henry Ford has been a trusted national steward of the American story, from Rosa Parks' bus to the Kennedy limousine, the Wright brothers' workshop, Thomas Edison's laboratory. You all have been there. You know what we have. These authentic objects reflect everyday people who do the extraordinary. We care for the places and the stories that have shaped our country, and we present them to the public in ways that are honest, accessible, relevant, and always inspirational. I'm pleased to say that the Jackson home, after 4 years of working on this project, will open to the public on June 12th. I hope you'll all come and visit. This is the Jackson home.
For the first time in a long time, I know that the Jackson home will live on. I made my parents a promise that I would protect it, and I've done that. It belongs to the world now.
The Dr. Sullivan and Richie Jean share a Jackson home is a home from Selma, Alabama, built in 1919 that housed 3 generations of Black doctors and teachers, leading up to the family, Dr. Sullivan and Mrs. Richie Jean, and their young daughter, Joanna, who entered the home in 1958.
The South is segregated. The right to vote is still being stifled, and it's primarily targeting people of color.
Decades of activism by members of the Selma community, specifically led by the Dallas County Voters League and their team of the Courageous Eight, decided that they were going to bring a national light to their local movement. The Jacksons opened up their home to the world through their friend, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
And in Selma, Alabama, that becomes ground zero for what becomes the voting rights movement. People often wonder, why is the Henry Ford taking on this project? We're taking on this project because Miss Joanna Jackson asked us to. She came to us, she asked us for help.
So in April of 2022, we went to Selma. We spent a lot of time just talking to Joanna and hearing the story, and that was very moving and very eye-opening as to the history that took place here and the fact that it was at risk.
Joanna had told us that over the course of the 10 years where she was operating the house as the Jackson House Museum, that she took maybe about 5,000 people through the house. And I said, Joanna, we can take thousands through the house in the course of one weekend. Of course, there were obstacles to consider. We know that preserving a house in its original spot is the best thing for history, but we learned that this house was in serious jeopardy of not being preserved. And through a lot of research, we determined that the only way to preserve these stories in perpetuity was to move this home to Greenville Village.
This is about preservation. This was not about moving a house just to move a house. This was about pure preservation.
The Henry Ford is perfectly equipped to move historic structures. It's in our DNA. We have expert storytellers that know how to weave the stories of the things that happened in this house and connect the dots to what's happening today.
A core theme within the Jackson Homes interpretation will be how deeply connected this particular family was, not just to movement makers and foot soldiers, but to the Black professional establishment, both in Selma and nationwide. Yes, we're going to talk about King, we're going to talk about Abernathy, we're going to talk about all of these great men who were the major faces of a movement. We're going to talk about these women who are very powerful. I'm so excited to be able to really bring out a lot of Black girl magic in this exhibit.
I am just one of many curators working on this project, but what I hope when a guest goes through the house and leaves, that they are left with a sense of what justice is. And I hope that it sparks some sense of justice in them to go out and continue the good work that the Jackson family fostered.
That's what we can do, and that is the power of the Jackson home.
Across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Welcome back to the Grand Hotel, live coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. As Michigan competes for talent, research, investment, and startup growth, university leaders are making the case that research institutions play a critical role in the state's long-term economic future. Two people making that case are with us now, President Richard Bierschbach of Wayne State University and Laura Lee McIntyre, Provost at Michigan State University. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really good to have you here. Provost, I want to start with you. This new Innovation Alliance was just announced as a better way to connect universities, startups, investors, industry partners. Tell us a little about it.
We're very excited. This is brand new. It was announced last week. And this is an opportunity for our 4 research universities to come together with a common goal, which is to create the conditions under which Michigan can be a leader in innovation. We have a top 10 R&D research and development portfolio across our research institutions, but unfortunately, a lot of those, that intellectual property and opportunities for scalability and commercialization, we ship it out to the coast. And with this Coordinated Innovation Alliance, we want to keep Michigan's assets in Michigan.
Why do we have so much trouble doing that?
I think it's a matter of coordination and not being connected, not necessarily having a singular strategy. So it's that decentralized approach. We get almost to the finish line and then we don't take it to that next level. And so the Innovation Alliance really allows for that middle layer of strategy and partnership with a common vision.
President, it sounds like it's not more bureaucracy, it's actually more coordination.
That's right. As Laura Lee said, we have a fragmentation problem in this state, and we need to overcome that by bringing the 4 big research universities and other universities, right, just the education and research sector, the government, and the business community together to make sure that when we come up with these great ideas, when we come up with so many of them in our state, and a lot of that is fueled by the major research universities, that we then have the resources to scale them so that the investment, the actual realization of the idea in ways that are going to drive economic growth, going to drive jobs, going to drive innovation, that stays in Michigan instead of being exported elsewhere.
RU4M and the Alliance are calling for $100 million in annual state innovation funding. President, why is that level of investment needed for this?
Well, I think that's a minimum level of investment that's needed. And I think the larger point is Michigan has lagged in investing in precisely this kind of thing. So we look at competitors like Ohio, which puts 5 times more money into taking ideas and then bringing them to the realization stage, the stage where you can scale them. We will never compete as a state if we don't start investing in what we need to do to keep the realization of these ideas here in the state instead of sending them elsewhere.
You're talking about other states' competition. What can we learn from those states? What are they doing that we could do differently?
They have a long-term strategy that transcends political division and political wins. So they think 20 or 30 years out, they look at the data, they make data-informed decisions, and they say, here's what we need to do to compete. Right? And that is something we have struggled with as a state. So that is the kind of thing we need to do. They put competition first over other interests. And that's what the Innovation Alliance is about.
Provost, in the time we have left, I want to turn to federal funding. It is becoming more and more uncertain, of course. How are changes in the federal funding environment affecting universities? And what will that mean for the state's long-term competitiveness?
The change in federal funding landscape is real for research universities, but it's real for citizens of the state of Michigan and across the nation. These long-term partnerships that universities have had with the federal government are so important to maintain our competitive edge and to take the research ideas to fruition, to be able to invest those dollars right back into our state, compete for federal funds. So with the changing landscape, with the reduction of funds, with the changes in predictability of funding, with the overall kind of chaos and confusion that has resulted from some of the shifts, RU4M, or research universities for Michigan, need to come together and take a unified front so that we can compete on a larger scale together for the state of Michigan. I am concerned that if we don't see those long-term investments at the federal government level, individual citizens will suffer and we will no longer be able to keep up and keep pace with our global competitors. And so as research universities, we not only create the talent and the talent activation and the workforce through our students and through our partnerships with industry, but we really fuel the economic development through the research and development, through the innovation, and it comes through those partnerships with the federal government.
President, I see you nodding wholeheartedly.
Well, I just second everything Laura Lee said. This is both an economic and an innovation issue, and then an issue that affects the day-to-day lives of Michiganders. So we bring back almost $2 billion. The 4 research universities bring back almost $2 billion a year in federal R&D funding that goes to the academic sector. So that right there has a big economic effect. But then consider what kinds of breakthroughs that funds. So at Wayne State, we have the Karmanos Cancer Center, which is Detroit's only National Cancer Institute designated cancer center, where we offer things like a breakthrough immunotherapy for metastatic melanoma that is the one therapy that has proved effective when other therapies fail. We're the only cancer center in the state of Michigan that offers that. Now, we can do that because we do a lot of research that is funded by federal dollars. So when you think of those things going away, and that's one example, and there are hundreds across, probably thousands, frankly, across the research universities, it's a very serious quality of life issue in addition to an economic and global competitiveness issue.
How do you make sure that that story is told?
We get in front of audiences wherever we can. We attend the Mackinac Policy Conference. We talk to our legislators. We talk to our community members. We get out in every community. We tell our story, and we tell our story in a unified way so that we can take the research impact and make it come alive for your day-to-day Michiganders. You know, there is a question about the value proposition of higher education. It costs a lot of money. What is your average college doing for you lately? RU4M, or Research Universities for Michigan, can make an even greater impact for our research and discovery, improving the quality of life, not only for people in Detroit, but across the state, across the world. Our 4 universities alone are outstanding institutions. You put us together, we're unstoppable.
Provost, President, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Your favorite PBS shows, anytime, anywhere. With the PBS app, you can stream on your TV, computer, or mobile device. Catch up on your favorite series, explore a new drama, science, or cultural program, or watch Detroit PBS live.
This is a wild ride.
Did you have any idea?
No.
It's as if figures are emerging through a fog.
Download the PBS app today.
I first came into caregiving just observing my mother, who was caring for her mother, my grandmother, who lived to be 100. And she lived in the family home with my mom, and I just sort of, from a distance, I helped and filled in when I needed to, but I never realized the complexity of it. So it was Grandma first. And then after she passed, about 5 years later is when Mom's health began to decline. And we had a 5-year run. I was here. There's just 2 of us, my sister and I. My sister was in California. And 5 years in, then Dad began to decline. And so I had a 10-year run with both Mom and Dad. I knew nothing about healthcare systems, really. I didn't know about long-term care. I didn't know the difference between Medicaid and Medicare. I didn't know anything, and I was 50. If I had known what I know now, I would have started with Detroit Area Agency on Aging, where they could have plugged me into different services. Mom had to go into a nursing home. Dad was at the family home, which was about 10 blocks from each other, which made it easy. I got a job with the Institute of Gerontology at Wayne State, and I had an old journalism degree. I call it a 20th century journalism degree. And so all of that, once I realized that this was something that a lot of people were struggling with, I said, and this is early on in the caregiving, people need some place where they can go and get the information. Through my advocacy work with the state, once I worked at Wayne State, and then I sat on the Michigan Commission for Service for the Aging, and I learned how the dollars flowed and what they went to. I learned that there were very few dollars that went towards marketing of resources. So a lot of programs were underutilized. So I said, when I get through this, I'm gonna come up with a newspaper and inform people and educate people about what's available. I titled the paper Urban Aging News, and it's a quarterly, and it launched in 2015, and I circulated to all 3 counties, Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb, to senior centers, a lot of churches. I used to run a piece in the paper where we highlighted caregivers, and most of them would say, and I had to agree with them, that caregiving, mom and dad, or one of the parents, maybe one of them that they weren't as close to, that it really brought about them being closer to their parent. It's an awesome responsibility, and that became very clear to me. I'm totally responsible for Mom. I'm totally responsible. And I guess, I mean, she was totally responsible for me at one point. But it makes you very clear that that's what caregiving is. And if you love the person, you want to make sure that you're providing them with as excellent a care as possible.
Welcome back. We are here at the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island for the Mackinac Policy Conference. Detroit recently recorded its fewest homicides in decades, fueling new conversations about whether community violence intervention programs should be expanded statewide. I'm pleased to welcome Zoe Kennedy, Executive Director, Force Detroit, Senator Sarah Anthony, and Mike Shaw, Vice President of Programs at Hudson Weber. It's so good to have you three here.
Great to be here.
So, for people unfamiliar with community violence intervention, what does the work actually look like on the ground day to day?
It looks like reaching out to individuals in community who are at the highest risk for being involved in cycles of gun violence and offering them resources, but also offering them mentorship and guidance as it relates to addressing some of the conflicts that arise in community.
And it's growing and expanding.
Yes, it is. It's growing and expanding in the different neighborhoods, different communities, and also across the state. And as it grows and expands, it's becoming professionalized to a degree to where standard operating procedures are being codified when it comes to some of the infrastructure that is being established throughout the community.
Yeah, and Senator, you have some legislation.
Yes, I do. And I have to just build off of what Zoe said, because I think the secret sauce around community violence intervention programs is that it's grassroots, and it also coordinates with local law enforcement. And so it's designed as a partnership, as a complement to some of the more traditional law enforcement. And I've seen it both in Lansing, in Detroit. In Lansing, we have Advanced Peace. These are folks who are no strangers in the neighborhoods, and they already have organic relationships, and they're able to leverage those relationships to prevent violence before it starts. Law enforcement is to do that. They show up after a crime is committed. And so to build that capacity from a neighborhood perspective is something that, as lawmakers, when we see a best practice, we have to build upon that, both financially and also with policy. So that's what we're trying to do in the Michigan legislature. In the Senate, we have several bills to codify community violence intervention and make sure that there's funding attached to it. Because let's face it, budgets are moral documents. And you can say that you care about community violence intervention, you can care about safe communities, but my mom's from Missouri, Susomi State, so you got to show me where the money is, and I think that's an important piece of what we're trying to do in the legislature.
Yeah, Mike, Hudson Weber has supported Force Detroit and similar initiatives. Why is the philanthropic and business community investing in violence intervention programs?
There's a moral and a business case for all of this work. I think as an organization that cares deeply about Detroit and Detroiters, making sure that it's a safe community and making sure that Detroiters have participation in the safety of their community is incredibly important. We also knew that safety and principally violent crimes were a very significant challenge in Detroit for a very long time. And it wasn't until philanthropic community and public sector and private sector really embraced that community can have a significant import on changing that trajectory that we saw the trajectory change. And we're seeing the trajectory change.
So tell me about your work. How did you get involved?
I come from having lived experience. I spend a significant amount of my life being challenged with some of the social ills as it relates to gun violence. I lost a lot of friends. I actually went to prison for a violent offense, and I was mentored and groomed by individuals in there. And like both of them said, community members lifted me up. I got involved. My brother's a poet. He introduced me to our founder, Larry Harvey Quinn. She mentored me and exposed me to the concept of community violence intervention. I put forth as much effort as I possibly could to learn and implement the things that I learned. And we created a comprehensive strategy to implement it as well as advocate for it using the socio-ecological model. So I come from a community to where trauma was a thing, and I didn't get involved in it. It was just already there. The work was there because even experiencing it is the work. Like having to go through that stuff, but I actually got introduced to it through grassroots leaders, and I just took it serious.
How do you think having that history that you have has impacted the work that you're doing now?
Yeah, well, it gives me, I understand things. So I understand what it feels like to feel like you're hunted in the community, what it feels like for somebody to want to actually take your life. I understand what it feels like to walk up out of your house and go to school and feel like you might die. I understand what it feels like to want somebody to stop it, but you're too prideful to go to somebody and say, man, go talk to them. I understand what it feels like to show up at one of your friend's funeral and look at his whole family crying and everybody hurt and someone walking around as if it's a badge of honor. I understand what it feels like to have to heat your house up with the oven and have to pour hot water off the stove into the tub. So I understand what it feels like to be disinvested in. I understand what it feels like to snatch the men out of our community and for us to like have limited supervision, the type of supervision we need. We need our community supervising us. We need our elders supervising us. We need the residents supervising us, because it takes a village in the community to really raise a person with those values from the village and the community. So not making it like a story, but it is a science to what has happened to us, and it is a science to what has to happen to reverse the effects that society have put on our communities.
Senator, do you think lawmakers are hearing stories like this and actually wanting to make some impact?
Well, it's funny, Zoe and I talked about the fact that this is kind of where we met.
Yeah,
we met on the island, and he and a couple folks were advocating for CVI funding. And sat down at one of the watering holes around the island, and you were able to really advocate and educate me specifically on the impact. And I started to research it for myself. This is something that is scalable and actually is effective. It is data driven. And so I think that if more lawmakers were able to sit down, maybe you don't have the capacity to talk to everybody, but there's CVI organizations across the state, as you mentioned. If there were more entities, and you all have an advocacy day coming up.
Yeah, we have an advocacy day, as well as we're starting an advocacy coalition with our partners, Michigan Transformation Collective. Yes, we're very intentional about empowering community to be able to advocate for themselves, to understand policy, to understand legislation, and to be able to actually speak for themselves. The person experiencing whatever is happening, they are intelligent enough to articulate what they're going through, especially if you're informing them on what they're going through. Once a person learns about their physical health, they exercise better, their nutrition is better. So we do that with the social aspect as well as the psychological aspect when it comes to our community.
And this is why this is so important, right? You have people that tell you something that works, and then both public and private funds can come together in order to actually keep our communities safe, and also lift up communities that are often marginalized, overlooked, undervalued. And so I think this is exactly how it's supposed to work, and really why many of us come to this island and take time away from our day-to-day jobs is because you have these opportunities to really think about how we can actually solve problems creatively.
Mike, how do you get this message out to more people? I mean, we're at a conference, right? 1,500 folks who can all kind of hear about it, but how do you make sure Michiganders who aren't here hear about this work?
It's a challenge. We talk about this a lot in Detroit and in other cities, that there's a perception gap on amongst residents, particularly around how much safety we're seeing and realizing. If you look at the data, it's remarkable how many fewer violent crimes are happening, and then how many fewer associated quality of life crimes are not happening as a result too. But residents are not yet feeling the difference. So I think there's a big effort that needs to be made by public leaders, business leaders, philanthropic leaders, and civic leaders to talk about and then help community realize the benefits of more safety, right? It's not just telling folks that their neighborhoods are more safe. It's allowing them and encouraging them to live through a neighborhood that's more safe. Play in the playground more, hang out later at night, hang on your porch, hang out with your neighbors. park differently in your neighborhood than you may have parked before. These are the things that folks are looking for.
Yeah. So if you had a message that you were able to give to all Michiganders right now about Force Detroit, what would it be?
We are committed to public safety, using a public health approach as well. We are committed to educating and informing other community-based organizations on that public health approach and advocacy. And also, as an organization, I just want to extend thanks to the both of you and other entities within society that have been supportive and have resourced this work and believed in community. So I would say the message from Force Detroit is thank you for believing in us and giving us the opportunity to be good stewards of resources and also to show what we can contribute to society without having to be burnt out, go to a different job, and come up and show up in community. Last but not least, I always say this. Before there was a fire department, it was a bunch of community members riding around with water putting out fires. This is what we're looking at when we look at community violence intervention and showing up in that public safety ecosystem.
So, Senator Mike, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I've been a caregiver since COVID, and I'm a caregiver for my mother. When COVID came about, my mother, she has health issues, so she wasn't able to go out in public. So that's when it all started. So I had to start doing her grocery shopping and running other errands for her. It was very difficult at first because I didn't know what I was doing, but then it flowed naturally for me because it's someone that you care for. And then I knew I had to do this, and I had to be on front to support my mother. My sister is a great resource for me to go to help me to help my mother a whole lot better. By her working in the healthcare field, especially working with older adults, caregiving showed me that I have patience, and I didn't think I had. And the way my mother cared for me made me want to do the same for her. So that's gave me the motivation to do that. When she texts me and says, "Thank you, son," that's the reward. Because I don't do things just for accolades or anything, just for her to acknowledge that fact, and she sees that I'm going above and beyond, just that acknowledgement just from a text, that brings me joy. What I would recommend to someone that's starting off in caregiving, reach out to different organizations that are available here in the Metro Detroit area that assist you and give you insight in how to become a better caregiver and also how to navigate that process.
Remember in those days, a lot of their friends from the South settled in the same neighborhood.
My family is actually from Jamaica, and I am the first person in the city of Detroit.
Well, my family's originally from Honduras. I was born there, but I was brought up in Detroit.
Detroit is more than a city. It's a story. It's America's story. And Detroit's story is intertwined throughout every one of us. Hard workers, creative thinkers, and adventurous spirits. 4 million people, one story. From members of tribal lands who still call this land home, to the earliest days of our young country, those who saw opportunity, shaped lands, formed neighborhoods, and drove Detroit to be the automotive capital of the world. And today, we are a city and a region, vibrant and dynamic, poised to meet the next 250 years. Detroit is opportunity. Detroit is resilience. Detroit is transformation. Detroit is a quintessential American city. No matter how the spirit of Detroit flows through your veins, you have a story to tell. Destination Detroit tells this evolving story, connecting the past, the present, and the future through community voices, powerful storytelling, live discussions, and immersive experiences.
When I was 8 years old, our family got sponsored from a refugee camp in Thailand.
My mother came up, she was born in Forsyth, Georgia.
They were from, southern Illinois and western Kentucky.
And in recognition of America 250, Destination Detroit honors this central chapter in our nation's history, because this story of us should be told by us. This is your story, our story, the story of Detroit. Join us and help tell America's story.
And we are back. Michigan is investing in ways to keep more locally grown food in Michigan and on Michigan tables. From Detroit to the UP, state and nonprofit leaders are working to strengthen regional and food systems, expand access to health food, support farmers, shifting federal funding. All of this is part of the conversation that we're going to have with Tim Boring, Director of the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and Katie Trudeau, President and CEO of Eastern Market. Hi, you two.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Director Boring, you've got some programs that I would love to start talking about, Farm to Family and the new Good Food for Michigan project. Tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, well, such important work for us of really kind of branching out in some different areas and meeting the needs that we keep hearing around the state, whether it's a farm level of farmers increasingly looking for new markets of how do you grow things in a different way, how do we interface and serve communities more directly. But at the same time, from a lot of communities then, right? Of looking at like, how do we improve the food offerings that might be in the school? How do we improve the livability of our communities through food access? We're connecting a lot of dots here, and it fills a lot of different needs. But excited to be rolling out a number of different programs. Our Good Food for Michigan project, working on some institutional procurement within schools and hospitals, colleges, making it easier for farmers to access those markets. But a number of grant programs we've rolled out recently here too, expanding out market potential. We've recently announced a Food Hub and Farm Stop grant work that's building some market potential in places all across the state of how farmers can take products to stores, to different markets, to hit consumers in different ways. Our most recent work here has been our last Food Mile grant effort. Whenever we've gone around the state, we keep hearing around these issues around transportation, aggregation, distribution. These are big impediments from farms to generate enough volume to make the production systems economical and workable here. So we've been able to work with a number of different organizations across the state to work on some refrigerated truck distribution. We're meeting the needs in a lot of different areas, but we're really only scratching the surface, it feels like, in so many ways of connecting these dots around like food access, community vitality, economic opportunities for farms.
Katie, tell me the role that a market, I mean, as huge as Eastern Market, right, can play in the work that the director is talking about.
Yeah, we view ourselves as the home base in Detroit to pilot a lot of the different initiatives that Director Boring is talking about. And we've been doing it for 130 years. So there's a lot to learn from the patterns and the economic activity that we've seen in the market for that long. Farmers have always come to Eastern Market as a place to sell their goods. Eastern Market is a huge economic driver for the city of Detroit and Metro Detroit. And we really we're doing a lot of work to double down on it as a place, as an active commercial district, so that we can continue to provide more opportunities for local farmers and for folks who want to consume local foods to shop. Restaurateurs, entrepreneurs, grocery stores, local grocery store. We have a lot of family-owned grocery stores in Metro Detroit who really value that Michigan-grown produce, and we just want to be there to do whatever we can to supply it.
And I would say those partnerships with Eastern Market are so critical for us, right? As we look to scale this kind of work across the state. And Eastern Market's been in this game a long time. They really understand a lot of these dynamics of bringing the pieces together here. But these are issues that touch on both rural and economic opportunities, rural and urban issues here. So
how we can stand up new programs, build on some of the success Eastern Market has seen, and then replicate that around the state. That's a real significant pathway, like to improve communities in all the different ways across the state.
Yeah. Katie, tell me a little bit about the Shed 7 project.
I was just going to talk about Shed 7 because it's a great example of what we're talking about. So Shed 7 is a 40,000 square foot wholesale distribution center. It'll be opening later in June, funded with a $12 million allocation from the state of Michigan, administered through Michigan Department of Ag and Rural Development. It is a wholesale produce center for Michigan farmers. And we like to say that what Shed 7 will do is it doubles the amount of pounds of produce we can sell out of wholesale, which currently is 100 million pounds a year. Shed 7 helps us to double that to 200 million pounds a year. And it will also allow us to double the number of farmers we're serving, because we will have large family-owned farms to the scale of about 1,500 acres who will anchor that facility, but we'll also have shared space for a cooperative group of local or urban growers that are all based in Detroit.
What will this mean for the food economy? I mean, that just sounds really huge.
It really is a pretty big deal. Like it's a game changer for the neighborhood. And you know what Director Boring said about replicability, it's a $16 million project, which sounds like a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of Michigan's agricultural economy, it's a pretty small amount of money, and it will have a really big impact. So are there ways that Detroit can serve as a model and Eastern Market can serve as a model of being an urban place where farmers are coming, or rural farmers are coming to sell their goods, and can we replicate that in other parts of the state?
Yeah. Director, I as a journalist, I never want to just say anecdotally and then tell you my story, but I'm going to do that anyway. It does seem like over the past few years, there has been more and more interest in local food and knowing where our food comes from. Is that true? Are you seeing that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's a piece of why it's so important to be up here at Mackinac Policy Conference talking about these issues too, right? Because there is a real focus on healthiness, healthiness of people, healthiness of communities, of economies. And this represents this is leaning into, in a lot of ways, strengths of Michigan, right? We are a place that can uniquely grow food. We've got a lot of people here in Michigan that would do better off of having better access to some of these healthier foods. We've got a large geographic population around here, right? I mean, the East Coast market is very accessible from Michigan here. So this is, it's certainly an opportunity then to be improving communities in some really demonstrable ways. But it's really important economic drivers for us here in Michigan as we think about how we position our agricultural systems into the future.
Katie, I see you nodding.
I was just thinking about, we have a very diverse agricultural community in the state of Michigan. I don't think folks understand how many sort of commodity crops that are grown here. We have access to fresh water. That's huge for Michigan farmers. But as it becomes more difficult to farm, what we see in Eastern Market is a generational shift in farming, where we're losing farmers in our public markets and our wholesale because they're getting older and their children don't want to take it on. And so how do we, as a state, make farming more economically viable, to make farming something that folks want to continue to do, because we're so fortunate in Michigan to have the diverse agricultural community that we do. And we see it every Saturday in the Saturday market, Eastern Market, we see it in wholesale. But I fear that if there's not more collective action around the importance of this and the opportunity we have in the state of Michigan, that we'll lose more of that.
Is some of it because we're such a large manufacturing state that ag sort of gets short shrift?
Well, I don't think so. I think we're valuing things in different ways today, right? And looking at how we create opportunities for farms to grow in different ways, and looking at some of the shortcomings, right, of food procurement in our different systems, or what community access looks like for food, and that heightened awareness of where our food comes from, who's growing it, who's consuming it. I think it's better just positioning ourselves, building some of these investments here for our own collective best interest in new and different ways probably than what we've considered in the past.
I want to talk a little bit about federal funding. The changes have created uncertainty for many food and agriculture programs. Where are you seeing the biggest gaps right now, Director?
Well, I think uncertainty continues to be that key word here. And how we at a state level can play our part, along with industry partners, local partners here around building that market certainty for not only the producers, but the end users of these products, right? Whether it's restaurants, whether it's groceries, other like institutional users of these products. There's got to be more certainty about what these production systems are going to look like into the future. So standing these things up, as Katie mentioned, like in economically viable ways that make sense, that's a big piece to this. But there continues to be a lot of concern from the part of producers of not only what input costs might look like, but what that market certainty for these products are going to look like. There's a lot of crops are going in the ground right now this time of year in the spring. That trust then on what those markets are going to look like come harvest time, that continues to be a looming challenge.
Yeah. Katie, same question to you. What has this sort of federal funding uncertainty meant?
We've seen it. So I like to say that what's happening at state and federal policy levels are these sort of high-level policy implications, and then we see it on the ground in the market. So with the SNAP cuts, that's been challenging, not only for our customer base, but also for the farmers that sell at our Saturday market. I think one thing that's a little underestimated is what an important revenue source SNAP is to farmers, especially in Michigan with the Double Up Food Bucks program, where you're leveraging those dollars to double the value for both the customer and the farmer. So we do see that as something that there's a lot of concern about. We're not seeing the direct impacts quite yet, but that's where we as a nonprofit try to step in and spin up our own voucher programs, try to fill the gap. And then we are seeing, I was really optimistic in the beginning of this of my tenure with the market around the way in which the federal government was not only incentivizing farmers, but they were incentivizing farmers to feed children, to feed school lunch programs, to feed food bank programs. We're a participant of the local food purchasing assistance program, where our food is going to local nonprofit partners, and we're sourcing it from Michigan farmers. And there was this really brilliant way in which we're working across all these people and levering up farmers and creating these sales channels. So that was disappointing to see some of that go away, but we're not going away, and we're going to try to keep being that sort of convener in Detroit, at least, to keep some of that activity going. But it's been tough. One place where I'm a little optimistic is we're getting more involved in food as medicine type programming at Eastern Market, and seeing the healthcare industry step up and recognize what a lot of us know, that healthy food can improve underlying health issues. We've seen some positive momentum there, and think that's a real growth area.
Okay. Well, I appreciate both of you. Thank you so much for your time. Katie, Director Boring, it's been a really great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're headed now to the theater to hear from Speaker Matt Hall.
Detroit Chamber attendees, and it's great to be here. They wouldn't let me speak last year. I was speaker. They wouldn't let me speak. They wanted me to speak in the pool house, but at 8 a.m. I said, I'm not doing that. They brought me up this year. They gave me 10 minutes. I said, okay, I'll come up and speak. And I really, it's interesting. Your theme is a quest for common ground. It's kind of interesting. I see a lot of the politicians up here saying all the right things about common ground, but in reality, we don't see any of them actually accomplishing common ground. The one exception I would say to that has been my work with Governor Whitmer, where, sometimes in Michigan, I think the rhetoric gets a little heated. There's a lot of noise, but you've seen Governor Whitmer and I actually achieve common ground. And I'm pretty excited, now we had, by the way, you guys don't hear this in the press, we had 41 House Democrats, that's 78% of the House Democrats vote against funding a new fighter mission at Selfridge. Of course, all of them want to attend the bill signing at 3 o'clock, don't they? But what I'm proud of is, despite that, a unified Republican caucus, we worked together with Governor Whitmer. We got that over the line, and we got that done for June 1, and we're going to get to celebrate that today at 3 o'clock. A big bill signing to save Selfridge, a new fighter mission there that's going to keep it open for another 40 years. It's a good thing. And you saw us earlier this year. I got a deal along with Riley Linting, who's a rising star in the Republican caucus, to save the medical licensure compact. That's a big one. We had thousands of doctors, you know that, thousands of doctors that were going to lose their license in Michigan, and I got a deal along with Riley Linting, with Gretchen Whitmer. We got that done. It was very good. We just blocked $370 million of waste, fraud, and abuse in the state budget that Gretchen Whitmer wanted to shove into all of her slush funds. I made a settlement. Now, they didn't tell you about the settlement because it was Friday after 5 p.m., but the governor actually agreed 100%. You guys heard all about all the cuts and all that stuff. None of that happened. The Democrats said, you know what, we need this money, you're right. We wanted to waste $370 million and put it into our slush funds. But you're right, we need that money for the budget this year. So we made a settlement deal. I sued every department in state government. They made a deal. They gave us 100% of what we asked for in the lawsuit. And now we're going to use that money this year in our budget. And because of that, your taxes are not going to go up. It's a good thing, really. So I just want to lay out, last year, a lot of these naysayers, many are lobbyists, many are in the media, a lot of them are Democrat politicians. They obstruct, they criticize, they attack. But I will say I've been able, with the House Republicans, with a House Republican majority, to persevere through that. And I think in order to find common ground in this environment, we have to be very unified as a party, and we have to push through all that negativity. And what I found is when you have real leaders at the table like myself and what we're seeing recently from Gretchen Whitmer, we can move all of those other politicians to come to get to yes on a deal. And it's very interesting. So we saw this on roads, right? I put forward a bold plan to fix the roads. And Gretchen Whitmer had been looking at that for her entire time in office. She promised to fix the roads, and we never saw a proposal on the table. The governor said I was the first leader she worked with that had the guts and the brains to put a roads plan on the table and to actually put it up for a vote. We did that, and with a unified Republican caucus, we got it through. Every step along the way, you saw these legislative Democrats say, how are we going to pay for it? This will never happen, all of this stuff. We were, the whole way, criticized, attacked. And I'll say myself and Governor Whitmer, we never lost sight of our goal to fix the roads. And we made the biggest roads deal in Michigan's history, over $2 billion to fix our roads. And every one of those naysayers, they voted for it. They voted yes, okay? Well, we're going to do that now on property tax, okay? You saw last week the House Republicans move with one courageous Democrat, Karen Whitsett, someone that actually represents Detroit, unlike the rest of them. And what we saw was, we saw us come together and pass through a significant property tax cut. It's going to lower the average person's property taxes by $900 a year by eliminating the state property tax, getting rid of the personal property tax. And when we do that, we're going to force the utilities to lower their rates by $1 billion. And that's going to be big, isn't it? And that's going to be big, $1 billion. That's going to wipe out the last 3 years of their rate increases, is what it's going to do. We're going to give that back to the ratepayers, and then we're going to freeze their rates for at least 2 years to help bring down the cost of energy bills. We're going to get rid of the real estate transfer tax, which is increasing the cost of real estate transactions. And we're going to end this pop-up tax, which is every time you buy or sell your home, the taxes double or triple. It's really hurting development in many of your local communities. We're going to do that as well. And you see this, I'm facing the same thing up here. All these people that say they're for common ground and civility are hating on our plans, they're negative on our plans, they're saying every reason in the world, how are you going to do this? And we're just pushing through, pushing through, pushing through. And I will tell you, when we get this deal on the budget, you're going to have property tax reform, and it's going to save you a lot of money, and these people are going to vote for it. Just like we did last year on roads, just like we did on heat, the Hall Ethics Accountability and Transparency Plan, which is the biggest transparency change in Michigan's government. We made the politicians put their names on the pork spending. They didn't want to do that. And we said, your organizations, your funding must exist. That was hard for a lot of people. You remember they were funding organizations that didn't exist. They would just pay the startup costs. You guys would, the taxpayers. We did away with that. And the biggest one, which they hated, it must help your district. They were just doing these for the lobbyists, and they weren't doing it for their district. We're going to fix that. We did that with heat. And we got no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security done on your state taxes to really amplify President Trump's working families tax cut. And we made the government smaller last year. That's something that hasn't been done ever, where the budget was smaller than the year before, and we're going to do that again this year with significant property tax and utility relief for you. I do want to also remind you the importance of this Republican House majority. You know, I think we do a lot of the dirty work for you guys while you guys go out and talk about civility and common ground. You know, these Democrats, they want to ban independent contractors in the state. They've introduced the bills to do that, and we're blocking those. That would be very bad for all of you, Detroit Chamber. They want to allow every local government to have a new minimum wage and their own labor laws. We're blocking that. They want to do predictive scheduling, where if you change an employee's schedule just a little bit, you'll pay huge fines for that. You remember, they want to undo the great deal I made with Gretchen Whitmer to save the restaurant industry with the tip credit and with the changes we made to the paid sick leave. They also want the mandatory overtime for nurses. You know, our hospitals don't like those hospital ratios. They also want a worker bill of rights, which would ban all the temporary agencies. And they want to really get rid of, they want local governments to do whatever they want. You could have 100 different labor laws in 100 different communities. Those are the things that we're standing in the way and blocking up here so people can talk about common ground. But I will tell you, we've done a lot of good things. We've got results. We're doing a lot of the blocking. And one of the things when you hear all this divisive rhetoric from Democrats, in divided government with a Republican House, you're not going to get a deal unless it's a balanced deal. And you're bringing both sides to the table on that. And I think many people see we've been punching above our weight. The only thing the Republicans control in this state is the House, but yet it seems very equal in terms of what both sides are getting. And that's because we have a strong House Republican majority that's going to get balanced results for you. So thank you for having me. Maybe they'll give me more time next time. What do you think? I'll see you later. Bye.
Distinguished guests, this concludes theater
That
program.
was Republican Speaker of the House, Matt Hall, talking a little bit about what his Republican caucus has been up to so far this year. We know, though, still that the Republican House has passed their own budget. The Democratic Senate has passed theirs. Governor Gretchen Whitmer has introduced her own budget. So all eyes continue back down in Lansing to see what budget comes through and when by that July 1st statutory deadline. Coming up next, we're going to go back to the theater for the session From Cradle to Career, What It Takes to Make Michigan a Top 10 Education State.
Dean of the Marcel Family School of Education at the University of Michigan, Elizabeth Burr-Moji. Superintendent of Detroit Public Schools Community District, Nikolai Vitti. And to moderate the discussion, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Kresge Foundation, Rip Rapson.
In Detroit, on the campus of the former Marygrove College, something powerful is taking shape. The Marygrove Learning Community is not just a school. It is a cradle-to-career learning community rooted in place, built to support children and families from early childhood through high school, post-secondary, and beyond.
This is the city's first cradle-to-career campus. So on this site, you now have state-of-the-art, high-quality early childhood program.
There is a very unique experience here that is not possible really at any other school in the district, where you can start in the early childhood as young as 6 weeks and stay on the same campus all the way up through high school. That is something that's very unique and different about this campus.
What makes Marygrove different is not just the continuum. It is the partnership behind it. This work brings together Detroit Public Schools Community District, the University of Michigan, Starfish Family Services, Marygrove Conservancy, and the Kresge Foundation around a shared belief that strong schools, strong families, and strong neighborhoods are deeply connected.
The Kresge Foundation's leadership in pulling together the University of Michigan, Detroit Public Schools Community District, and Starfish Family Services all around this shared, groundbreaking, transformative idea of a cradle-to-career, community-based education ecosystem rooted in this century-old college campus.
This partnership began with a pressing question. What would happen if this campus went dark? The answer was not to walk away from this place, but to reimagine it, to turn a moment of uncertainty into an investment in public education, community life, and long-term opportunity. And importantly, this was built around access, not exclusivity. A commitment to children and families in the neighborhood. A commitment to a public school model that could serve as a platform for innovation and inclusion.
The commitment to partner with Detroit Public Schools as opposed to any other partner, to me, also speaks volumes about the commitment of this partnership to create access, not exclusivity.
At Marygrove, Cradle to Career is not just a phrase. It means coordinated support at key stages of a child's development. It means rigorous teaching and learning. It means aligning education with the broader needs of families and the broader future of the neighborhood.
A family has an opportunity for their child's entire educational experience to be here on the campus.
And the model is producing results. Since opening in 2019, the school at Marygrove has posted outcomes comparable to Detroit's top high schools, including Cass Tech and Renaissance. More recently, its elementary literacy and science scores have been on par with peers in Royal Oak and Ann Arbor. But Marygrove's story is bigger than school performance alone. This is also about what strong neighborhood schools make possible. Families choosing to stay, communities growing stronger, and young people seeing a future for themselves in the places they call home. Around Marygrove, that connection between educational opportunity, quality of life, and neighborhood vitality is already taking shape.
A community can't thrive if it doesn't have great schools. People will come and work in a community and live in a community until they have children.
For Michigan, that raises a larger question. If place-based partnerships like this can improve outcomes, strengthen communities, and expand opportunity, what would it take to bring that kind of model to more places across our state? That is the conversation we are here to have.
Indeed we are. Welcome everyone, and thank you for making the time.
These three folks are probably the future of education in this state, in my view. I think, as you all probably know, Jeff and business leaders from Michigan have just completed a really thoughtful, in-depth study of where we are as an educational system in the state of Michigan and what some of the obstacles are to improvement and where we need to go. Dr. Moji is one of the most phenomenal educators working in the United States today, and Nikolai Viti, a couple years ago, was voted the outstanding urban school superintendent in America. So you have three folks who I think are uniquely equipped to answer the kind of questions that were posed here. But before we get back into the case, Jeff, talk a little bit about what the report says, where you think it goes, how it actually does have some level of impact on the state of Michigan, and then we'll sort of pivot into trying to understand how the Marygrove example sort of fits.
Rip, thanks for that, and thanks for hosting this panel and inviting all of us to be here today. I think the video, anybody who's been to the Marygrove campus knows how great it is, and how we want to make sure it's not a one-off, right? And I think that goes to where we are today, which when I graduated high school in 1998, a couple decades ago now, we were 16th in the country in fourth grade reading. Today we're 44th. By the kids count ranking, we're 44th as well for our overall K-12 system. So it's not that we don't have really great schools, really great teachers, administrators. We have such great organizations that are adjacent to our K-12 system too, that are doing good work, but the system is not working for our children. And our kids really can't wait for us to get our act together on this. So when we look at the report we put out and the plan for Michigan that business leaders from Michigan put out in November, it centers on how do we do things differently, because for 20 or 30 years we've seen this slide backwards. What has been a constant within that? We've seen this kind of 180, this Michigan 180 that happens. You start down our direction, and then you see a term of office expire, or you see an economic crisis, or you see us get distracted, and we change direction. And that has happened over and over again, all at the same time while we're under-resourcing our schools, while we're doing things that aren't supporting educators in their mission. So, this slide backwards is not our destiny. We brought in Dr. Carrie Wright, the superintendent of schools from Mississippi, who's now in Maryland, right, a red state and a blue state, to try to learn from her example of going from 49th in the country in fourth grade reading to now 9th. In Mississippi. In Maryland, she's performing much of the same miracle, going from 40th to 20th in just a couple of years. So there is a prescription to this. There's a recipe that we can implement here in Michigan if we want to try to turn things around, not just on literacy. We've got to set a high standard for a high school diploma and then be able to meet it, because I think for many of you who know in this room what a high school diploma represents, right now it's seat time. You've been in your seat long enough and you've been exposed to certain subject areas. Doesn't mean you've mastered any competency or that you're ready for the real world. So the challenge that we have is education is not alone in this slide backwards. Our state has slid in income from a top 10 state to now 40th, a bottom 10 state. So we have got to have an all hands on deck approach, and the biggest leverage we can have from an economic perspective for folks in our state is getting an education system that is serving everyone well. At Launch Michigan, which I chair, which brings together education, labor management, the business community, philanthropy, we also put out a dashboard that talks about, because there are a lot of folks who say, well, that's got to be a Detroit problem or a Pontiac problem or it's a Flint problem. It's not my school district locally. But what we see when we compare every school district in Michigan, the 800 or so, to their peers in top performing states, almost 90% are underperforming in some way. So this is an all of us problem. We've got to take it on, because we owe it to our kids, we owe it to the teachers, to the administrators who are putting their life into helping our kids succeed, to make them successful as well.
I want to circle back, Jeff, to this systems notion. I mean, it's one thing to create a curriculum intervention, a truancy intervention, a parental support intervention, a pipeline intervention. But if your system is not, as a statewide proposition, supporting those moves, it becomes a problem. But let's come back to that if you don't mind.
Of course.
Elizabeth, talk a little bit about why in the world the University of Michigan ends up on the campus of a Detroit public school.
Well, why in the world? Really, Jeff said it all. We really need wholesale education transformation. As the dean of a school of education, we care deeply about the education of all children, and especially about the education of children in our most vulnerable communities. So why wouldn't we actually end up in this partnership? It doesn't make sense to me that we would, stay in our, you might have heard the phrase, ivory tower, and do research on education when we're also educating teachers. We need to be in partnership with great public school districts like the Detroit Public Schools. And I know you might say, but great public school district, great public school district leader, to get into that partnership and actually work on a small systems approach to serve as a proof of concept while we're also serving real children in real time. And we're serving real teachers as well. We need to better educate our teachers so that they can better educate our children. So this partnership is actually bringing together everything that we do. We are partnering around curriculum development and extracurricular opportunities as well. We are educating teachers in our teaching school model, and I can talk more about that, Rip, if you give me airtime. And we are also working in partnership with our health schools, and I see the dean, Vicki Ellingrod, back there of our School of Pharmacy. We're partnering with our health schools to build full-service health care for children, to work on some of these issues that we know contribute to chronic absenteeism, among other things. And then finally, we're studying the work. We're actually studying in real time so that we can make changes that children and teachers deserve, but we're also studying the impact of the work. And I want to give a great thanks to Detroit Public Schools because we entered into a 10-year data sharing agreement that allows us to actually observe what is happening in our school and study the results in comparison to other children in the district. And that kind of transparency and that working with us to make those data available will make that proof of concept real. We'll be able to say, this works for these children under these conditions. That's an important step forward in making the kind of transformation that you're talking about. And I could talk much more about the curriculum because I think it actually fits with many of the things that Jeff is talking about and that business leaders of Michigan are talking about, but I'm going to stop and see what additional questions you have, Rip.
And I also want to park the question that I suspect a lot of people have. That kinds of intensive drop down on the part of a world-class university may or may not be replicable across multiple schools or multiple systems, but let's come back. Nikolai, this was not a slam dunk for you guys. I mean, when we first talked about opening the Cradle to Career program on Marygrove, it was required you to bend and shift and think about whether there were variations in your systems policies. At the end of the day, what is different about the public school's presence on Marygrove from the rest of the district?
Well, it wasn't it was easy to say yes. So I want to not correct you, but refine your question in my response. So first off, Kresge continues not to get enough credit for the vision behind this. That land, if you're familiar with it, was very desirable in the private spaces and still is. And Kresge made a financial investment, which was also in my mind a moral investment, in saying this has to be preserved as an education centerpiece in the city of Detroit. We're having this conversation today, but we could very easily be having a conversation about that land being owned by Amazon, by the Gilbert Foundation, name it, that could have been the case. But because of you, Wendy Jackson and others, we're having this conversation. So part of the problem, I think, in K-12 is we don't have enough Kresges. That we have lots of people that talk, a lot of people that can sometimes criticize, and other people that tell you what they want to do with their money. Kresge said, here's an investment, but tell us as the experts, whether it's DPSCD or Michigan or Starfish, what do we do differently here to do something differently for the neighborhood and the community? And that's what's been happening. So immediately I was humbled and excited that you decided to partner with us. At that time, we didn't have a track record. We just came out of emergency management. I had just become superintendent. Things were sounding like they were going to improve, but we hadn't really done much yet. It was much easier to probably charter this. It could have been a charter school. And probably the perception is you don't have to deal with an elected board, you don't have to deal with an honorary appointed superintendent, and you don't have to deal with the union. All these perceived barriers, you could have easily gone somewhere else. But with the traditional public school system, I jumped at it. I have family that went through Marygrove to become teachers. I know the legacy that existed at Marygrove. So for me, it was immediate. The challenge was all the logistics. The school board approving it when we have, $1 billion of facility improvement that's needed throughout the district. Schools that are under-enrolled, how do you add another school building to the portfolio, if you will, to add seats? How do you talk about it being a neighborhood school but an application exam school at the same time? How do you, we love each other and we work well together, but we disagree. So, how many student teachers? What curriculum? How are we going to, we are very dedicated to a certain curriculum. What's the nuance behind that when schools in Detroit had so much flexibility that led to low performance, and allowing for more autonomy and flexibility wasn't easy. But the results are clear. Our graduation rate, 96%. Our kids at Marygrove perform higher than the state average on MSTEP. They're right there at the state average on PSAT, SAT. They're above the state average in science, MSTEP, above the state average in social studies. And what's exciting is the majority of kids that go to Marygrove are from the neighborhood. And I think this is what is, when you think about what can be replicated here, it's an outside organization like Kresge with the resources, the influence, the political capital to actually invest in traditional public education, but not tell us what to do. We know what to do, but provide the funding, the strategy, the partners, or in the winter, and then in the summer we close school because we don't have air conditioning. And those things matter. But when our kids go to Marygrove, they immediately think they're college ready. They think that they can go to college. And then you add the partners like Michigan and others, you have a pathway. But what's replicable is our work at high school. We have kids that are thinking about architectural work. They're thinking about social justice, social work. They're linked to engineering programming and professors and programs. So the intentionality is there at the high school level, but it starts at pre-K with Starfish. It's literally pre-K all the way to 12th grade and then an extension to college. Yes, not everything about Marygrove can be replicated in every district at every school, but there are I think fundamental things that have happened that I've already named that needs to happen, and I'll repeat them. Funding outside, traditional public schools, and let's comfortable with saying traditional public schools. The majority of Michiganders go to traditional public schools. Going back to a neighborhood concept. It's investing in a neighborhood school, which is actually investing in the neighborhood. So more people move to the neighborhood, more people stay in the neighborhood, and they can see their children going from pre-K all the way to 12th grade in one school. If we think about the strongest neighborhoods in this country and the strongest school systems, it's families moving in saying, oh, my kid's going to go down the street and they're going to go there from pre-K to 12th grade and not think about it. And they invest in their homes, the businesses, they're active politically. That's what's happening in Marygrove. It's revitalizing the neighborhood, and it's giving students and families a vision of what can happen from pre-K to 12th grade that has multiple initiatives around health hubs, to teacher prep, to career academies. All of it's happening in one place, which creates that synergy of partnership and impact.
So, Elizabeth, you and I were talking before we got up on stage about your perspective on why, on the surface, it seems the University of Michigan has chosen its place, and it's just going to make that place better with the extraordinary leadership Nikolai has provided. But you made the argument that this is not isolated to the place. Why not? I mean, why would someone in Pontiac or Grosse Pointe care about this?
Well, a couple things. One is it is a model or a proof of concept, and we are telling the story of what we've done, and a lot of it Nikolai just laid out. The ingredients matter, and those ingredients can be taken to other places. A second thing is we are co-developing curricula. And even though, we thought about it a little bit at first, we're refining and adapting different kinds of curricula, and we will be able to disseminate these curricular materials over time. So that's another way that we're providing multiple schools with the opportunities to use project and place-based teaching approaches, which we know from research are the best ways to teach children all the way from preschool through 12th grade and beyond, frankly. And those kinds of project and place-based pedagogies actually help to develop career pathways, college pathways. So that kind of curriculum is really important and really difficult to find. It's really hard to find high quality curricula that have been developed by experts and used and redeveloped, refined by teachers. These are curricula that actually work with real children in real classrooms. You'll hear me say that a lot. The real part matters here. And so as we disseminate those materials, we know that they have been tested and that the children and the teachers are the people who are creating those refinements. And then third, we're educating teachers. And the most exciting thing about what we're doing is the teachers are staying. So our young teachers, they come in, they do internship, then they do their student teaching, and then they move from student teaching to residency. Those are first, second, and third year teachers who could, like me, be at 21 years old. I'm not 21 now, in case you weren't sure. They could be teaching alone in a classroom across the country. Instead, they stay at Marygrove, and this was the part we had to work through and negotiate, how many, all of those kinds of details. But they stay there, and because we're there with our interns, with our student teachers, doing curriculum work, we can continue to coach them. And so we have 82% of our residents who are paid, certified Detroit public school teachers. They are part of the union. They're doing everything. We're trying to do as much like we would do in, I call it innovative public school, not traditional, but like a public school would operate. That's really important to the proof of concept. So they're all practicing teachers, but they have us to support them. And our first year, our inaugural resident said, this was like the priceless piece of data that we collected in an interview, without you guys, I'd be crying in the bathroom every night after school. And any of you who've been teachers, you know that reality. It's true. And it's even harder when districts are challenged, when there are really difficult challenges to face. So that kind of work, 82% of them are staying in teaching. Last year, 100% of our residents stayed in the Detroit metro area, 90% in Detroit public schools. That is the kind of work that actually disseminates teachers who've used really high quality curricula and worked with children who are neighborhood children, who represent a range of learning styles and learning needs, and they are going out into the community. We can populate the state with great teachers if every university could develop a teaching school concept. So that kind of work, that's what takes it beyond the Marygrove, the 53 beautiful acres at Marygrove.
Jeff's report puts a fairly strong emphasis on teacher preparation, teacher quality. 10 years from now, do you imagine that the dissemination of teachers is actually at a scale that makes a difference?
I think if we could encourage our other public education universities to engage in something similar, again, it can't be exactly replicated. That should not be our goal. But these ideas can be translated. So we talk about the teaching school, and we use that language because it's modeled on a teaching hospital. And in 1869, the University of Michigan started the first university-based teaching hospital in the world. It had 20 beds, no wards, no surgeries. And now every major university has a teaching hospital. Not every hospital is a teaching hospital, but that's where physicians are educated. What if we could build that in the state of Michigan? We could be standard bearers for what teacher education, high quality teacher education, can really look like. I'll just add that we are also admitting teachers as freshmen at the university now, so that we will have 4 years to work with them. That's starting this fall. Tell all your friends who have college-age children and want to be teachers. And they will then have 4 years and 3 years of residency. And we have the data to be able to study whether that makes a difference in teacher preparation or teacher learning and in outcomes for children.
One of the interesting footnotes in that is that through Elizabeth's program, we began with 40 University of Michigan students actually living on campus, in dormitories on campus. I think that number is going to double at some point, isn't it?
That's a little different program.
Yeah.
That is learning, equity, and problem solving for the public good. And those are undergraduates who study learning and work with the community and learn from and with the community to engage the public good, to do things for the city of Detroit, but also to learn from the city of Detroit. It's not a one-way kind of learning experience. And we have 50 now, and that number will increase because there are 120 beds at Marygrove. And so with our dorm residence hall renovation, we're able to invite 120 students a year to live on the campus. And then they go back and forth from Detroit to Ann Arbor, and they will do that all 4 years, even once they move to Ann Arbor.
So Jeff, as you hear that, what do you say to a policymaker who says, just let this stuff percolate? You know, VD's doing it, Moji's doing it. We don't need to muck with the system. People will find their own way to these issues.
Well, I think what I would say is, something similar to what we did when I came into the city of Detroit running workforce development. And we saw that 400 different organizations were doing workforce development in the city of Detroit. And yet our residential employment number had not gone up really for almost 2 decades. It was actually going backwards in many cases. It's not that those organizations weren't doing great work. It's not that there weren't really dedicated people who were pursuing innovation. It's that we weren't scaling it. We didn't have a system to take hold of that innovation, to take hold of that activity and actually apply it throughout the rest of the city. We didn't have folks who knew how to work together with a university and a local school district, like in this case. We've got to create a system. We have a system right now which, similar to University of Michigan and teaching hospitals, it was formed in the really 19th century. Worked really well for the 20th century, right? Where you can walk off a high school graduation stage with a diploma and a D- average and get a middle-class job. That is not what's going to work for us in the 21st century. And it's also not something that we can take innovations and scale. It's just not designed to do that. So good people are caught up in a bad system right now. And what that's leading to when we don't have strong leadership, right, at the state level, because there's really divisions in leadership both from a structural perspective where the state school board and the state superintendent are doing, I think good work, but they don't sometimes have the oversight and ability to translate to the 800 different school districts. The governor and the legislature are charged with funding and setting policy, but oftentimes a funding and a policy strategy doesn't outlast a term of office, and in a purple state like Michigan can ping pong back and forth. So we've got to bring semblance to governance at the statewide level. We got to bring semblance to the policy and the funding and the resource. And we've got to set a goal for what we want this system to actually produce. And to take innovation, to take the work that Dr. Vitti, Dr. Moji, and the rest of the folks at Marygrove are doing and be able to scale that across the state in however that works, right? Because as a MSU grad, College of Education, I would say they have a pretty decent program too. I'd love to see them someplace around the state and catch up with the University of Michigan. Yeah.
So, Nikolai, how important is this to you? Can you just work independently of a dysfunctional state system, or do you need them to up their game?
I have been working for the past 10 years in a dysfunctional state system. And no matter what metric you look at, DPSCD is outpacing the state of Michigan. I mean, most recently, only about a week ago, there was a national, it's called the National, I think, Recovery Scorecard. And it's looking at public school systems across the country since the pandemic and looking at learning loss and recovery. Districts across the country were studied, rural, urban, suburban. DPSCD is outpacing 91% of school districts throughout the country in literacy and math since the pandemic. Now, you're going to hear that and you're like, well, he's a superintendent. He's going to promote the district. This has nothing to do with this is a Stanford, Harvard outside study. And whether you look at attendance, student attendance, graduation rates, literacy, math, SAT results, every number, the district is narrowing the gap between DPSCD and the state of Michigan. We still have a long way to go, and you'll look up our numbers like, you're still low, Dr. Vitti. Yes, we're still low. But we are narrowing the gap and improving better than, again, 91% of districts throughout the country. So we're implementing best practice around curriculum adoption, training teachers, hiring teachers, retaining teachers, climate and culture. But we still have a long way to go. And I do think a state system that was equitably funded, shared accountability standards across the state would allow us to go even faster, because a lot of it feels local where, well, why is the school board and Dr. Vitti so emphasizing outcomes so much when down the street in another district, they never talk about state assessments. And so, well, is it something about Dr. Vitti where he's obsessed with standardized tests? No, it's that I'm all about outcomes, and it's a way to measure where students are and where they're not and what we do differently for them. So we would go, I think, farther, especially with equitable funding, but we have to, it's not just about DPSCD, it's about a state that's falling farther and farther behind, but there are a lot of things that we are doing that the state should be doing at scale. And some of those I named, and there are other examples, but no, to speak honestly and directly, we've been doing this despite the state. But there's a lot of things, even if we talk about teacher prep, like if any undergraduate wants to go into teaching and we have the national statewide shortages, why are we putting any tuition burden on that individual? I mean, there is enough funding between philanthropy, state money, university funding, where any undergraduate, especially high-performing undergraduates, why would we create any obstacle for them not to go into teaching and being taught the right way to how to be a teacher? That doesn't make any sense when you're looking at the shortages that we have, especially in special education. Yeah. Why in the world would we create it? So that's one example of where the state's not helping with a statewide problem that's magnified more so in Detroit.
Jeff, you want to get it?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think Detroit is an example where strong leadership, right, with clear vision, with the resources that, start helping you make the case and address the biggest challenges, with partners that are aligned along trying to point all to that same goal, you can see that improvement, that turnaround. And what we're missing in the state is exactly that.
Yeah.
We don't have a clear goal. We don't have strong leadership from a design perspective. It's not that the state superintendent or anyone is not doing the right job. It's just they're not empowered. The governor's office doesn't have a connection to that state superintendent, like in most other states in this country. So we have to have a different conversation in Michigan to say, one, are we tired of being close to the bottom? Two, are we going to do something about it? And that's going to mean a whole bunch of different things have to come together. But that alignment at the top, that strong leadership that says, we're going to put this as the #1 issue when the next governor gets elected. We're going to focus on some things that we can make some progress on right now, like literacy. We're going to set the high standard for a high school diploma, the Michigan Education Guarantee, that says, here's how we're going to build the system back towards what we want to achieve at the end, and have outcome-driven leaders who look at where is the intervention and the prevention necessary and accountability, so that we can stop someone from having to be held back in 3rd grade because we've caught them much further earlier in the system to be able to make sure that they're on track. That's the type of system we need at the state level, and it's what's missing right now.
Could I add something to what Jeff just said? I mean, it's coherency.
Yeah.
Where perfect example. We talked to a lot of different people in like 5-minute increments here at Mackinac, but I had very interesting conversations with Republicans and Democrats just very recently, where everyone's talking about the Mississippi miracle, and there are certain things that are fundamental that does need to be implemented from the Mississippi miracle in Michigan. And I hear Democrats saying, I don't think we can support all that. And then Democrats will say, well, we need equitable funding. Republicans are like, well, we could get there, but we need more accountability. At the end of the day, why are we arguing about best practice? Why are we arguing that teachers should be taught a certain way when they go through prep programs on literacy? Why are we arguing that we don't have stronger statewide accountability systems where you measure Flint, Pontiac the same way you do Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills? Again, measured, balanced, fair, but very clear on how kids are doing at individual places. Assessments. There's things that Mississippi did that we're doing in Detroit. And so Republicans ask me, are you for that? I said, yeah, why not? It makes sense that we're already doing in Detroit. And then I'll ask Republicans, well, what about equitable funding? Well, yeah, maybe, but then you need more accountability. A perfect example of how we're completely incoherent. 9 years going to Mackinac now for me, and it feels like the same conversation.
Yeah.
Like, how can we not leave here agreeing that regardless of your zip code, you should be funded the same level regardless of your zip code? Why are we still having that conversation? And then, based on your zip code, if you're growing up in poverty, you should get more money than a kid who's growing up in the middle class or upper middle. Like, let's stop arguing about that. And then likewise, let's stop arguing that we shouldn't hold superintendents, school boards, principals, and teachers accountable to performance. Why are we arguing about that? There's other districts that are doing it. I mean, let's come together finally with the right leadership and do that. Republican, Democrat, state board, state superintendent, and begin to implement it. And it's only going to happen if the people in the room actually hold both parties accountable to those things. It's not just about funding, and it's not just about accountability. It's both.
And it's not a one-sided approach, exactly. I think we should apply that. It's not a one-sided approach that just gets undone the next time a new leader comes into office or control changes.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more on the coherence issue and everything that you've said. I would add one other piece. I think we need to pay attention, and you said it earlier, Jeff, to the issues that are outside the locus of control of schools. So if we want to think about how we improve education, we need to reduce chronic absenteeism.
Yeah.
Chronic absenteeism can be attributed to at least 3 things. One is health and well-being of children, absolutely, and their families. The second is housing. If you are displaced, you're moving around all the time, you're not going to be able to come to school on a regular basis. And the third is transportation. A lot of parents struggle to get their kids to school, And even at Marygrove, kids are walking or parents are driving. We have 1 or 2 buses, right, for certain groups of learners. So those things have to also be attended to in this systems approach. You can't really, I'm not disagreeing with holding people accountable, but you can't say you're accountable for a child who's not in school. They're not there. And that's not because they're bad kids or bad families. So we need to figure out as a state what we're going to do about those challenges as well. Because education doesn't happen in a vacuum. And you mentioned incomes going down. Well, is it that we need to improve education so we'll have higher income? Or is it that we need to figure out what we do about poverty so that we can improve education? These are cyclical. Just like the social determinants of health, I say to my physician friends all the time, what about the health determinants of learning, right? Those are cyclical as well. They're in relationship. So I think that's why a systems approach is so critical. And that's why we need to really attend to educating all our children so that they can have a voice in making change in the future. Because they are going to be our voters, they're going to be our parents, they are going to be our community leaders. And if we don't educate them, we're in trouble.
Nikolai, can I stick on absenteeism for a moment? Because I know post-COVID, that was just paralyzing, right? What have you seen in the district that holds some promise?
Well, the district has reduced chronic absenteeism by 10 percentage points since the pandemic. We're below where we were with chronic absenteeism even before the pandemic. But this goes back to we're now in the top 10 percentile of reducing chronic absenteeism across the country. We're still high. We've gone from 70 to 60%, but no one is dropping. Everyone is increasing all districts largely are stagnant or increasing the levels of chronic absenteeism where we're reducing. And we're doing that because we've been intentional. We've created data systems at all schools. I'm accountable for attendance on my scorecard. The principals are accountable on their scorecard. But we've thought different around surveying students. We have what's called, our focus is students being loved, challenged, and prepared. And we actually do a survey with them twice a year. Do you feel loved, challenged, and prepared? And if you do, why? If you don't, why not? And our teachers now are talking to our kids about how they feel in the class. Principals are talking about how they feel in the school to build the trusting relationship that's needed to inspire students to go to school every day. Those are things you control. More recognition for improvement with incentives at individual schools. But we're also thinking differently about more accountability measures, which are uncomfortable. But what happened under emergency management and choice without guardrails is a lot of our parents thought the grass was greener on the other side. So only 50% of DPSCD students attend their neighborhood school. This goes back to my earlier comment. So we talk a lot about choice and freedom of choice, empowering parents, but it destabilized neighborhood schools. And when you destabilize neighborhood schools, you put more burden on a family that's already burdened because of the concentration of poverty. So when you remove from that experience, you don't think about, do I have a car? Did my car break down? How many buses do I have to get on to get to the school that I want to go to? And when you go to your neighborhood school, you either walk or you get yellow bus service, at least at the K level in Detroit. City bus at high schools. So you're already burdening a family that's already burdened, and you're creating more obstacles. But we're having difficult conversations with parents now to say, if you miss 45 days of school, that's a quarter of the school year, you have to go to your neighborhood school. And the highest way we've increased absenteeism, honestly, the best strategy has been kids going back to the neighborhood school because they can walk or they go on yellow bus. So we still allow choice, and I want choice, but choice also comes with responsibility. If you're going to pick the school you're going to go to, you have to go to school. Now, we've done other things like the health hubs. Now 12 health hubs across the city. This goes back to addressing some of the socioeconomic issues. 12 schools through our partnership with the foundation, Balmer, and others, where we have health hubs now, free medical primaries, medical support to any DPSCD family, free mental health, free vision screening and glasses, free access to non-perishable food. 10,000 families have utilized in Detroit the health hub. So this is trying to overcome some of the social economic issues, but it's gone a long way with our staff, because it goes back to, how are you going to hold me accountable and you're not doing anything to address these social economic issues? By the district having partners that are bringing this to schools, it gives staff the realization that now you're addressing these issues that I can't control. And it's not a panacea, it's not a silver bullet, but it's moving the needle. And very controversial, I know, I'm going to say it, is we incentivize high school students through money that we have in a bank that's gaining interest on our facility projects. After winter break in January, when the weather is the coldest in the city and chronic absenteeism increases, you go to school 5 days in a row, you don't miss a period, you get $100. And that has decreased chronic absenteeism by 10 percentage points at the high school level. And I know there are people in the room, oh my God, you're paying parents, or you're paying kids. I am. And so,
what's wrong with it?
I get to go. I went to Harvard. I read a lot, and I read a study about children in India that weren't going to school, and it's about socioeconomics. They paid families to send their children to school, and they stopped working, and they went to school, and it helped their family financially. Now kids email me endlessly, Dr. Vitti, I was marked absent in first period. It's going to affect my incentive. They're taking ownership of their attendance. And most of our high school kids are getting at school on their own. Their parents aren't the ones that are necessarily getting them out of bed, because their parents are going to work before they get out of bed. And so it's changing ownership, responsibility, and it's controversial, but it's not. I'm not taking out of the school fund. I'm not using federal funds illegally. I'm using interest money from facility projects that haven't been completed, and it's changing the conversation around high school attendance. Those are things that are all working.
Can that be sustained?
No. Unless philanthropy wants to help. But no.
But that is the kind of thing that we could
but
work.
It's 10 years ago, I would have been philosophically against it, honestly. Sure. But when I keep on hitting the ceiling with all the things we're doing, you have to do things differently, especially for our students. You can't stay in a place of status quo, and you got to abandon some of these ideological corners that we put ourselves into to think differently about what's going to excite our students that are dealing with sometimes unimaginable socioeconomic challenges, and it's working. And it's working in exam schools, application schools, and neighborhood schools as well.
Elizabeth?
Can I speak to loved, challenged, and prepared? So of course we get these data, and I'd just like to say, Marygrove students, loved, prepared, want to be more challenged, which is really exciting. That's the kind of thing that makes us feel good about the work. But I think this is a really important point, and coupled with paying kids, high school kids, to go to school. We know why achievement at 12th grade on the NAEP is low, because they're done by that point. 12th graders are not engaged in school. And that's really, honestly, across the board. So I think, in addition to paying the kids, you are also building a culture that motivates children to want to be in the space. And that's why the kind of curriculum we use, project and place-based, where kids are doing things like our 9th graders took on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd graders as clients because they didn't have enough play space. So the 9th graders were designing the play space for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd graders. And they would do their designs and go back and show them to the little ones, and the little ones would criticize. And this is what intergenerational, vertically aligned curricula does, but it also is about engagement. So that's why our kids at Marygrove want to come to school. You're probably paying some of them too, but they want to be there, and that's what we have to think about as well. What are we offering? To your point, what are we offering in schools? What are we doing to engage learners, to excite them, to want to be there and to have a sense of agency?
Is
That's
a student
critical.
looking forward,
Yes.
right, to being in class?
Yes.
It's a great question.
And to wanting to go to college.
That's right.
Well, I don't want to go to more of this if it's dull and boring. So that's another piece that I think is critical to accountability. And that's why I love, they can't just be challenged and prepared, but miserable. They have to feel loved. And so I think starting with the focus on what do children need? What do any of us need to learn, right? To be motivated, to be engaged, to have a sense of purpose for your learning. That's the work that we're trying to do together. And that is very much replicable.
Well,
We
think
should
about
be
how
thinking.
often middle-class parents incentivize children.
That's right.
Around grades, around chores, and think about
Even just praise.
businesses incentivizing sales. I mean, we have all these concepts in America around incentivization. Why are we not doing that for our high school students, especially ones that have to work to make ends meet for their families? I mean, that's also a major barrier in doing homework and studying in the evening. But back to engagement at high schools, this is why we're implementing the high school redesign work, which I think is also a challenge in the state. We have one diploma in the state of Michigan, which is a low-level basic diploma. Now in DPSED, with the board's approval, we have an arts diploma, which is taking accelerated performing arts, fine arts classes. We have a career diploma about plumbing, carpentry, nursing, firefighting, police. We have an honors diploma about taking advanced placement and dual enrollment, and a dual degree, get a high school diploma and an associate's before you graduate from high school. And so it's intentionality in giving students a pathway to work for and differentiating diploma, which is something else that we should be doing statewide. And that's a direct way to get businesses more excited about co-ops, internships, and building a pipeline to the world of work and college and both.
Jeff, I've been wondering how in the world you move your agenda, and I think we just figured it out, right? You just get these two to talk to every legislator for at least 20 minutes, and we're done, right?
They'll be motivated, right? They'll be motivated. But Rip, I think it goes to, this is such an important year for, I think, the future of our state, in particular in education. In 2018, we had a campaign that was focused on fixing the damn roads. It really took the whole 8 years to get a more permanent road solution. But this governor stayed at it with legislative partners, with a whole host of folks in the community saying, this isn't acceptable. The next 8 years, the next decade's worth of work needs to be about education reform. And it's got to be about reform, responsibility, and resources, making sure that we are creating a 21st century that can take exactly what we just heard about on this stage and scale it across the state, empower it, supercharge it, put it, throw gasoline on it. If we don't do that, if we aren't laser focused on that for the next 8 years, there will be progress, there will be stumbles, but we've got to be focused on it. We've got to have leaders who are going to be focused on it. We are going to miss the boat. And I will say, Governor Whitmer has put literacy and education right in the crosshairs in her final year. Who is going to take up that charge? We heard about in this conference last year, education was not on the agenda maybe in the way that it is this year, but it kept coming up in every conversation as one of the top issues. It is on the agenda this year. Are we going to be, as Dr. B said, next year having the same conversation? Or are we going to say, the ground has shifted. The trajectory is now changing. And in the next, couple years, we're going to see Michigan as a leader in this state in growth. And in 10 years, we're going to see Michigan in the top 10 again.
But I think what has changed, and we are out of time, but when we fix the damn roads, it's a technical question, right? And what I have often heard over the last 20 years of my career, it's not a technical question, it's subjective, it's tough, but increasingly the research is clear, the practice is clear, the clarity of frame is clear. And so I think maybe you're onto something. So leadership matters. These are three great leaders. Can we thank them?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Look at that.
Across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
We are back at the Grand Hotel here on Mackinac Island during the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. Southeast Michigan leaders are reimagining what regional transit can look like in a modern economy, from better connectivity and workforce access to smarter technology and long-term infrastructure investment. Ben Stupka is the executive director of the Regional Transit Authority of Southeast Michigan. Ben, hey.
Hey.
Great to have you here.
Happy to be here.
So when people think about transit in Southeast Michigan, they often think county by county, right? How is the RTA working to build a more connected regional transportation system?
Sure. So, I mean, it starts with our mandate. We're a 4-county agency, so we cover all of Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties. We work with all the major transit providers in those counties. So you think about the Ride in Ann Arbor, SMART in the suburban areas of Metro Detroit, DDOT in the city, the Q Line, the People Mover, a bunch of community providers. So we cover all the regions, the entirety of that region, and we work on issues that connect all those folks together. We provide all the funding to support them, at least from the federal and state level. And then we really work to identify where are those gaps in the regional system and at that scale, and we move forward the projects that close those gaps.
So give me an example of a gap right now and what you're working on.
So one of our proudest accomplishments that we just brought online last year was the transit app. So amongst all those transit providers in the region, there was no single place where a rider could go to find information about how to use transit, how they could plan their trip, real-time information, or an ability to actually pay for transit. So we partnered with a company called the Transit App and brought a upgraded version of that app to the region. So anybody in the 4-county region can open the Transit App, download it for free, get information about any transit service that's available, pay for it through the app, get real-time information. So that's a partnership that was made possible with funding from the state, and we did it in partnership with everybody. So that's just one of the gaps that we're trying to close, that information gap for people.
How is technology changing or helping connectivity?
So that's obviously a really good example.
Yeah.
The other thing that we're really working on is trying to create multiple ways for people to pay for transit. So we're always going to need cash payment options. That's a lot of our customer base, but how can we use more modern payment technology? So whether that's a mobile payment, using credit cards, different things like that. And then certainly looking at propulsion technology. So you're looking at things like electric buses, hydrogen buses, all those types of things. Starting to talk a little bit about autonomous vehicles or connected vehicle technology. Right now, we own and operate the Q Line streetcar. We're working in partnership with MDOT to install some new technology that will allow for collision avoidance. So alerting the driver if something's getting too close or something's behind them. So that's just one example of partnering with a state agency, piloting, and they work with us in the Q Line to say, hey, if you guys, we're going to try this on one streetcar. If it works, let's see if we can deploy it further than this.
Speaking of the state, Michigan recently approved a really historic transportation budget. What opportunities does that create for Southeast Michigan? And where do you think additional investment, particularly when we're thinking about regional transport, is still needed?
Yeah, absolutely. So that created an opportunity in two areas. One, a really, really critical area that we're still talking about is operational funding. So the lifeblood of any public entity, but certainly transportation, is our operators and our mechanics. People are out there delivering the service. The state of Michigan provides a pretty good basis for that. They provide 28 to 30% of the operating funding for not only our Southeast Michigan providers, but providers throughout the state. So there was historic levels put into that last year. We're hoping that's repeated here in this budget that we're talking about now. The other piece, and the more unique piece, is they created a brand new transformational investment infrastructure fund. Sorry, I should call it, we talk in acronyms a lot in transportation, so I want to call it IPATH, which no one's going to know. But that is an ability to make infrastructure investments transformational in scale. So we're thinking about things like expanding and improving our express bus systems, looking at corridor projects and bus rapid transit, maybe potentially modernizing our fare system. So that's an opportunity for the state to invest in really pushing us to the next level. So we're excited. We have the first year of that funding available to us right now. That's a 10-year program. So we're really, we're working together with all of our partners in the region to come up with some great projects to make those investments now.
It really sounds like you have an idea of where the needs are. Do stakeholders here at the conference have that same idea, or are you doing some messaging?
Well, we're always doing messaging, but I do think that we have a really solid alignment with our regional stakeholders as to where the needs are. They are vast in terms of what we need for transit. I think a key initiative, Wayne County is talking about expanding their transit millage to cover the remainder of their county. So think about communities like Livonia and Canton. From our regional perspective, that connection between Western Wayne County and Washtenaw County, and certainly Detroit and Western Wayne County, all the jobs available there, that's a huge gap. So that's an area where the county is stepping up in leadership. And then really being able to use these transit investments we're talking about now to get more people to the system, to connect more folks, give them different types of rides, is just something we're continuing to look at.
Tell me about the transit option millage.
So the Wayne County millage is going to be on the ballot in August. And the idea here is to spread kind of the local service out into Western Wayne County. So you're talking about tens of thousands of jobs that are not connected, hundreds of thousands of people that don't have that connection. Again, from our perspective, connecting Wayne and Washtenaw County. So it's an absolutely essential piece of the puzzle to put together to build our regional transit system. And I think that's really an important thing that we've learned over the last several years, is that the region is wide and vast, and there's lots of different constituencies, and we really have to build this one piece at a time, one puzzle piece at a time, different types of modes for different types of people. So we've really embraced trying to find what are different communities' needs, what kind of funding do they need, what kind of services do they need. So this Wayne County effort is really a huge piece of the puzzle.
It is, and we were talking earlier about the fact that this isn't just a conversation about transportation. This is a conversation about the economy.
Absolutely.
Do you think folks understand that?
I think they do. I think I'll say this, anybody who owns a small business where there's not frequent and reliable transit service certainly understands the desire and the need, the necessity for their employees to be able to have a reliable way to get to work. Anybody who's in the economic development space that's tried to attract any scale of employer, whether that's large or small, to their county or to their local municipality, and that employer wanting to say, hey, what's your transportation solution for us, absolutely understands it, because we usually will get a call once they've attracted the employer to say, hey, can you run a bus route over here? And we're like, well, maybe we should plan beforehand to do that work. So I think people absolutely understand that it's essential for our economy moving forward.
Looking ahead, let's say 5 or 10 years, what does success look like for regional transit in Southeast Michigan? I'm thinking especially as communities think about mobility and development and population growth.
Yeah, I think that having a regional solution that we can point to and say, here's what we're able to offer. So again, whether that's attracting conferences, new businesses, retaining businesses, and really being clear about these are the services we have to offer. I think one of the keys that we can really bring to bear is options. Often we think about the transit solution as like a monolith. We're going to do one thing, and it's going to be buses that look like this or whatever it may be. We have the opportunity actually kind of customize and provide people all kinds of different options. Our partner Smart in the suburban area of Metro Detroit have a flex service option in about 5 different suburban areas, which is essentially like an Uber-like service that picks people up and drops them off for $2 within a zone. That's the type of thinking that combines the technology we talked about earlier with the types of trips people need to make in our more spread out suburban areas. So connecting those types of things in We have lots of partnerships with local communities that partner with seniors, provide services for seniors and people with disabilities. Those can run through senior centers. They can run through local governments. So those are also transit options. So we're really trying to provide a lot of different options for people.
You've got your eyes on the future, Ben. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
And we're going to go now to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Days to Jazzy Nights at 90.9 WRCJ. We bring you world-class music and celebrate the soundtrack of Detroit's vibrant arts community.
Dive into swinging jazz, unforgettable film scores, or light classics to accompany your drive home.
Join us beyond the airwaves as we shine a spotlight on Detroit's most talented performers on stage, in concert, and in the community.
90.9 WRCJ. We are classical and jazz.
And welcome back to live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. Michigan's healthcare industry is facing a major workforce challenge with tens of thousands of open positions affecting hospitals, patient care, and the state's broader economy. Let's take a look at how business, healthcare, and regional leaders are working together to strengthen talent pipelines, expand access to healthcare careers, and address one of Michigan's most urgent long-term workforce needs. We're joined by Catherine Susko, VP at Henry Ford Health. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have Christy Taylor, Senior Director at the Detroit Regional Chamber. Hello.
Hi.
And Ed Sita, President of Bank of America Detroit. It's so good to see you here.
It's great to see you, Zoe.
So,
it's great to be with you
It's
ladies.
great to have us all here. It's all here. Catherine, let's start with you. You know, Michigan hospitals, my understanding, are currently facing 23,000 open healthcare positions statewide. What does this mean in terms of practical terms on the ground?
Practically, it means that we really have to build talent from within. We don't have access to talent in the public to really pull into the system in real time that's career ready. So it's innovative strategies, it's working with community partners, it's thinking outside of the box to make the most out of what little we have. From a functional standpoint, it's making sure that we can provide safe care, but it's also making sure that we provide access and quick access. So thinking about efficiencies, thinking about really putting our nurses at top of license for what we do in an operational setting every day, and really thinking creatively about training programs that we can bring to our workforce and removal of barriers to help build a workforce in real time.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about that, but let's continue to set the table a little bit about staffing shortages. Where are they most severe right now?
I'd say in a lot of our nursing disciplines, it's probably our higher acuity areas. It's the programs that have limited seats in the state or that have limited access to actual clinical placements. So our CRNAs have been a really big challenge. A lot of our nursing disciplines have been a huge challenge. We've, in partnership, really worked to skill up our nurse assistant and medical assistants. So a lot of the nursing disciplines.
Yeah. Christy, tell us about the Detroit Regional Chamber's Healthcare Talent Collaborative.
Sure. So we launched in 2023 in partnership with Catherine and her team a regional collaborative made up of leaders from healthcare systems, K-12, higher education, community-based organizations who really came together to look at the data and recognize that we were in a crisis and then commit to some innovative strategies to address the crisis that we're seeing. The Chamber tries to respond to the business needs in the region. Healthcare is one of our largest industries, and we knew that we needed to be bold and address this challenge and bring together stakeholders from different sectors to really think collaboratively about how we might do that. So we look at, K-12 pathways into healthcare jobs. How do we get young people exposed to careers in nursing where there's a need, but also in respiratory therapy and other disciplines that they might not know about. And we're also looking at existing healthcare workers who are in entry-level roles who just need a bit more education and training to get to that next level and that next income bracket. And we do that in partnership with Henry Ford Health and a couple other of our health systems.
So what does that look like on the ground?
It's, we really start with the data. We look at the labor market data. Where is the highest need? We validate that with employers. And then we build strategies that any one sector can't implement alone, right? So we need Henry Ford Health to partner with our training providers to think about ways to better reach learners. For adults, that might mean on-site instruction, because if you work a full-time job and have responsibilities at home, getting to class on a campus isn't really viable. So how can we bring training to our instructors? For our K-12 work, we're trying to bring exposure opportunities into the classroom. So we have a program called Pathways in Practice where we bring healthcare professionals into classrooms at different high schools to do really fun, hands-on, interactive activities to teach them about different healthcare careers. One example, we had somebody from supply chain come into one of our classrooms and bring a simulation where there was a recall on like a glove, and the students had to walk through like, how do you manage a recall? And that they'll remember that, right? That's the kind of thing that really sticks with students, and we try to bring that type of learning to classrooms.
Yeah. Ed, Bank of America recently joined the collaborative as a supporting partner. Why has the business community become more engaged in healthcare workforce development? Why now?
You know, that's a great question, Zoe. It's important because you can't drive economic growth, or, you know, when you talk about workforce development, it's about the people, right? And you got to get the people trained to find the jobs that they need, and you got to understand the gaps that are there to help make sure you can fill. And so for us, it's about the people, and it's about driving economic development, right? And the more we can strengthen people and get these great jobs and support our healthcare kind of initiatives, et cetera, the more we can strengthen our economy, and obviously that's good for banks.
It sounds like it's bigger than healthcare.
Oh, much bigger than healthcare. I mean, it's about the people, it's about sustainable jobs, it's about strong paying jobs so people can build wealth, and that's where we come in. So we look at all the problems that we see across the community, and we work to partner with the experts to help support and deliver that work.
Yeah. Catherine, healthcare careers often require expensive training, certifications, educational pathways. What barriers are preventing more people from entering the field right now?
I think the misconception that education isn't accessible is probably one of the biggest barriers that we're trying to fight and overcome. Exposure to the myriad of career opportunities you have within healthcare is probably another one from a student perspective.
Like there's too many options.
Well, there's a lot that you can do, and if you're only thinking you can be a nurse or a doctor, there's inpatient settings and outpatient settings. We are privileged to serve Southeast Michigan and over 550 sites of care, and that looks very different in each of those offices. I'll tell you from a socioeconomic perspective, childcare and transportation are probably some of the biggest barriers. A lot of our entry-level workforce are just one crisis or traumatic event away from housing scarcity and food scarcity, and oftentimes having to make tough decisions on gaining access to work versus putting food on the table. So removing those barriers and making education accessible, one individual at a time, is really how we've treated this, because it's not just about a job, it's a career. All of these positions, entry level or not, are on career pathways that we can support from a system perspective, and from a regional perspective, continued development growth.
Yeah. Christy, I'm thinking about how all of this works towards the state's competitiveness, because again, it's not just about healthcare.
Yeah, we know that we have to increase post-secondary attainment across the board. We have to improve economic mobility. We have to really rally around Michigan as a destination for quality healthcare, for talent, for good jobs. And so this is just a natural fit for the Chamber's larger portfolio. And we were excited to see Bank of America come to the table, because I think it supports that notion that investing in talent improves our community. So whether you're a financial institution or a healthcare institution, we know that we need to net new talent into this ecosystem, and we need to create better economic outcomes for the region.
Catherine, I mean, this is a big question, I know, but I think one question people may be wondering is just how did we get here?
Oh, I think that's quite complex. I think that they set the stage at the start of policy this year in really the state of our region and the state of our state. And I think that there are quite a few components that contributed to the breadth of the problem that we have. It's definitely a challenge that we are 44th in reading in the nation. It's definitely a problem that industry was removed from education, and technology plays a role in that too. So being able to contribute to curriculum in real time, being able to contribute to technological advancements and ensure that that's what's being taught so students are career ready, are some of the solutions that we're deploying. But it's been quite a conundrum to get us here.
Yeah. Ed, what is success going to look like for Healthcare Talent Collaborative over the next, let's say, 5 years?
So I think it's obviously reducing the amount of jobs that are there and increasing our capacity from a healthcare perspective. But it's also looking at, our unemployment rate, for example, right? Right now, nationally, I think the unemployment rate's around 4.2% or so, 4.3%. But in Michigan or in Detroit specifically, it's like 5.2%. So it's higher than the rest of the country. So we want to reduce that. So that's what we're looking at as a metric. Obviously, the more high-paying jobs, these great careers, right, builds economic growth too for housing support, which we're prepared for, financial education and support. So we're ready to wrap around the services around these, these people that hopefully can get trained for these jobs, and we'll show up to help them with the rest of their financial journey.
Yeah.
So we're going to cross a lot of different metrics on that, but for us, it's the reduction of the roles that are open, I think, is the easiest way to see it across the next 5 years.
One of the things that we've been talking about here at the conference is the so-called house on fire, right? That our metrics overall,
yes.
Catherine, you brought it up, right, are not where they should be. The question is, I guess, then, do you think Michiganders understand that about healthcare right now and where we're at?
I do not think they understand it at all, to be honest with you, because I don't think that the message has been strong enough out there to make sure people understand where we truly stand as a state. Or even this information on 23,000, open healthcare jobs. By the way, we have gaps in manufacturing and in technology as well. So we're working with partners to do the same things in those spaces. But I don't think the average Michigander knows exactly how bad our house is on fire. And this conference is a great place to get that message out and continue to deliver it so people know, and we can get everyone to lean in, because it takes a village. It takes the corporate world, it takes the nonprofit world, it takes, all these collaborations to really fix these problems.
Well, thanks, three of you, for doing what you're doing right now. Catherine, Christy, Ed, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break.
Detroit's iconic train station, full of history, American history. Some called it the Ellis Island of the Midwest.
My family came to Detroit via my grandmother.
People sharing their migration stories.
She came from Natchez, Mississippi. She came on train.
Everybody comes from somewhere. But why come here? Watch Destination Detroit.
Welcome back to the Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark. All this week, we're focusing on the theme of Quest for Common Ground. Two people who live and breathe this are Celeste Watkins-Hayes, the Dean of the University of Michigan's Ford School of Public Policy, and Matt Elliott of Blue Lake Ideas. Welcome to you both.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you both back here at the big desk.
It's great to be here.
So, Dean, we hear a lot about polarization, about division, but not as much about actually what is building trust these days. In your view, what are the biggest barriers to productive dialogue right now?
Well, it's a really important question. I think that when we look at the current ecosystem, we look at the political landscape, we look at the media environment, it's really about scoring points in a lot of ways. And we are trying to actively push against that. We are trying to remind people that there have been moments in the life of the country where there have been serious debates, but debates that could happen in constructive ways. We really lean into our reputation as the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy, a president who is known for his work across the aisle, that was known for careful listening, and that was known for working to get it right as opposed to working to win the point. So I think some of the biggest barriers are we've got to push back on a system that has basically boiled down to whoever's the loudest, whoever's the meanest wins. And we've got to push back against that because we've got to get to solutions.
Is it fair to say, Matt Elliott, that some of the barriers are ourselves?
I think it actually starts with ourselves. I mean,
Yeah.
so often the way the system is structured, but the way that we approach winning is really about trying to create a loser. And so I think it's less about trying to be right, more about trying to get it right. And that really involves listening. My favorite definition of trust, to your point, is a series of promises dutifully kept. And in order to make promises, you have to get to know somebody and understand their context, understand what's important, so then you can go make that promise and deliver. And that's really what winning is about, what success for our state's about, is delivering.
Tell me about the power of and.
Well, the power of and is number one, the theme we chose in 2023.
It
and
was.
I think it's closely related to this year's theme, which is finding common ground. And really, the power of and is not optional. If we want to be successful long term, we have to manage key tensions, things like the present and the future. So delivering today and investing in the future, right? Taking care of our kids and taking care of our budgets. These things are hard, and it requires managing tension, and we got to create the capacity to make that happen. That's what the power of and is about. What we end up doing instead is choosing one over the other, and in this state in particular, lurching from one pole or extreme to the other, and that makes it very difficult to get traction. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen this long decline that has led to the conclusion that the Chamber's made, which is the house is on fire.
Dean, do you think as a society we're able to shift the trajectory of where it feels like we're going?
I believe that we are. I'm really hopeful. I think that there's so many people who are tired of the division, who really want to embrace the power of and, who really want to think about problem solving. They want to get curious about other people. They want to get curious about other ideas. They want to think about different ways of doing things that will get us to better solutions. I think what we really need is a collective conversation around how we make that happen. How do we build the relationships? How do we build the infrastructure that allows constructive conversations to take place? And how do we reward those who are doing it really effectively? Whether it's folks on their local school board, whether it's people operating within a university context, whether it's folks here working across the aisle at the Mackinac Policy Conference. How can we lift up those examples to show people there are other ways to do business, and there are ways to do business that really embrace the power of and?
Yeah. I don't think most people wake up in the morning and want to be angry, right? Elliot, I mean, most people. How do we bring back to our better selves?
Well, we have to, I think, first of all, understand what I call the cultural amplifier to this binary thinking trap that we've gotten ourselves caught up in. Because while we don't want to get up every day and be angry, that's exactly what our feeds want to create in us, because that drives engagement, you know? And what we, and ultimately though, we're going to need to find a way to expand a conversation so that everybody starts to work with a similar set of facts, and they can understand that, you know, you and I or those other people aren't too different from each other. The mayor said it best yesterday, that, hey, most of Michiganders, in his view, agree on 60 to 70% of things. Let's go work on that. But instead, we end up in a situation where, for example, most Michiganders think we're doing okay on things like education, on things like per capita income, and we're not okay. And we need to have a conversation about that first before we can start to go to work on solutions.
Yeah, we're not okay. It's one of the, aside from the quest for common ground, the house is on fire has been one of the things that we've been talking about at the conference so far, Dean. What do you make of folks not necessarily understanding just where Michigan ranks when it comes to population growth, when it comes to reading scores? I mean, what do you make of this sort of not wanting to necessarily know about where we are right now?
I think, number one, we've got to make sure that we're getting the information out there. I think that if people are operating with assumptions from 5, 10, 20 years ago, then they're not getting the accurate information. And then really helping people understand, what does it mean for their own lives? What does it mean when you raise a child who you feel like is not getting the best education that you would like to see? Or raising a child who's had a wonderful education and says, I don't want to return to the state of Michigan after I leave college. I really want to go elsewhere. When we think about the economic climate and what it's like to be personally affected or have someone near you affected by our economic outcomes. So making sure that people, first of all, have the facts, but also have an opportunity to think about what it means for their own lives, I think we'll get more people invested in. Everybody's got to pick up an oar. We've got to start rowing in the same direction.
Yeah. Matt, bipartisanship is often framed as compromise, but there are folks who say compromise is a weakness, right, in this society. How do you define meaningful collaboration without asking people necessarily to abandon their core values?
I think a couple of things. Number one, in many ways, compromise is not an optimal decision. In many ways, compromise is dividing a fixed pie so that eventually everyone goes hungry. The hard work, actually, and the power of and work is about how do we do synthesis?
Right.
So how do we land in a place that's actually better and grows the pie? And that involves a lot of listening. That involves a lot of understanding each other's contexts. And I think that, for example, the way that Mayor Duggan the way he went about getting elected mayor and what he was doing with his gubernatorial campaign is a great example, because he ends up sharing the context of the person in the city of Detroit and the person in Kalkaska, Michigan, which actually aren't that different.
Yes.
You know, and it's everybody can see themselves in the story. Stories animate us as humans. Statistics don't. Now, a lot of the people at this conference, you know, we like to geek out on statistics, and by the way, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, what really is going to change behavior is story.
Yeah.
When you can see what I'm giving up and what I could gain, those are things that motivate and animate.
Yeah.
And the other thing that we talk to our students about along those lines are asking great questions. Instead of asking, how could you think that? Or why would you believe that? Really thinking, tell me about how you came to take that view. Tell me why that's so important to you. Tell me a story about how you came to have this view and how it was really impactful in your life.
And you're doing some of that in your conversations across differences.
We are. We at the Ford School of Public Policy, we have an event series called Conversations Across Differences.
Yeah.
Viewers can watch a lot of our previous episodes online on YouTube. We have a program called the Bridge Builders program among our students, where students are learning how to use these tools of constructive dialogue. Much of what we've talked about today, they're putting it in practice and using it with their peers. And they're also describing that as a marketable skill on their resumes. So the idea that when we think about what's the incentive structure, increasingly we have students at the Ford School who recognize that this is a skill that will carry them forward into organizations where they want to be leaders. So we think that this is critical work, and we invite people to check out the Ford School website to see everything that we're doing, and check out our YouTube programming, where you'll really be inspired by hearing people talk across the aisle.
Yeah.
We just hosted one with State Senator Stephanie Chang and John DeMoose, and it was a fascinating conversation about bipartisanship and working together across the aisle.
And helping to build the next generation with students being part of watching this and living it and breathing it.
Yeah.
Dean, Matt, thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
Thank you so much.
We now go to the Brighton Pavilion for the session, Syncing Up for Students.
In DPSCD, a lot of people told me that I would ruin my career in taking that job. School board was empowered for the first time in 2 decades. Walked into 400 teacher vacancies, $1.5 billion facility problem, very low test scores with no improvement, curriculum that was 2 to 3 grade levels below what it needed to be, multiple years of not having a fund balance or a balanced budget, 10 years, going into 10 years next year. I'll be the second longest superintendent serving in Detroit, going in year 10. 3 board chairs, 14 school board members after, still here. And, you know, I think most relevant is just last week, there's a national recovery scorecard that's released, studying school districts throughout the country, urban, rural, suburban. DPSCD is outperforming 91% of school districts in improvement in literacy and math since the pandemic. And in the top 10% in improving student attendance since the pandemic. We've gone from beginning teacher salaries at $38,000 to $55,000. Our most veteran teacher salary, $68,000 to $95,000. We're making a $700 million investments in brand new Cody High School, Pershing High School, 3 new K-8s. All of our schools will have HVAC, modern HVAC systems. Yes, kids in 2026 need air conditioning, so do staff. You need air in your place of employment. Our kids need air. Yes, I know you went to school, you didn't have air conditioning, but you know, it is part of the modern experience. We do shut down schools because boilers break today. We shut down schools because water might not be going to our building. We shut down schools when it gets over 85 degrees because it's 95 degrees in schools. And so major investments there. We've gone from 400 teacher vacancies now to about 12, 14, 24 vacancies, only in special education. And so I say all of that because whatever statistic you look at, Graduation rates now at 83%, only 1% away from the state average in Michigan. Over 65% of our kids are involved in college-ready classes, do enrollment, advanced placement, or career tech. They're passing it at 95%. All, M-STEP, SAT, all nearing the gap between the district and the state. We're introducing high school redesign with next year's freshman class, where we'll not only offer the Michigan Merit High School Diploma, but offering a diploma on honors, so taking advanced placement, do enrollment, a career diploma for passing industry certification exams in plumbing, carpentry, nursing, firefighting, police. We're going to have a dual degree diploma, getting a high school degree and an associate's degree in 4 years. And then we're going to also have a lot of recognition and seals for biliteracy, community service, basically changing the high school experience so junior and senior year can be in college campuses, in the workplace with internships, and less in our high schools. The junior and senior year in America is largely irrelevant. It needs to be a springboard to college in the world of work, and DPSCD is ahead of this work statewide, which leads to my final comments, and I think the opportunity for the panel. Districts like DPSCD and others throughout Michigan are still moving forward despite what I would call a lack of coherency in the state of Michigan. We have good leaders. I'm not here to criticize Governor Whitmer or our new state superintendent who responds to every phone call and text message I give him. The issue is not people. The issue is incoherent systems. We have a situation in Michigan where you have the governor, you have the legislature, also often divided not only by branches of government, by party, Republican and Democrat. You have a state superintendent that's not always directly connected to the governor. You have a state board that also is divided by Republicans and Democrats and not always aligned to the governor, the House, or the Senate. And that leads to a vacuum of action. It leads to a vacuum of clarity on where we go to make this state better. And so as Detroit moves forward with a single letter grade system, every school in DPSCD gets a letter grade, A through F, based on graduation rates, college going rates, M-STEP scores, attendance, chronic absenteeism. I talked about the high school diplomas. We have to get to a point in Michigan where we're implementing best practice across Michigan so all students can learn at a higher level. And this is the final point. And I said this in the earlier panel. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, whether you're in the governor's office, in the House, and the Senate, let's agree on two basic things. One, equitable funding. Why? Let's just get to equal. In Michigan, we are not funding every child equally based on the zip code they're at. Why? 18 mills, tax that every district pays, business tax. If you're under 10,000, the state makes up the difference. But if you generate more than 10,000, you keep that revenue. Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, 20 districts surrounding Michigan generate anywhere from 11 to 13,000 per student, and they keep every cent of that, and they can use it any way they want. That's why their facilities are nicer. That's why most veteran teachers are paid at a higher level. In 2026, why are we not talking about equal funding for every child regardless of zip code? One. Two, why are we not talking about equitable funding? More for those children that need more. It's common sense. If you're growing up in poverty, you're newly arrived immigrant child, your special needs, why are we not funding those students differently? So Democrats get that, but not all Republicans get that. Republicans get accountability. Why is not every state superintendent sweating as kids are testing to make sure that their kids did better? The average, I'm sorry to say this, the average superintendent in Michigan is not worried about how kids are doing from a performance point of view through standardized testing. I know that's going to be in newspapers. It's actually true. Why are they not nervous about it? Because there's not real accountability about it. So they do care. Maybe I framed that wrong, but it's not driving their work from an input to an output situation. So how can we take what Republicans are right about, more accountability, more transparency on student performance, more incentivization and penalties and consequences, and match that with equitable funding. As I always say to our principals, teachers, is every degree of accountability should come with an equal degree of support. Every degree of support should come with accountability, and you create balance in reforming school systems. And that's what we're lacking in Michigan. We're continuing to continuing to be ideological and less about reality and pragmatism, and how do we blend accountability and funding in order to do better for all children throughout Michigan, whether you're up north or in Metro Detroit. And I hope that's what our panel talks about today. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of the Skillman Foundation, Angelique Power. State Superintendent of Public Instruction for the State of Michigan, Glenn Maleko. Director of the Michigan Department of Lifelong Education, Advancement and Potential, Beverly Walker Griffia. And Senior Literacy Advisor of the Executive Office for the State of Michigan, Michelle Richard.
Everybody. Can everyone hear me? Thank you for joining us. Dr. Vitti, thank you for your testimony this morning, because you laid down a sermon for us, and we appreciate that. You know, how many were in this room for the last panel? So there's a good amount of crossover. I think it was a nice setup for what we're going to talk about today. Now, our panelists, they're not responsible for shifting the governance structure at the state level, but they do have a tremendous amount of responsibility within their departments, and they've been collaborating with each other in ways that are extremely important and that match what the focus is of our conference, and also is about the how we get things done behind the scenes. It's so important that we are setting up our conference the way that we have. You know, Michigan's house is on fire. When I first heard that, I was like, geez, how are we gonna start a conference like that? But as I sat in the room, I thought, this is factual, data-driven analysis paired with an opportunity to talk about what are the things that we need to change and how do we need to function differently in order to change it. However, there are things that are working. You heard some of it from Dr. Vitti on the panel. You heard from Dr. Moji and Jeff Donofrio. There are things that are in motion. And so the worst thing we could do is walk away from this conference and think the same thing we've thought over the past 20 years, which is nothing's working. Let's throw it all out. Let's have a quick fix. Let's start from scratch. This is actually such an important moment to recognize that Michigan is a place of makers. Yes, autos, and yes, tech startups, and yes, award-winning riverfronts, and yes, music that changes the world and changes the culture. But we are also makers of bridges to each other in this purple state. We have to be to get anything done. And so there's been some incredible bridging that's happened between these important education players. And what we want to do for this panel is ask tough questions, but also listen to real answers about what's happening, what's working, what are some of the issues that we still want to address, and what does the next governor need to know on day one about how to do it. So thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the folks that are watching online, the Skillmanites that are watching, having a watching party at home, and anyone who's streaming in. Audience, we're going to save time for questions. We know in each of our sessions, you all have so much to say, and so we're going to save time so that we can come to you. We're joined today by Dr. Glenn Maleko, who is the state superintendent, took this role at the end of last year?
Yeah, early December.
Early December, has 30 years of experience in public schools, most recently superintendent of Dearborn Public Schools, where he set records for literacy achievement as well as high school graduation rates. Dr. Maleko has served as the president of Michigan Association of Superintendents Administrators, a member of the National Superintendent Governing Board, known for his collaboration, which is extremely important in this role. And are you known for your hockey playing?
Yeah, I still play. I still get a few injuries too.
Okay. So
I'm always on the puck forechecking, by the way.
Yes,
150%.
there will be some hockey analogies used today. So
For sure.
also joining us is Dr. Beverly Walker-Graffia, Director of MyLeap. MyLeap was established by the governor in 2023 to bring cohesion across the education spectrum, really focusing on pre-K all the way to college and career. Dr. Walker-Graffia brings deep experience in education policy as well as in college administration. She was most recently the president of Mott Community College in Flint. She made history as its president emeritus, first female, first African American in that position in the 100-year history of that college. Welcome, Dr. Graffia. And we're joined by Michelle Richard, who is the governor's senior education advisor. Michelle brings extensive experience designing education policy and implementing education policy, the link that is often missed between what happens at state level and then what moves locally. Michelle has experience in both, as well as in building cross-partisan coalitions, which is really what we're talking about today. Michelle was the founding director of MyLeap also. So join me in welcoming our panel. Okay, Dr. Maleko, let's get into it. So everyone, house on fire, education, move from 16th to 44th. What would you say is the reason for where we are in terms of being 44th, and what can be done about it?
So first of all, I'll just say thanks again for being here, and I really enjoyed the podcast with your students a couple months ago. It was a lot of fun, and we've had some really positive meetings. First of all, I just want to preface this, is what you're going to get is a glass half full with me, always not half empty. When I was taking a lot of interviews, when I first started, I was taking multiple interviews in Lansing and Detroit, all over. And Gongwares in Lansing put out a report, and they called me Ted Lasso-esque, and I had never seen the show, so I didn't know what it was. And then I watched the show, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe, maybe that's the extreme version, but that's what I believe in. I believe in working together. Collaboratively, as you mentioned. I would also say that in that collaboration, we also have to recognize the strengths and where improvement is needed and accept accountability. One of the things I pride myself on, in an area of my wheelhouse, is school accountability. That's where I did my study. I looked at national NAEP data, and I correlated it with state-level accountability systems to see which systems were effective during the No Child Left Behind era. So one of the things we've got to do, first of all, is what measurements are we talking about? Are we talking about, we see Dr. Vitti, we talked about him narrowing the gap, and I think he's doing a great job in Detroit. I was his neighbor in Dearborn for many years, and it's been great partnering with him. But we have graduation rates that are now at an all-time high. Are we talking about college admission rates? Are we talking about the NAEP? Are we talking about one grade level? Or are we talking about multiple grade levels? I like to look at a multiple measures approach, and it's not an excuse to anything. We know we need to improve, but what we can do is build on the strengths and get behind. I'm very pleased, and we're working collaboratively with Dr. Walker-Graffia, with the governor, with Michelle Richard, and we're working on literacy legislation, bipartisan. I know Rep. DeBoer is here, and some of it is intercommittee, for high-quality science of reading training for all teachers. 2024, there was legislation that passed on the science of reading, and it was voluntary, and then for high-quality curriculum materials. We're moving towards a mandate. I think in the state, we're local control, and it's great, and I support that. But there's also some disadvantages, which is why you need to work in collaboration with Republicans, Democrats, the governor, anybody. When I interviewed for the state, for this position, before the State Board of Education last August, I said, look, If you're going to hire me, it's going to be collaboration and it's going to be students first. We need to get behind each other. And here's my first hockey analogy. Don't body check your own team. I'm a defenseman. I'm not taking out that right winger on my team. Why would we do that? We need to work together, get behind it, and that's what we're all doing. And I appreciate Dr. Walker-Graffia and Michelle and the governor for coming out with positive recommendations. We have the governor's recommendations on literacy. We also have the House and the Senate that are supporting that.
I want to talk about progress, and I'm going to say something because I feel like in this conference we're saying the things, but progress is having this panel on this stage together. Like, I've been here for 5 years. I don't think I would have seen it before. But there's so much work that has been happening between these folks, not for a conference or a panel, but because kids are centered, students are put first. And so, Michelle, talk to us about other progress that's happening.
Yeah. I appreciate the framing for the conference about saying, you know, our house is on fire. From my vantage point, two things can be true at the same time. One, there is no doubt that we have more work to do. And two, rooms of leaders like this one and all across the state have come together to make really meaningful progress for kids. Michigan is a better state today to be a kid than it has been in the past decade. A few examples. One, we've doubled enrollment in pre-K across the state. Today, if you're a 4-year-old in the state, you can enroll in pre-K at no cost to you and your family and have a high-quality running start into kindergarten. That's incredible. We have made significant progress, more to do, on weighted student funding so that we continue to recognize the different costs that school districts experience when they're serving kids with a variety of needs. We feed every child breakfast and lunch at school at no cost to their family if they choose. We're investing in mental health. We're supporting school safety. We're continuing to talk about what happens for our kids after high school and making strategic investments. Today, if you graduate from high school in Michigan, you can attend your local community college at no cost to your family. Pre-K to post-secondary, that is a seismic change in how we think about public education in this state. And while we can say, yes, we have a lot more work to do, we need to be able to also recognize that that progress is meaningful and real for kids and families all across the state. Obviously, our job isn't just to produce opportunities for kids. We also need to see hard data. It's why you've continued to see the governor partnering with the folks on this stage here and with many of you in this room and beyond to say, we're not doing enough on literacy. We have more to do. We're going to talk a little bit more later in the program about that, but I am definitely feeling momentum and I'm waiting, and when I look at the data, to see that hockey stick where we start to see momentum and change, because I know what kind of work has been happening all across the state to build a foundation that is stronger and that can deliver faster and more effectively for our kids.
Thank you. I don't know hockey at all, so I will not offer.
We're here for you, Angelique.
Yes, I have nothing to say on that matter. But Dr. Walker-Graffia, really what you do is focus on cohesion with this continuum of pre-K to college and career, post-secondary. Can you talk to us about how you create that and what structures you might need to sustain this work going forward?
Certainly. I'd like to start with, there's no better time than now to be in Michigan. As you've heard, there's so much going on with the benefits. And one of the issues that I have found since I've taken over leading this is that our Michiganders don't know. They're not getting that information so that they're able to participate and enjoy the resources. It was a great vision for the governor to say, you know, we're not going to do this in little pieces anymore. We're going to put together a continuum for Michigan so that everyone is able to get the resources, the support, all of the funding that they need from birth all the way to getting a credential. When I am in other states, people say, oh my gosh, really? That's in one? Yes, it is. It's in one area because we are very intentional with innovation, trying to make sure that we're getting the word out, that we're wiping away, you know, all the red tape, that we're moving forward with eliminating any type of barrier so that our Michigan children have exactly what they need, what Michelle is talking about. How do you do that? Well, you have to work with MDE because it is a continuum of education. And we talked about the house being on fire. Well, the house has been on fire for a very long time here. And us recognizing that that's happening, this has been a moment for Michigan to say, we're not going to do it this way anymore. So we're going to work together with the continuum so that from birth, with the CDC scholarships, child care licensing, adding more child care, pre-K for all, out of school time, whether that means morning, after school, summer, we are ensuring that our children at very early ages are building a foundation. Dr. Maleko talked about the literacy. We are all have our folks going through the literacy training that is necessary so that we don't lose a child. With the Early On program, for those that know, that's working with those that may have developmental delays. We are constantly working to ensure that we have the equity with one child at a time getting exactly what they need in the classroom, outside of the classroom, being prepared for post-secondary credentials, because remember, we have as a state a 60 by 30 goal. And the only way to get there is to start at the bottom with the foundation, with our families at birth, and helping them to understand the importance of education, moving them through, getting to those dreams, getting that credential that's going to get them a job. Not just any job, a job that's going to be able to support their families. And how important is that for Michigan? It's critically important. It's important for our local communities. It's important for our families. Brilliant decision to do this. And guess what? We're talking about the negative. This has not been negative at all. This has worked well. Some of you know when this first started, there was a lot of commotion behind it. Everybody's looking at me like y'all don't know. Y'all know. Y'all know, right? So what we've been able to do, working with the past superintendent and the present superintendent, is ensure, he says student first, I say student success. We are both talking about the same thing, the student. Yeah. Because how that student goes is how Michigan goes. And if we're not paying attention to one student at a time, then woe for us. But guess what? We get along, we have a great relationship, our people work together and meet together and share wisdom together, and we are moving this together because this is the best time to be in Michigan.
Thank you. I think if you didn't know how much you all work together behind the scenes and how often you meet, you wouldn't know necessarily the cohesion until you started looking at literacy. And I think many of us noticed that there was like a collective step out around literacy that happened this year. Michelle, do you want to talk to us about not just what you all are doing on literacy, but how you guys are collaborating on it?
Absolutely. We know that Michigan is strongest when we're focused and we're working together on a shared problem. And literacy is a great example. I've worked for Governor Whitmer in a number of different education roles alongside all of you. And last year, she said, we need to dial up our work on literacy. I'm seeing the test data. We need to do more as a state. What does that look like? And I hit the road with all of you to say, what does that look like? What are we doing locally that's working? What can we steal from other states? How can we learn from leaders at this table to be able to reflect not a Governor Whitmer plan, but a Team Michigan plan? And the goal that all of you set forth is really clear. We want every child to read, period. We want them to be strong readers, strong writers, strong communicators. And if we're going to do that, we need to make some big bets on what we know work. And the way that we have been framing that has been around 3 pillars. First, early starts. Second, proven methods. Third, extra help. We all know in this room, you came to this session because you know that our road to improving literacy doesn't start in kindergarten. Investments in supporting families early on, through pre-K for all, matter a ton so that we can have children walking in the door in kindergarten ready to run. Second, we need to get more proven methods into classrooms. We know a lot more about what it looks like to have high quality literacy instruction in our classrooms, but too often the science isn't making it to our classroom educators. We deserve the best reading teachers in the country, and it's on us to train and support educators. That means more professional learning. It means stronger evidence-based curriculum, and it means coaches that work shoulder to shoulder with those educators to be able to get that work done. We know even in the best case scenario, that doesn't work for every kid. We have to be able to push in extra help, identify who needs help early, be able to connect them with extra support in their classrooms and in their communities so that we can drive this work together. If that doesn't sound like a brand new plan, good. Thankful, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be saying, how do we dial up work that's happening all across the state and continue to make sure that we're not delivering for a few thousand kids at a time, but we're delivering for 1.4 million kids at a time. That is what is called upon us. And I think the power in this moment is that the work isn't happening in silos. The governor rolled out that strategy. We immediately got to work with the legislature, Democrats and Republicans, to say, how do we fund that strategy? We've been working with MDE and with MyLeap to say, how do we operationalize that? We now have a statewide action plan that says, here's how we take those big picture state goals and get them into 48,000 classrooms, K-5, across the state. That's what it takes to really be able to deliver progress. And when we can have that shared vision, that aligned plan, and an implementation strategy that divides and conquers so that we can move together faster, I see real opportunity and power in that, and it gives me a lot of hope and confidence for what we're able to do on literacy. And then, the next student outcome that we need to focus on, we know things like math, STEM. Nobody wants children who can simply read. We want them to be well-rounded individuals. But this work is really only possible when we pull together, focus, and are in it for the long haul.
I just want to lift that point, which is so important, because what we're hearing a lot is that at the state level, we need governance changes. That's what we heard in the last panel. You hear it around. And in this moment, what we're seeing is that vision, that cohesion, that collaboration, and that implementation. Regardless of that, and leaving that aside for now, you all are doing that without that. And that's not to say it doesn't need to be considered. It's kudos to you guys for figuring out how to make this happen, to work within the structure that you have. So, Dr. Beverly, you mentioned the sign, that your sign would say student success. We are all talking about students, we're all talking about youth, and they're not here. They're not in this room, they're not on this stage. And we at Skillman believe very strongly that we work with youth, not only for youth. We have youth on our board, we have youth who make grant-making decisions. Last week, they just made decisions around $300,000 worth of grants for Detroit youth development organizations. And Dr. Maleko, you are also very committed to student voice. You literally carry a sign.
I believe it. It's not just a motto. Students first.
And so, some metaphorically, you have to hold it open because someone was trying to take it. People metaphorically carry students close to their chest. You literally do. Can you tell us just an example of how you are being led by and listening to student voice?
When I got hired by the state board, I pulled out the Dearborn student first, and I said, look, if I come here, I'm going to, despite the politics, Republican, Democrat, no matter what it is, I'm going to remind you that this is why we're here. In every decision, we should be thinking about the students. That includes student voice. And I was heavy involved with the Student Advisory Council in Dearborn Public Schools, and previous state superintendent Dr. Rice had one. So I think it's very, very important we listen to our students. They have great ideas, and that's really what gives us great hope. And so I'm going around right now, I looked at high achieving states when I studied Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, New Jersey. They were doing listening tours, and that's what I'm doing. I'm traveling all over the state to listen. That includes students. And things like what I'm seeing is that you talk about equity funding, funding for special education, funding for English language learners, funding for at-risk. It's very critical, and those states do all that. They fund at high levels, and they fund those areas. What I would say to you about students is I learned from them. In fact, Dr. Vitti, we were at your school in Detroit, and DeAndre, I remember the student. I've never had a student so interested in the intricacies of my dissertation and his. My dissertation is like 400 pages, and he wanted to know all about it. I was in Mason schools, and I had a student in 5th grade I was going to read, and she was talking to me about all the reasons why we could make improvements in the M-STEP assessment. Guess what? We're taking that information. We need to listen to our students. Years ago, when I was in Dearborn, I used to do these videos as superintendent, and probably, you know, I prided myself on communicating with the students, and they would be like, well, we're not watching these 8 to 12-minute videos. And they're like, no, when you do it, you got to do the selfies. And they got me onto Instagram. And so we did 1-minute messages. And we got the students involved. So we need to listen. The power is with our students. That's why we're ultimately here. The students taught me how. And I also say, look, if we're going to be positive, we know that, everything that's posted on social media is true, right? I mean, we know that's nothing that's never not true. So what I always say is I'm going to promote the students and the message and the collaboration and working together. Because if we're not putting that positive message out there, someone else is, and we're not necessarily going to like it. Now, we also need to be critical and look at ourselves. Like I said, I embrace school accountability. I'm not scared of it. Let's bring it on. Let's do it. But let's get the right measures together. Right now, I'm looking at the renewal of the top 10 plan. We're kind of like the Big Ten. You know, there's 18 teams, and it's the Big Ten. We have the top 10, and we have 8. So we want to renew it, create new enthusiasm, and bring people together. So despite the governance, we want to bring everyone together, unite, and say, why are we doing it? We're going to do it for the students if we truly believe it, and that's what I believe. And that's why I'm going around the state. I worked in Dearborn, a larger urban, suburban district. I didn't work in small rural. I know Dr. Tina Kerr's here from MASA and the support I got from the superintendent. So I've been visiting, going across the state to learn so that we can partner with everybody in the Upper Peninsula, in northern Michigan, in western side of the state, and in the Metro Detroit area.
Well, you guys are going to love this because before we came up, we asked a bunch of students what they would say to you, and so we have their questions. Let's roll Carmen.
Hey guys, my name is Carmen Watkins and I'm a sophomore student at Henry Ford College. As a high schooler, I needed help navigating my future. Unfortunately, we don't have enough counselors to help us understand what tools and programs are available to us, and many of my peers are being left behind because of it. I am fortunate enough to be involved in Life Leaders Detroit, but I know many others are not. So my question to you guys is what will be done to ensure that young people like me receive the support necessary to advance in our educational journeys and prepare us for careers that will help us thrive in our city?
Career pathways, Dr. Walker-Graffia, let's go to you with that.
So I would start with, sometimes there's a disconnect where we are doing things and the student doesn't recognize that this is a part of career exploration. What I always say is that career exploration starts at the very beginning. It starts from birth. When you are talking about the literacy efforts that we're talking about, we are encouraging, through our family centers, how to read, what types of books to select. It starts there where you're learning and the child doesn't even really understand that they're learning about a new world. It moves through, to the pre-K and the child care situations where they're doing developmental play and they're doing the role playing. I know that I've visited in this role several centers, and some of the cutest things are when they are running around and dressing up and playing like they're, the post person or the you know, the cosmetologist or the business person or even the teacher, right? You know, all of those kinds of things are really helping us with the career exploration, that they're starting to sort things out. When it moves to, you know, the in-classroom with the MDE and then the out-of-classroom with MyLeap, we are working together to show that we are, from the K through 12, you know, perspective, outlining different kinds of curriculum that introduces them to the future work, to mentors, to examples of how they are developing their skills, their talents, their strengths. And they're moving through these things and sometimes don't recognize how all of that is adding up, so that they're saying, I like this, I don't like that, I don't want to do that. You know, it takes me back to my child when he told me, you know, I was a single parent and I was having a day, and he told me, Mama, just go work at McDonald's. You know, work at McDonald's and we can have all that we need, because we can get all the McDonald's burgers that we can have to eat and everything will be okay, right? In my heart, I'm just like, yeah, that's a good idea. It's better than what I'm feeling right now. But I'm saying that to say that, you know, you get to role play all of these different things. And so when you start making those decisions about what we want, the 60 by 30 goal is for every one of our students to move forward to get some kind of a credential. They start having those ideas because we're supporting each other on both sides. I know that with MyLeap, with the out of school time, you know, we introduced them to NASA. They got to work with astronauts. You know, those that may have not known they had any kind of science abilities were creating projects that I got to see that were just awesome. And now they have this confidence that they may not want to be, because some told me, yeah, I don't want to do that. But I have learned I want to do this. And so all of that is moving forward to help them to make those selections so that they are prepared a little better when they come out of what do I want to do. And why is that important? Because the jobs of the future, you have to have a post-secondary credential. It doesn't stop at high school anymore. If you're going to make the money that our students want to make, that your children want to make, that your grandchildren and, you know, nieces and nephews, you know, they say they don't want my job. They can make so much more and have so less if they become an influencer, right? You've heard that. I know you have, because I heard it all the time. But just having them to understand, okay, if you're going to be an influencer, what does that take? What are those skills, strengths that you're going to have to do in order to make that money that they want? Because it is all about the money now. So we, as educators, I think just have to open up and devise more innovation where they understand that all along, from the very beginning, they are learning more about themselves, more about the world of work, the careers of the future, so that they are on the path to picking things that they're going to work well with, but also picking things that they're going to make the money to build and help support the Michigan's economy.
Thank you. Detroit Future City actually just released a report last week about career connections, and they have infused labor market data as well as conversations with stakeholders, including youth. It is worth checking out. Let's have another clip from Izzy.
Hi, I'm Izzy Antea, and I'm a senior at East Lansing High School. A lot of jobs want experience, leadership, or initiative, but how are students supposed to get that if school doesn't really give us a chance to practice?
Michelle.
Thank you to Izzy for the question. I think a lot of young people around the state have their eye on what's next. They know that high school is not the end, and they're thinking about what their future looks like. And I'm grateful that they're continuing to push us, and that leaders like all of you are continuing to say, here's what employers demand, And here's how we can continue to adjust our high school experience to get children the types of experiences that they need. We obviously want kids to have skills and content knowledge, and we want them to go further than that. When we talk in the literacy space, I always use a really simple example of our goal isn't that you can read the word frog. Obviously, we want you to be able to decode words so that you can read the words on the page, but what we're really working towards is having creative problem solvers who can solve problems that we don't know exist yet, who can take in information, form an opinion, have a debate. That type of experience, that deep experience with content is something we want not just in literacy, but in math and science and CTE. And I see high schools and leaders all across the state continuing to say, what is next? How can we offer more of those experiences inside of our classrooms? It's why I see stronger partnerships between our K-12 schools and our post-secondary institutions to continue to looking at things like dual enrollment, early college experiences. And I know it's why people are continuing to say, how can we make sure that students leave high school with a plan? We've talked on this stage about opportunities that are available to be able to lower the cost and continue to connect students with skills. I can see our friends at MCAN over here and grateful for their partnership and so many others who are saying, how can we stand shoulder to shoulder with high schools and make sure that students leave knowing what is next, and that journey includes a post-secondary credential that sets them up for a good paying job right here in Michigan. And I'm looking forward to continuing that work with all of you.
This makes me think of Launch Michigan and the Michigan Education Guarantee, which is really focused on how we better connect business and careers to young people. We heard a little bit about it on the stage last time, but if you don't know about Launch Michigan's Michigan Education Guarantee, look it up. We have one more question from Emily, and I'm going to ask for really quick answers from our very thoughtful panelists because I want to get to audience questions too.
Hi, my name is Emily Maciel, a sophomore at Cass Technical High School. Schools are expected to prepare students for academic success, graduation, and life beyond the classroom. Yet many students struggle to meet grade level expectations. What is being done for the students who are falling behind?
Dr. Maliko?
Yeah, so I'll say at the Michigan Department of Education, the challenge that we have is we have compliance things, but we also have to partner and collaborate. I know we have Dr. Severson here from ISD Superintendent's MAISA, and we have Dr. Walker-Garcia and Michelle. We need to work together. In fact, when I was doing the listening to before I start, Michelle contacted me back in like October before I officially started and said, look, we need to get on board and work towards this literacy summit. That was my second week on the job. We had the literacy summit jointly with the governor in Detroit. And first setting the tone of collaboration and working together. And what did that set up? It set up for high quality curriculum material access for students. It set up science and reading training for teachers. And when I talk to teachers about the letters training, they get emotional when they say, I wish I would have had this years ago. It is making an impact on my students. The other thing, in all three budgets, we have literacy coaches between the Senate, the governor, and the House. Intervention at a high quality during the school day to meet the needs of those students. But again, you can't do it if you're not working in collaboration, and that's what we're all doing here, and I know we want to work with all of you. We still got work to do, and we encourage legislation to get passed so that we can move forward.
So Dr. Vitti talked about equitable funding and the need for it. There are some things to lift. We have the Opportunity Index now, and shout out to Ed Trust Midwest. Brian Love is here. Shout out to you. This is a weighted funding formula so that students who need more get more. We are at the highest per pupil allocation that we have in Michigan's history. And we know that we need more. I also want to shout out 482 Forward, which is an incredible organization that really brings community voice and community power into policy conversations. The thing with the Opportunity Index is that it also ensures that students who are English language learners or students with special needs have more support. We have great folks working on this from Autism Alliance. Nikki Hamp is here. Thank you for that. So when we think about this, we often make the argument like this helps kids who need more. But the reality is that it helps all kids when you pour into kids who need more. Dr. Maleko, I'm going to ask you to tell us in 30 seconds why, or there's a penalty box that you
I
did it.
Well, you know I never go in the,
She knows
I never
about the
go in the penalty box, right? 30 seconds or more, you know, like I said, other high-achieving states are doing it. We talk about other states. We know there's a path to making this work. We need to do it. I was proud to be part of an English language learner advocacy group across the state. And why did I do that as Dearborn superintendent? It was to advocate for those students, because we all win when all of our students are successful.
That's right. Okay, let's open the floor. What questions? Oh, we wrote them. We wrote our questions down. Okay. So, is there a plan to immerse school counselors to provide support to students? Decreasing number of students per counselor to create more personalized support. Is there a plan?
So we support counseling. I know it's a challenge, and speaking as a local superintendent, it was always a challenge when you get into budget areas. But social emotional learning is very important. And I know like at the state, where we have this early warnings intervention model that we're sharing ideas across the state, and we have individuals that come for best practice to provide support. In the Dearborn Public Schools, I had implemented a graduation intervention model, which was basically a counseling model, and tracking each kid to make sure that we found out exactly where they were. We had a 95% graduation rate over multiple years, and I had 73% college admission rates. That doesn't even include the CT. I want to bring those things to the state. You know, dual enrollment, 3,800 students in partnership with former President Russ Cavaluna at Henry Ford College, saving $20 million in tuition for parents a year to give kids an opportunity. So the plan is to get more career tracks in CTE. When I was in the Upper Peninsula, I went straight across from Detour all the way to Bessemer and Ironwood, and I actually crossed the Wisconsin border. The only problem when you get into Marquette is you got a lot of Packers fans. That's the only thing I didn't really, you know, I'm a diehard Lions fan. So CTE programs, that's another avenue for students. And so we got to get them into career areas, and they're very proud of those programs across the state.
It's a good question, and I noticed in the opening framing of House on Fire, they actually showed the ratio of students to guidance counselors. This is a great question. How are we thinking about AI and how it should or could change K through 12 education? Anyone?
Well, we're looking at it at the Michigan Department of Education. We actually had it in our legislative priorities. I do think we have to embrace it, but we got to use it appropriately. I started using it about 2 years ago. It's not going anywhere. It's not going away, but we have to, again, the more you put into it, the better product you get. We can't just have students that are just pumping things out and then it's doing the work for them. That's not how it works. So AI is a component. We're also looking at educational innovation on the broader scale. And we're going to be looking at that at the department, and we did put out guidance on AI from the Michigan Department. Again, because we're a local controlled state, we don't have the mandate to do it. We provide the guidance and the recommendations, and then it's up to the local districts to adopt those that they see fit in their local areas.
Angelique, if I may add.
Yeah.
I think one of the challenges that we have to balance as Team Michigan is how do we have priorities and focus while also recognizing that our kids and our educators demand that we do everything all at once? And how do you live in a world that holds both of those things to be true at the same time? And I think that is something that we will collectively to continue to wrestle with, because whether it's AI, school counselors, the list could go on, we have to be able to create the highest quality educational experience for kids that we possibly can and find a way to make that possible for mere mortals. And that is a balancing act that we are going to have to collectively do, that our superintendents, our educators are leading every single day, and that I think we will have to continue to name as a team that tries to prioritize and focus, but also get everything done.
How many in this room are personally using AI? Majority. How many of you are using it in a codified way at work? Maybe half. We have, okay. Thank you. Aviation is important. And can the Detroit Promise funds be used for flight? Who asked this question? Can you say what the question is? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
The pathway to becoming an airline pilot is very expensive. Flight lab fees are the most expensive for matriculating through college doing an aviation curriculum. Our students, from poor neighborhoods can't afford that and therefore are out of the process. So if the Detroit Promise funds could be used for flight lab fees, we at the Tuskegee Airmen Museum could produce many more pilots than we currently are.
Thank you. Tuskegee Airmen Museum, if you're not aware of it, you should be aware of it. Thank you for your question. To repeat, it's really about these paths into aviation, that these are sure paths, these are smart ways to go, these are fantastic careers that pay well, and yet it's expensive to get the credentialed for it. Did I recap that right?
Perfectly.
And so Detroit Promise, this program that offers free college for Detroiters, how do we maybe widen the aperture so that it could be used for some of these credentials? Is that something you all tackle in any way or think about?
Well, I would suggest, just because I've worked with Promise programs before, is that, working with the governing board for the Detroit Promise to talk about the equity that's needed there and looking at restructuring the amounts of money that can be set aside for X amount of aviation students. But it has to come from that governing board that they would allow those types of decisions to be made.
Mm-hmm. It's a really big, important idea. And we want more to take advantage of the Detroit Promise, so that might be a way to do it. We have 4 minutes left. No one else has a question, because if not, I have one more. Okay, so we have a gubernatorial race that's happening that has, what's the word I'm looking for? Gotten smaller recently. And so what's interesting is that the candidates have all come out saying that education is one of their top priorities, if not their top priority. I'm sure you all are paying close attention, as we are, to what the plans are and how feasible they might be, the impact it would have on your work and your partner's work. So day one, the new governor comes and sits down with you and says, tell me, what do I need to do in this role?
Well,
We're going to go down the line.
This way, or?
We'll start with
Okay. Collaboration and working together. We're showing an example right here is why we have to do it for the sake of our students. If we want it to work with our complicated systems in state government and local control, we need to work in positive collaboration, again, to put students first. Pop that out again. I caught the mic. I did that in an interview yesterday with Channel 4 too. So that's the only problem with these things. So.
I think for me, I would talk about the continuum and the necessity of the continuum and how it's working, because it offers Michiganders to have intentionality with each part of the development process of our students, our children, so that they are moving in a way together and that we're not going back to a hodgepodge of this is there, that's there, and really nobody has any idea of what the vision is and where it's going. The continuum with the goal set that we need at least 60, not 60, at least 60%, of our residents to have a credential is critically important. And working together with the innovation, the flexibility for career options, all of that, it all goes together. But it can only do that if you have everybody playing their part in their roles, working together, leading to that one goal for that one student.
Yeah. Michelle?
Don't pull out a fresh sheet of paper. Take out our pencil, sharpen it. We can't throw out the progress that we're making together as a team. Our kids don't have time for that. We need to be able to say, where do we turn our dials up? Where do we make adjustments? How do we learn more quickly what's working for kids, for educators, for communities, and make adjustments? But we can't throw it out.
Policy moves because people move it. And so shout out to all of the youth and the educators and the organizers and the educators. Did I say educators already? Well,
We're
say
saying
again,
twice.
to the educators and to the families, to the after-school providers that work so hard on policy too. We do these conversations because you do the work that you do every day. And so thank you for what you've done. I'm also going to end with a commercial. If you enjoyed this conversation, we have a radio show with WJR called Our State of Education. Some of you have been on it. More of you will be invited. And it is a podcast. We just won a broadcast award, actually, which will be announced tomorrow. So please continue the conversation around education and pushing for what needs to change and recognizing what works. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all.
As a Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929. Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. Joined now by U.S. Senator Alyssa Slotkin. So good to have you here, Senator.
Thanks for having me.
So you've just announced a new effort that would ban Chinese vehicles from visiting Canada and Mexico into the United States. Tell me a little bit more. What's going on here?
Yeah, okay, so, the Chinese have absolutely moved into Mexico, bought up a ton of auto plants, and they now have 15% market share in Mexico. And the Canadians, because President Trump kind of kicked them in the teeth, made the decision this year to allow in tens of thousands of Chinese vehicles. And as we know, they can come for the day, they can go shopping at Birch Run, they can come over our bridges and tunnels with those vehicles. And I got a problem with that. I got a problem because it's a national security issue. They're taking video. Imagine a vehicle coming over our bridge, hopefully the Gordie Howe, and driving right up to Selfridge Air Force Base, driving around it, taking all that video, getting all that geolocation, all the LiDAR, and taking that back. All that data goes back to China from all those vehicles. And I think if we're going to make a decision, let's make it ourselves and not just allow these vehicles to come across the border willy-nilly, which is what has started to happen in the southern border.
Do you think you can get some bipartisan support on this?
Yeah, it's actually the Chinese auto issue has been very bipartisan. I have legislation with Senator Bernie Moreno from Ohio. He's a former car dealer, a Republican on the other side of the aisle, and we hammered out legislation that encompasses this exact ban because he's worried about Chinese vehicles coming in the United States. And I don't think people totally get that the Chinese literally steal our intellectual property, make cars that look like ours, flood the market with them, subsidize them, pay money from the Chinese Communist Party to make them super cheap so that they can purposely undercut American industry. That is their MO. And I'm just not going to we saw them do it on drones. Used to be we had American drone companies. It's very hard. We're trying to start back up, and Michigan's doing a good job, but they basically put everybody else out of the market because they created these cheap drones and flooded the market with them. I'm not going to let that happen with cars as an American senator and a senator for Michigan.
You spoke, I understand, with Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. What did he have to say?
It was a really actually impactful conversation because the Canadians are our cousins. We have integrated our supply chains. We have worked well together on a million issues. They're our neighbors. They're our family. And I think the animosity has gotten so strong To hear a Canadian Prime Minister say publicly the things he's been saying about how we need to pull ourselves away and divest from the United States. We need to look elsewhere. We need to team up with other countries that are not the United States, things like places like Brazil. It just kind of breaks your heart a little bit, if I can be frank. But we have long-term interests that go way beyond any one president, and that was the nature of our conversation. I obviously pushed back on the issue of cars. And I said, look, you've made this decision. I don't agree with it. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put in a bill to ban them coming over our bridges and tunnels. And he's like, I get it, but you guys, President Trump's trying to kill our industry, so I got to fight back.
We're talking a little bit about Washington, D.C., and we are here at the Mackinac Policy Conference.
Yeah.
What is on your policy agenda besides this newest effort?
Yeah, certainly cars, autos. Look, I think Michigan is at a really important moment of inflection. We're going to have, one way or another, a new governor, new senator, new leadership up and down our state. And I really feel it's existential for Michigan to grow. We know that if we're not growing, we're shrinking. And I think people don't quite understand that if we don't grow as a state, it's going to be hard to afford our infrastructure in 10 to 15 years. You're going to be charged more for your utilities and your property taxes and everything than your mortgage. And so we got to get ahead of that. We need young families settling here. We need fewer of our kids to choose to go to places like Chicago or wherever, Denver. We need them to stay. And then we need to attract new young families. And I think this conference, always helps focus the mind on those things.
How do you do all of that at a national level? So much of that feels like it needs to be state-based.
Yep. So I think the federal government has a big role in a lot of things we care about. Think about housing. Okay, we know we need more housing in Michigan. We need more housing across the country, but we really need it in Michigan. The amount of federal regulation on how to build a home or how to build an apartment building in Michigan is real. And one of the things I think we could do at the federal level is declare a housing emergency, like call it as it is, and suspend some of those duplicative regulations. The federal government can help give low-cost loans to our builders so that they can buy in bulk and make building a house cheaper. There's a bunch of things that we can do from the federal government that would still deeply affect Michigan.
Are we able to? I mean, we're talking a little bit about, again, Washington, D.C., the willingness on both parties to work together, the ability to compromise. I mean, can we do big things right now?
Well, look, I've been a senator for a year and change, and I've seen nastiness, and I have seen bipartisan work. Truth be told, that bipartisan work is not clickbait. It's not sexy. People aren't going viral when they talk about their bipartisan bill. And our system is sort of like focused on the toxic stuff between us. I refuse to give up hope on bipartisanship. And again, I just did a bill with a Republican senator from Ohio. Our staffs and us too worked extremely well together. We agree on not a lot, but this we agree on. And I think the role of leaders is to suck it up and say, even if I don't agree on everything with another person, if it helps my people, my state, my industry, I'm going to work with them, with whoever. And I think, look, there's some of us who still really believe that, and I think that will come around the mountain again. Right now, that clickbaity thing, that's not how you do good governance, so I refuse to believe that's the only way of the future.
Well, let's talk about the future of the Democratic Party. It's something you're thinking a lot about, pushing some alpha energy as you've been pushing. How is the Democratic Party doing right now?
Well, look, I don't think it's a secret to anybody that since President Trump and the Republicans swept everything in 2024, I mean, we were shellacked. And I don't know why that's hard to say. We were shellacked. But the question is, what do you do in response to that? And, there have been times where Republicans have been shellacked. You got to re-baseline, figure out what you did wrong and how you're going to improve. And I think that's the part that we're still in the middle of, frankly. We haven't finished that process, and we're storming and norming and figuring out what the way of the future is. And one way or another, I want to be a part of that and helping to steer that.
We've got about a minute left. What does your future look like? There's been a lot of conversations about you at the top of the ticket. You've said, that maybe it would be you if there's nobody else. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I know that's a favorite parlor game.
Yes, yes.
I think, honestly, I just want to be a part of that new generation of American leaders that thinks differently and works harder and has a different vision for both parties. I think they both have lost their way, and it doesn't have to be me. Right? There's a million people saying that they're going to run for president. I'm trying to talk to all of them. If I believe in someone, then I would get behind them. But in the meantime, I know that's a favorite activity of reporters. I have no big announcements to make today.
Yeah. U.S. Senator Alyssa Slotkin, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
We're headed to a quick break. We'll be right back.
I want to start with something that President Trump said when he was here in Detroit that bothered me quite a bit. He said affordability, this issue of affordability, is fake news. Now, I live here, I interact with people here, I know lots of people like the two of you who are kind of called to pull up the nets for people who are suffering. But you are the kind of people I thought of when I heard that. I was like, there's nothing fake about what's going on, and your work every day to try to meet this hunger need is proof.
You're absolutely right. We have 43% of the households in our region that are identified as ALICE, and that's essentially an acronym: asset limited, income constrained, and employed.
It's a measure of poverty.
That's right. These are working families who are still struggling to meet their most basic needs. We receive 800 calls a day on our 211 helpline, and they ask for different needs. It's not just one need that they call for. It's food, it's utility assistance, it's transportation and childcare. So these are very much things that are out of reach for many of our residents in southeastern Michigan. We are now at $710,000, and so gifts just continue to come. People are hearing about what we're doing. They want to be able to help. Many people who've been doing their own individual drop-offs at pantries, they see the empty shelves, and they want to be part of the solutions.
Yeah. So one of the things I quite like about this program is you're collecting the money and the resources, but you're distributing it to the places where people are. And
Absolutely.
That's where
we're Mother's
you
Pantry,
come in,
right? Where our families are in line as we speak today, receiving the food. And when we think about our Alice families, I want to make it very clear, they're working. But all you need is one thing to happen.
Right.
Your dad's got COVID this week, and so the check doesn't come next week. So I'm now in a position where I'm food insecure and I can't make my ends meet. And for the leader of the country not to understand how vulnerable the population of our families are is very disturbing. But thanks to our partners like the United Way, we were able to be recipients where we can make sure that we keep our shelves full, because week to week they're full and then they're empty. And it's a very common practice in the city of Inkster, and we touch families all around our community.
Yeah. So tell me more about Operation Refuge, where it is and how it works.
It's in the city of Inkster, and it is a client choice pantry we've developed over the years. Like most pantries, we started in a church basement with a bag of food.
That's right.
Right? But because of partners like the United Way, over the years, we've moved into our own facility. It is client choice, where the most important thing, me being the oldest of 14 children, I understand what it's like when families don't receive dignity when they need support. So I want to make sure that when you walk in our space, you are shopping for what you need. We're very intentional with our partnerships where we have halal, we also have kosher, and we make sure that we have what you need on the shelves is nutritious and you have access. So we're very thankful for the partnership that we've had throughout the years with United Way, where we went from the basement to the support of partners in a building. And I think when you are in need, you can't feel bad about it.
How key is that support? I mean, what are the other ways you end up having to source the food that you're able to give to families?
So when you think about the key partnerships, it's the connections that United Way offer its partners. Like we're connected to Forgotten Harvest, to Gleaners, to Zaman, to Yada Ezra, right? So our needs are met in various ways, and we have a whole team that help us build our internal capacity. where you're able to meet your family's needs.
Yeah.
So I'm very thankful for the connections.
Yeah. When we think about what's going on right now with affordability and poverty, I'd love for you to put it in perspective. You've been at this now for a while, and with us here in Southeast Michigan for a while. How bad is it?
So in our state, 1.4 million, that's about 13% of the residents in Michigan receive SNAP benefits. What people need to understand is that 78% of the households that are receiving these benefits are drawing down income. They're working families.
Right.
About 10% of these individuals are veterans, 36% are older adults, and 1 in 4 are children. Wow. And I think these stats are so important because these are our most vulnerable populations. These are, we say our children are our most valuable resources and most important resources, but this is how they're being treated. And so we have to put this in real time. When people call 211, Stephen, it didn't matter if it was COVID, if there were floods, gas leaks, food is still one of the top 3 needs that people have. And so, they call needing food. When they have to start making different changes to their budgets, that's when they stop paying their utility bills. That's when they're not able to get the transportation, or their kids, you stop seeing them coming to childcare because they can't afford it. Yeah. So it's a real challenge in our community. We have social navigators that are actually providing concierge services, if you will, walking people through the different services that are available. And it's painful, Stephen, to hear some of the stories. We're getting people just in the gate for shelters because the shelters are full.
Yeah. Yes.
We're able to send them to a pantry one day and they're able to get a box. They go the next day, their shelves are empty because the needs are so great. But that's why we have these partnerships. And what Pastor Jean is talking about, it's hard for me not to smile when she's sharing these stories because we have a long history together. And I remember when it was literally just bricks on the ground and we were trying to figure out how we could write some grants together to get resources into Inkster. Yeah. And that's what makes United Way go. It really is powered by people.
I love that. It is powered by people.
Yeah. So 1.4 million people in the state. I try to emphasize all the time that when we say poverty or challenged, for a lot of people, the first thing that comes to their mind is Detroit, which is our largest city and of course, one of the poorest jurisdictions. But one of the things that I think is becoming more and more evident right now is how hard this is hitting everybody and people in communities where you wouldn't necessarily jump to the conclusion that they would be.
Absolutely, and I alluded to that earlier. Our partners are coming from Berkeley. Like we read, there is a shelter, Yada Ezra, where you would think the Jewish population didn't have the need, but it's there. And they're able to bring things that are not kosher all the way, Dave will drive it to Inkster, or my neighbors that need halal, right? So it's not just who you think, it is all of us.
It's everybody.
Because the challenges are real, and the fact that we think it's A-OK for us to be not on the agenda in this country at this time is totally ridiculous. And I'm so thankful that we're able to share it and you're able to get the word out, that we need to make sure that we're intentional about supporting the United Way. And if you bring food to Mother's Pantry, we're forever grateful. But I understand that if we could get a collective energy to make sure that our major partners are funded and it's downstream, that agenda that they say we're supposed to receive from the very wealthy, that their money's supposed to trickle down to those of us working that haven't found this way. But what we do see is that those that have the heart for philanthropy and for organizations that support our larger organizations like the United Way, that it really does get to us. We were able to purchase a van through a grant where we're able to take the food to families that can't stand in the line. Right? It's hard to be in a line waiting your turn to go inside when you have a walker in the cold. But if we can just get it to you, and we were able to receive a van, and now we have mobile access for our families. So it's so many great things that happen when you're in partnership, and they're very intentional with reaching out and helping build capacity around smaller organizations like Operation Refuge.
I would imagine at United Way, you're also in the middle of trying to meet other needs that are coming up short. I mean, food is critical and a staple that we've got to make sure everybody has access to, but there are other things, healthcare,
Absolutely. Education.
Education.
Summer discovery,
I mean,
right?
We're really seeing a kind of fraying of the public infrastructure around those things.
We are. I mean, we've had over 100,000 calls and rides delivered now for people who need transportation through Ride United. You know, we still get calls all of the time for people trying to find affordable child care. You know, some of the most basic things. You know, we have a partnership with Henry Ford and our local food pantries to try to close the loop, literally. When people are going to receive health care, then we refer them to the pantries. So, you know, all of these things are interconnected. These are systems that are not working for our families. So we have to be strategic in how we bring our partners together and how we tackle these different issues.
Yeah.
The one thing I did want to lift also,
Sure.
Stephen, is that, you know, we have our corporate campaign every year,
Yes.
but a number of our corporate partners, our community partners, they started doing their own food drives. They started taking it upon themselves. They just, you know, selected different agencies and said, we can make a difference from where we sit. And that's the most important message I want everyone to hear. If you're frustrated, if you're trying to understand like what we can do to tackle these numbers, everyone can make a difference.
Yeah.
You know, call your local pantry, take a ride down to your local church and find out what their needs are.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like the church is the place that people kind of naturally gravitate to for
Support,
if they want to do these things, right? If they want to pitch it, but there are other places as well.
Absolutely. And we have a number, like I said, Stellantis, Clark Hill, Honigman, Accenture, you know, some of these large corporations, they just said, you know what, we can make a difference in our community. We can just come to work every day and bring resources to support those in need.
Yeah. I wonder what else you guys think you need in the way of support. I mean, we could talk about government. And that's always very difficult to deal with the politics there and things like that. But what are some of the other ways that, other than even the corporate community, that we can, again, stitch together enough of a net so that people are just not falling through it?
Well, one, I think that everyone has to understand Alice is all of us.
Yes.
So no matter where you live, every community has a significant Alice population. So I think becoming more informed, understanding the communities that we are in and who we are, who we serve, being strategic about, you know, how we start to share resources. We need to talk more about philanthropy and individual giving. We need to do a better job, I think, of investing in our community organizations that are doing that work. And then I would just say continue to ask the tough questions of why we are in these positions and figuring out how we can, again, partner with local agencies and be a part of the solution. We just need everyone being solution-minded.
And I think that's the key is the intentionality.
Yeah.
Like on purpose,
Right.
I'm looking for ways to support. And for some of us, it's extremely easy to say, I have 2 hours I can donate to Mother's Pantry. What do you need? Do like our link to feed, how can I help you with administrative, right? How do I help your families with information? Because one of the big issues we have in our community is high blood pressure. So we're very intentional when we're giving out our canned goods that we just say, rinse them.
Yeah,
right? We just want to make you have a healthy life. Everyone deserves the American promise of life, right? And the scriptural promise of it being more abundant.
And we are back now, joined by Michigan senior U.S. Senator Gary Peters. Senator Peters, welcome back to the big desk.
It's great to be here with you. Once again.
It's so good to have you here once again. This is going to be your last Mackinac Policy Conference as a sitting senator.
Yeah, that's right.
What does that mean for you?
Yeah. Well, it's a little bittersweet. I'm ready to move on to new challenges, but I've been coming here as a state senator for a lot of years, and then as a House member, and then now a senator, and so there's quite a bit of history.
What's changed? I'm thinking in particular as we're talking about a quest for common ground, the conference theme.
As to what's changed in the world?
Well, there's a lot that's changed in the world.
Yeah.
I think I mean the conference and the discussions and the policy conversations that were happening. Maybe things haven't changed over the past years.
Yeah, and I think they're probably more important now than ever that we're doing this, because over the years what I have found, and I take great pride in bringing people together, passing bipartisan bills. Through the last 3 Congresses, I passed more bills that I signed than any other U.S. senator, and I do it because I find a Republican colleague to work with me, and we get them passed to do it. And yet, I will tell you, over that 18 years that I will have been in Congress, every year is harder and harder to get that done. Part of it is that some of the people, which is I think is sad, but it's the nature of where we are in the world, that some of the folks that I did work with on the other side who want to get things done they leave, either get defeated, but usually they just move on. And then the new person that comes tends to be a whole lot more partisan, either further to the right or further to the left. And so it's harder to find that kind of common ground. And I think that gets rewarded. The sad thing is people who just roll up their sleeves and try to get things done, that's not getting rewarded today. It's about how do you get the intention economy? How do you get people worked up? How do you, if you yell and throw rocks on both sides, that tends to get more attention. But that's not healthy for a democracy that needs people to come together.
Yeah. And yet it's so interesting because polling shows that Americans say they want compromise. And I guess the question is, but do they reward it?
They don't. I mean, that's the problem. You don't see that rewarded, especially, but I mean, a lot of this is done in primaries too, so it's a smaller subset of the population. I think it'll get more likely to be rewarded in a general election, but you got to get there to begin with. And so it depends what choices are actually available for people in the general, because so much is happening. And I'm just going to take just an example that just happened yesterday for a colleague of mine. So as I mentioned, I've passed all these bills. Usually the person who's number 2 on those lists is John Cornyn from Texas, the Republican. He's a gentleman who I've worked with over the years. Politically, he's very different. He's very conservative. He's very different than who I am. But I could always find common ground with him. We passed legislation. And he actually wanted to solve problems. And he would go out. He worked to pass the gun safety bill. He paid a big price for that because he did that, but it was important for our country. But in the election yesterday, he lost to a very far-right guy who likes to throw rocks, has no desire to ever solve a problem. And yet the voters in Texas chose that gentleman instead of the person who has a track record of getting things done and working in a bipartisan way. And that's sad. I think that's sad, and it really shows where our country is. Now, I think as a Democrat, and I know a lot about campaigns, running the national committee for 2 runs.
You did 2 times in a row.
Two times.
So, they brought you back.
So
you said yes.
I said yes, and I've worked in Texas a lot because of that work nationally that I did. I think we have a really good shot to win now. I think there's going to be a clear contrast. Mr. Talarico will have a great shot. So the fact that he won is good for us electorally. But there's a little bit of sadness I have that a guy who works real hard and really has the people in mind, even though he may have views different to me on other things, I had a lot of respect for him. But that kind of personality can't win right now in this political environment, and I think that's troubling.
And that there's fewer and fewer of those kind of folks in D.C. right now, too.
There is. Yep, there very is. And, part of it is that people are just so into campaign mode. In campaign mode, you're supposed to be that rock thrower and paint very clear contrast. That's what I would tell my candidates when we were running around the country. And you have to fight, and you got to be willing to do whatever it takes to win. But after you win, then you have to govern. You actually have to figure out how do we now solve the problems that we know the American people want us to solve. And governing is a lot different than campaigning. Some people don't realize that. The campaign Gary is a lot different than the senator governing Gary. Yeah. It doesn't mean I changed my views or my political beliefs, but I looked and worked for the other side to try to make a difference. I'm not fighting the other side. I'm trying to figure out, we were foes in the campaign, but now we're all saying the voters sent you to office. You're a Republican, but your voters in your state sent you here, so I have to work with you. My voters in Michigan sent me as a Democrat. You have to work with me. So now let's figure that out. And that's a different dynamic when you're in the heat of a campaign.
Speaking of different dynamics, I'm curious if knowing that you're leaving in the next 7 months, has it changed your governing philosophy, your attitude, maybe how you've been thinking about voting?
No, I mean, I always try to be true all the time. And I think you got to vote the way you want. My rule has always been I got to look in the mirror in the morning after a vote and say I feel comfortable with what I did and take the consequences for it. So that hasn't changed at all. The one thing that has changed is that instead of I'd be campaigning right now. I would be spending this time with you, then I'd be running somewhere else immediately to go campaign.
Right.
And right now, what is really, I think, and more importantly, now I can just focus on that governing piece. We're in a challenging time in our history. I can focus all my effort on being the best senator I can possibly be without having to worry about a campaign and having somebody track me and try to catch me and saying one word out of place that they can clip and put it on a TV commercial. That's not a great life to live. And what really attracted me always to being in public service is actually legislating and actually trying to pass legislation that impacts people's lives, and that's what I can focus on.
Well, speaking of legislation that's passed, you were just at the Selfridge bill signing out here on the porch. What does that mean for Michigan?
Oh, it's huge. I've been working with our colleagues and my colleagues in the Congress in a bipartisan way to make sure Selfridge has these future missions. It's a long-term project. We have the KC-46, which is a new tanker aircraft that will be around for 50 years. We worked really hard to get that as they were retiring platforms. Now with the F-15. But we have to make a lot of improvements. And part of the improvements were runway improvements that the state needed to do. So that was necessary to get federal money. But the $150 odd or money that's going to be used to make that runway improvement will unlock about $850 million in federal money that we're working to appropriate. I'm an appropriator on Armed Services Committee. So it's all total going to be at about $1 billion investment. In fact, before my committee on Armed Services, I had one of the top generals of the Air Force testify, and he said on the record, which I love, he said, with all this investment, Senator, and these two platforms, Selfridge will be the finest Air National Guard base in the entire country. And I'm going to thank you, General, for that, and I'm going to quote you. So I'm doing it right now, quoting him. And they don't usually offer that kind of, especially in a public hearing, because it's on record. But it's true. It's amazing. It puts Selfridge in a great position to be around for a long time and really makes Michigan just critical to our nation's national defense and national security generally.
And we should note, as much as we're talking about dysfunction in D.C. and possibly many will say dysfunction in Lansing, this was done bipartisanly.
Yeah. And when you think about it, we had tremendous support in Macomb County, regardless of party. All the Macomb County local officials were behind it. At the state legislative level, it was bipartisan. And at federal, our congressional delegation is all united, both Democrats and Republicans. So it's bipartisan, both at the state, federal, and local level. There aren't many issues that get that kind of support. So there's an example of finding common ground. And today was a big victory, and it's going to mean a lot economically for Michigan as well. As far as the future of the Air Force, the future of aerospace, we're seeing a lot of that in investments in aerospace companies now in Southeast Michigan. And those aerospace companies have a lot of spillover into other industries. So it is a huge win economically for the state, as well as taking pride in our part of national security.
Yeah. U.S. Senator Gary Peters, thank you so much.
Great to be with you.
Really appreciate it. We go now to the Brighton Pavilion for the session, How Technology is Rewriting the Rules for Healthcare in Michigan.
Technology is Rewriting the Rules of Healthcare in Michigan is hosted by the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. Please welcome Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Bath Health, Anthony Chang. Chief Digital and Information Officer of Michigan Medicine, Anika Gardenhire. Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs for Michigan State University, Laura Lee McIntyre. And to moderate the discussion, Chief Strategy Officer and Network Development Officer of Henry Ford Health, Dennis Butts.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think we may have lost out to the cocktail making hour with the, but we are glad that you are all here with us today. We really think that we're going to have a compelling conversation on this hot topic, how technology is actually reshaping and rewriting the rules of healthcare right in Michigan. We're having this conversation as we just look at the pace of change and just how fast technology is changing healthcare. It's changing healthcare and how patients engage care, how care is actually now being delivered. It's changing how health systems function, both individually, but also how we collaborate together. We're seeing this firsthand right at Henry Ford Health. We're using a lot of technology to inform patient care. We're actually using it to address administrative complexity and also how we partner together. We're leaning into innovation-driven partnerships. You see two of those partnerships on the stage today with Banff Health as well as Michigan State. We're not just looking at common ground, but showing the power of what can happen when like-minded, mission-oriented organizations get together to solve big problems. We believe that we can solve big problems better together versus going down that pathway on our own. I think as we have this conversation today, it's important to realize that it's not just healthcare organizations that are using technology. We're actually seeing changes in consumer behavior as well. Consumers are now using AI tools and other emerging technologies to begin to manage their own health, even thinking about their own treatment plans, and also thinking about when, if, how it will actually access care. So I think technology is truly reshaping the front door of the healthcare system. So I think with that, as we think about just how we start the panel, it's one thing to keep in mind. How do we go fast enough where we can really harness the value of all these emerging technologies in a way that we can bring value to the communities that we serve faster? But I think with that, how do we make sure we don't go too fast? When we think about technology being utilized in something as sacred as patient care, we don't want to mismanage the risk, and we also want to build trust at the same time. I think one other comment I'll make is that maybe more so than in some other industries, healthcare is a uniquely human experience. And so as we're implementing technology, yes, we want the productivity gains. Yes, we want to make sure that we're getting to the cost reduction. But how do we not lose sight of the human experience at the same time? And so as we round out the topics for this conversation, we're thinking about the workforce as well, not just the workforce of today, but the workforce of the future. And how can technology make sure that we're ready for what the workplace will look like? So I'm excited as we start this panel today to have three amazing, innovative leaders to share their insights on these big topics. But maybe as we get started, Anthony, I'm going to maybe start with you. As we maybe think about, from the perspective of Banff Health and all that you're doing with technology, what are some of the new clinical innovations that are now available, specifically as you think about things like precision medicine? How is technology advancing that care? And I know one of the big things for you is how do we get this to as many patients and communities as fast as possible? How do we scale these in a way that we get to clinical impact, but also in a financially viable way as well? Wow. So a lot of questions for you, but we'll put you on the spot.
I think there's a lot of technology right over there. Instead of talking about all the technology available or is exciting right now, I think let's go back to the root of the logic right over here. What we're trying to do over here, we all know we need to achieve precision medicine. Precision medicine, everybody has different kind of definition. But for me, it's very, very easy to define. It's a 5 right. We need to make sure the right patients have the right diagnosis, offer them the right treatment at the right dose at the right time. So I don't think anybody is trying to argue with that. The problem is how are we going to achieve this in the most efficient way? And then so the term I created is called, right now we really need to achieve something called intelligence-based medicine, precision medicine. What does that mean? That means the very first thing is we need to acquire the right information first. And so without information, without the right information, then we'll never be able to acquire the right intelligence. But information doesn't really mean intelligence. Information after the right analysis, then we got intelligence. And then we can start use those kind of intelligence to help us to make the right decision to treat the patient. That's how we achieve the true precision medicine. So for information acquisition, we all know genomics is important, proteomics become very important, a lot of lab tests is being important, imaging study with MRI, CT, and different kind of modality is important. And right now the new technologies in the field we're in called PET technology, partial emission tomography, or molecular imaging. That is important. So we acquire all this kind of information. Now the problem is how we're going to process this large amount of information and in different kind of format, siloed, stored in the hospital system, and use this kind of intelligence to treat the patients. So for a long time, this is really troublesome. But right now, with the new AI technology coming out, and with we need to redesign this kind of platform, and so we can start using this kind of information to acquire intelligence and treat the patient, and that's the goal. And we really have all technology in our hand, in our pocket, and now to get to the next questions. How are we going to get there? I think the most important part is not like a tactical method. The root problem is the mindset. I mean, at this era, speed is very important, and also the leverage technology is very important. To have those kind of mindset, willing to take reasonable risk to benefit the patients, to make the whole system more efficient, to lower the cost of healthcare, to scale things up, to make every new technology is accessible and affordable to every single patient as soon as possible. That's the right mindset. And that's actually, I think, the mindset we're lack of in the conventional healthcare. But in the new era, when we have new technology, to have this kind of mindset is so important. And another mindset is collaboration. There's so many new technology, nobody can do it by yourself. And if we can work with each other and to make sure we all aligned on patient care is our end goal, then we can actually really achieve it in a high speed and really achieve the true precision medicine we want.
Cool. Thanks, Anthony. And maybe I'll build on that mindset comment that you just made, and Anika, pull you into the conversation. What actually needs to change with health systems to actually implement this technology? And as we've talked about not just driving efficiency, but really the human experience, building trust. As we think about the right mindsets to be more effective, what needs to change inside of health systems?
You know, it's an interesting thing to think about what needs to be different. I'll start with what needs to be the same, right? So we still have to do the work of change management. We still have to do the work of implementation. We still have to get people to do something different today than they did yesterday because the solution exists. And if that's not true, then the things that we're making, they don't matter, right? So if we want them to matter, we still have to do the very human work of adoption. So the work of getting people to do exactly what Anthony just said, of making the mindset shift, that's real work. That's not put it out there and let it go viral. That's not see what happens if in that. That's real work that is planned, that is actionable, that requires infrastructure, and that requires lift. I think the other part of what has to be different is we have to get really honest about what it actually takes to make it true, right? So that's real infrastructure built out, so whatever your strategies are around your tech stack. It's real data governance and data alignment that actually makes the things happen that you can actually build these new tools on. It is ensuring that you have the right infrastructure around everything from consents, right, to trust and trusted relationships around data and how you'll use it, and that patients and individuals and communities understand what we will hold true and valuable as the push that inevitably will be true about how fast you can go and how much risk we will take comes into fruition. So if we make promises, we keep them. If we have values, we hold true to them, right? And I think both of those things, all of those things have to be true as we move forward. And I think the other part is what has to be different is that we have to respect the opinion of our newly informed consumer. I jokingly say this thing is like Dr. Google on steroids. Mercy help us all. right? Everybody is walking in with access to untenable amounts of information. But how do you create situations where there are trusted sources of information, clinicians and people who provide care, and consumers who are working to receive care have similar set trusted sources of information, so similar sets of decisions can be made? And I think we have to be purposeful about implementing these solutions in ways that build trust between individuals and their providers versus degrade trust between individuals and their providers. And I think a lot of that comes from how you source information, how you provide information, and the importance of brand and institutional value to our consumers.
I love what you said, and we have to work quickly, but we can work only as fast as the speed of trust.
100%.
Yeah, I think if we're moving this fast and it's happening on both sides of the equation, on the health system side, health industry side, as well as on the consumer side, I think it makes us really focus in on higher education. How are we training the workforce? How are we training consumers to really take advantage of the opportunities that are out there? And so, Laura Lee, just really want to get your opinion on what should we be thinking about as far as how we train the next generation of the workforce that are going to be using this technology? How should we be focused on not only curriculum, but experiences, skill sets that individuals might need? And then maybe have you weigh in on how do partnerships kind of play into this? We have a partnership with Henry Ford and Michigan State, and if you think about the real problems we're trying to solve, not just learn something in school, but have impact in the workforce, how does that all begin to come together?
Great set of questions. I will try to remember all of them. First of all, AI has been around for a long time, but we have recently started seeing it crop up in the workplace. We see it in students. We see it, it's everywhere. If you're walking around with a miniature computer that we call a phone, it is in our hand. It is in our feed. It is all around us. And as we think about the ethical responsibilities that higher education has to prepare not only students for jobs we know now, and the technologies that you all are introducing, but for the jobs that we don't even know exist yet. We have to think holistically about what kind of skills, and it's not a skill set that's stagnant, but what kind of skills our students will need so that they can be successful in the world of work. And chances are those careers will evolve over time. Reflect on your own career pathways. Probably it wasn't a straightforward path. We took those circuitous turns. And so we need to instill the values, the ethics, the skill set, the curiosity, and the exploration that is necessary for our students to be future taxpayers and drivers of our economy in the state of Michigan. Michigan State University graduates more students that are Michiganders than any other university. We take that obligation to produce students that will stay here in the state of Michigan. 2/3 of our graduates do. They stay here, they want to work here, they want to thrive here, they want to start families here, but more importantly, they want to get a job first. And so we convened under President Kevin Guskowitz's leadership last year, we convened the Green and White Council, go green, and we brought 17 industry leaders together. And we had a series of meetings with them over the period of a year. And we asked them, we challenged them to reflect on their industries across 6 different sectors, including healthcare. What are the gaps? What are the needs that Michigan State and other universities can help fill? What are we missing in our curricula, in our experiences? What do our students need to be employable for those jobs that we know about now and our future jobs? And we listened and we learned and we responded to their asks and their recommendations. So what did they tell us? The Green and White Council, 17 industry leaders, suggested that our students need more AI readiness skills. That's not a news flash, but higher education is grappling with how to do that. Do we require training? Is there a required element in the curriculum? Other institutions have grappled with this too, taken different approaches, and AI is not a stagnant thing. It's rapidly evolving, and so we heard from our industry partners that our students need to have fundamental literacy, competency, exposure, whether you're a philosophy major or whether you're a computer scientist. We also learned that it's more than just a skill set and an introduction. It's really a passion for lifelong learning. So we can teach students a skill and we can graduate them, but we need to produce learners, people who are open and curious and have the capacity to work in a team, to be nimble, to take the perspectives of others. And we find value in bringing people together in classrooms where there are many, many differences among our students and pose a certain set of problems and allow them to explore. But we heard loud and clear, AI and emerging technologies is important. The second thing that we heard loud and clear is that in order for our students to be successful with getting jobs, and we want that, we need that in the state of Michigan, they must be connected to careers very early on and not wait until their senior year when their parents are sweating it and thinking that maybe they'll move back into the basement, like, Lord help us, no. But we need to introduce these career opportunities and exposure even before they set foot on our campus, through exploration, through opportunities, and importantly, through connections with industry. So you're hiring folks in healthcare. We want to, and most of the time people think, well, I don't want to go the physician route, or I'm not sure about nursing. There are a wide range of jobs, everything from marketing to PR to advanced manufacturing to research to data science. All of these things are available within the healthcare system. So exposing students to different pathways, whatever their dreams are, and those dreams that have not yet actualized, expose them and connect them to internships, career exploration, connect them with our alumni base and opportunities to explore. So we heard that. First was AI exposure and readiness. Second was let's get them connected to career exploration early. And the third recommendation coming out of this council was how we leverage our research and innovation as a public, proudly public land-grant institution serving the state of Michigan to partner with healthcare, with industry, with a variety of sectors, and leverage the strength of our research and innovation to solve practical problems that industries are facing. So the third element really focused on application of our research in real-world context. So I'll give you an example. Our first pilot of these recommendations really focuses on advanced manufacturing, packaging, and thinking about logistics and supply chain. We're applying it to Dart manufacturing. I would love to be able to take this proof of concept and apply it directly to other industries. And so as we hear directly from what our industry partners need, we can immediately take those set of recommendations and enact them with our faculty, with our staff, in the classroom, in the laboratories, in the fields, and through experiential learning. So it's been very important, and actually it's something that we all should be doing. We need to listen more. What are the needs? What are the gaps? How can we work together? I think the second part of your long list of questions, if I'm tracking, is how do we leverage those partnerships?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd love to just highlight our partnership with Henry Ford. So Henry Ford Health plus Michigan State University came together in 2021 and designed not a short-term, but a long-term plan for how we can do more together. And this 30-year agreement represents and leverages the strengths of each of our institutions. And we think about what we can do more together, and it fits perfectly within the context of this conference. We are more than 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, I think we are an exponent, not a plus. So as we think about this partnership, we are leveraging our land grant mission at Michigan State University, a world-class healthcare system, our research and development, our faculty, our clinicians, our students, and it's enterprise-wide. So thinking bold and thinking, what's the long game? How can we create a set of partnerships that really advance clinical care, advance the students that will be the workforce of tomorrow, and really thinking about how we can accelerate the impact of our research. And we do so with an intentionality, a coordination, and a partnership that we see present in the Henry Ford Health plus MSU partnership.
Awesome, well said. Anthony, I'm going to go back to a comment that you made earlier just about the right mindset and how we go fast. And how do we just really balance not going too fast where we're causing risks, but also not going too slow where we miss the opportunity? So I want to have each of the panelists kind of weigh in on this. How do we really strike the right balance?
I love the word fast because I'm a person who have a speeding tickets from 3 continents. So I think the speed is very important to us right now. I think the healthcare is in a very awkward phase. I mean, like if we go too fast, I mean, we can jeopardize patients' life. If we go too slow, we can lose patients' life. So how to adjust the diet, put it in the right positions, and so take a reasonable risk and to moving forward, that's a very, very important question to every healthcare leaders. For me, it's like I think we can start from the very first step. It's like number one, the safety of the new technology is very, very important. Then how are we going to achieve this, adopt this, is not trying to skip steps. I think it's make the whole process way more efficient. That's the very first things we can do. I mean, a lot of time takes a lot of paperwork, it takes a lot of redundant, like a bureaucratic process. We can use technology, we can use the administrative means to try to solve that. And after that, then we can start using the knowledge, using the new technology to evaluate and better if this is the right risk to take. I mean, 30 years ago, a lot of things we don't know, mRNA technology, cell therapy technology, and a lot of vaccine, a lot of targeted therapy. We just have no idea. We don't know the right dose. We don't know what's the systemic effect. We just know these can help, but we have no data to base on. But for the past 30 years, we have a lot of information. We have the animal data, we have human data, we have a lot of knowledge and pathway from the biology, from medicine we don't know before. Leverage those kind of knowledge, trust the expert, and start do the baby step moving forward. I think that's actually the 2 very important way to initiate that. And once you start doing more and more, we're gonna accumulate more knowledge, we're gonna feel more comfortable and have more confidence to know what's the right risk to take and what's the right way to moving forward, and we can be better. It's like riding a motorcycle or mountain bike, right? The first beginning, you never ride it, you always feel scary, you worry about you're gonna fall. But every good mountain biker or motorcyclist, they know, like if you only look at the obstacles, if you only worry about you're gonna fall, you definitely gonna fall. And so the right way is looking forward and be confident, control your speed, control your direction, and then you're gonna gain a lot of confidence, and you're gonna gain a lot of experience. With the build up on the experience and the confidence, then you can really achieve what we want to achieve.
Any good comments?
Yeah, so one of the things I think we have to think about is how do you shorten the speed of signal and the speed of feedback loops, right? So for me, I would just tell you, right, I'm new to Michigan, I'm new to the University of Michigan, but one of the things that excites me most about the institution of the University of Michigan and Michigan medicine is the fact that so many things happen in concert. It means that we are curating and creating knowledge actively, right? Research is happening effectively. Best practices are being developed and drug discovery is happening, and then that is being able to implement patient care, right, super solidly, and the monitoring that needs to happen across the state, right, because we treat patients from every county in the state, can happen together in concert without break and without disruption. And so the speed at which you can understand signal in the noise and the speed at which you can take that signal, understand it, curate it, and create impact is unparalleled. And there are very few institutions that still exist that can actually do that holistically together in concert under one roof. And to me, those are the types of things that breed trust. It is to say that we do not promise to always get it right. We promise to be very cognizant of where the risk exists that we might get it wrong. We promise to stay very close to you and understand the impact of that. And we promise to make course correction at a speed at which can be most appropriately have the least amount of impact on your life. That is the promise. And so our ability to do that, our ability to utilize the tools to understand the signal, our ability to curate the signal with our education, with our impact, with our research, and our ability to take that understanding and to scale it at a level that has high positive impact. Again, there are very few organizations that can do that at the speed at which we need it and at the speed at which these tools will actually enable. And to me, that's how you balance the risk. It's less about making promises that we cannot maintain. It's more about being clear about what the promise means, and then being clear that we are taking the actions to meet the moment and to deliver on the promise.
Yeah, you mentioned that sometimes we just may not get it right, but that can actually build trust. Do we run the risk of maybe holding technology to a higher standard than maybe what we would do with even human interactions? And is that going to slow us down in the process?
Yeah, I think we do, and I think that we should. And part of the reason for that is just simply scale. As an individual clinician, when I get it wrong, the impact is typically going to be the patients that I see. It's the people on my panel, it's who I interact with. From a technology perspective, if I get it wrong, the scale is exponential. And so whether that's positive impact or not positive impact, we have to manage the risk to the appropriateness of the scale and the impact that we can have. Again, though, the scale at which I can monitor the signal about also the possibility of getting it wrong. So if I am wrong as an individual clinician, the number of patients that I might have to see, or the amount of research that might have had to be done in order to figure out that I'm not on the right track, that was slow. It was grueling. And then what had to happen in order to update journals, in order to pass through the knowledge, to create the new best practice? To your point, it was slow and it was grueling. And the reality of today is that it doesn't have to be. To me, that is the part of the promise. We should hold technology to a higher standard, but we should also pay attention to what that standard means, and we should use technology to ensure that we're putting it on the right track when we need to.
Yeah, I think I need to.
I knew you were going to weigh in. I'm very fast.
No, I love that. I really love it because that's very important things to think about is to know in order moving things forward, it takes mistake moving forward.
Yeah.
We could be wrong, and we should accept that. We expect that, but it's not right to be wrong for a long time.
Yeah.
That's actually a terrible thing. So if we can keep trying to facilitate the process and get the right answer first, and then we can scale it up, that's actually where we should focus.
Fail fast and correct even faster.
Yeah.
Laura Lee, any additional comments to weigh in on the matter?
I really appreciate what the panelists have said. I think knowing what success looks like and defining that up front can also be helpful because it serves as a guidepost. And sometimes when things are moving so quickly and you don't have the checks and balances in place, it's easy to get off track. And it's easy to have the problems drive the actions without keeping the solution and sort of what success looks like in mind. We are in the technology business, but we are in the people business first. And so I would add that it makes a lot of sense to keep talking to one another, keep checking in with our patients, keep checking in with our students, keep checking in with our consumers, and being open to that feedback rather than being committed to a set of actions that we may need to modify. So there's a people element in this technology as well, ensuring that we have stakeholder engagement, that we have feedback loops, that we have data-informed decisions, but also that we don't lose sight of the human reality of the impacts.
Awesome. Well, we are here at the Mackinac Policy Conference, and one of the reasons that we're having this conversation is that we feel like there's an opportunity for Michigan to lead in this area. Not that just technology is advancing, but we can actually lead in this space. I think the question for each of you is, what are we already doing right that we can build upon that can help us be even more successful? But also, what are some of the things where we're lagging behind that we also need to address? Looking for a response from each of you.
Me go first?
Yeah.
Wow. I think the most important thing is still the mindset, right? And I think right now for the past 10, 15 years, I do see the mindset has shifted to more innovative, but to more risk-taking. People are talking about it, people trying to encourage that, people trying to figure out a way to encourage and trying to help on innovative things, no matter what it is research from an academic center or is like a startup for new technology for a business. However, I think that right now the problem I saw is that we still lack of actions. People know that innovation is a good thing, and it takes risk to do things. But when the risk standing right in front of you, are we comfortable to take that risk? Are we going to take a risk? And I still don't see that part. I mean, we still talk very big, which is a good start. But I mean, when we act, we still don't act like with the group to achieve the things like where we want to be. So I think that's actually the very important things I observe. I always ask my peers when I in those kind of meetings. I say, if the next Google, the next SpaceX, the next Facebook standing right in front of you, but it's like when they are still very, very small, are you going to invest that? Right? Are you going to think that's too crazy? Or you think, oh, this is the things we need to help and support in order to make them to be another big things of the nation, to change the world. So I think, we don't lack of this kind of a gene and blood in Michigan. Like I always talk about 100 years ago, Michigan changed the whole world, how we commute, how we transport. We did that. And Michigan also changed the whole world, how we manufacture. We did that. But right now, I think we need to find those kind of essence and spirit back and lead again. And I do think healthcare research and a lot of new technology is like a good starting, because we have everything we need over here. And also this is a new intersection of the new era. AI coming here, and when you apply AI to all kind of field over here, based on all the technology and talent we have over here, how are we going to prepare the business community, education community, healthcare community, and the technology community to push all these kind of things forward and to lead? This is a great opportunity, but the only people and group can actually catch this kind of opportunity is the people who are really willing to roll the sleeves and get dirty, fail, and also take a huge risk. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Anika?
Yeah, so I would say I think we owe an answer to the so what of what's being done and what's already happened. So examples would be, we're doing incredible work to put sensors on people. We have remote monitoring. We have work happening from a precision health perspective. We have new discoveries and drug discoveries happening every single day. We have an incredible amount of activity, right? But the actual trend, right, the work that we need to do to bend trend from an outcomes perspective, I'm not sure that the average individual would say is showing up in their daily life. And we know the things. We know an incredible number of things about the impacts to care. We know that the health system itself is about 20% of the overall impact of what actually makes you quote unquote healthy or what will impact your outcomes. And we know that there are a whole host of other things that play a part in the continuum to make it true. When I was doing the work of sort of figuring out moving to Michigan, right? Like you do the research and you want to really understand the environment that you're moving to. It's great, sort of the job and the institution, but then there is the state, there's the broader environment. So there are a few things. It takes real infrastructure to make this stuff go, right? You have to build data centers, you have to have access to semiconductors, you have to have, and what was really cool to me is that, to your point, all of the pieces were happening. Data centers happening. Conversations about actually making semiconductor plants happening. Institutions that can actually curate and take knowledge and turn it into action. But not only curate and take knowledge and turn it into action, would actually have the distribution arm. Because that's where it really matters, right? If you do it over here, but you can't actually distribute it, it doesn't actually matter again that you did it. So you need the distribution arm and the reach into the community, to the individual, to make it true, to make it show up in somebody's everyday life. And for me, that's the thing that can happen here, right? I worked with a leader who used to say, we can because we must. We can because we must, right? That's really what it comes down to. And so having the actual infrastructure, having a policy environment that is both pro-business and innovation, and is a place where my 4-year-old might be able to grow up and drink clean drinking water, are really important to me. both have to be true. It is not a dichotomy. We do not get to choose one or the other. We have to make them all real. And to me, that is the thing that will make it true that we lead the nation and the world on how to make this show up for individuals and populations and institutions, right, to design what the future will be. And so for me, I think that is the coolest thing about sort of standing where we are standing. It's to your point. We are at the moment where the future is being designed. That's where we are. The future is actively being designed in this moment. We should be intentional in the design. Our job is to make it not accidental, right? That's the whole kit, right? Is to say that when I think about the future, I actually see a specific picture and that everybody is rowing in that direction.
Yeah, I think it is so cool right now. I mean, literally, like we are standing at a point we can define the future instead of trying to predict the future. When we're trying to predict the future, we're always behind,
100%.
right? Or follow other people. But we can define it, and we should stand up and lead this kind of change. Yeah.
I would say what's going right is that we're having these conversations in a way that is intentional, that brings different sectors together, that Michigan as a state can really partner together through our research universities, through our partnerships, through our intentional focus on leveraging emerging technologies and our student training and our employability, in our visioning for what the future should look like. That's going well. What's not going well, as well, is resources to fund the coordination, is an infrastructure that supports innovation. And we can do that at our various institutions or businesses or in our sector, but kind of a statewide support of research and innovation. I think I would be remiss if I didn't say that the partnerships that we have with the federal government and the federal funding it has affected how we engage in some of the national lab work that provides those semiconductors. Our facility for rare isotope beams, and really thinking about our K500 chip testing facility at MSU that's been around for decades but is potentially threatened with the changing environment at the federal level. And I don't want to shine a sole light on these government partnerships, but I think it's important for us to solve together and how we as a state come together and propel a unified vision forward. So we're doing a lot of good things. We need the infrastructure and the support for the coordination and the collaboration. I think we have the will. Let's ensure that we have the resources. We also have, we're a top 10 R&D state. I'm sure you did your research when you moved here, and so did I, and that's very exciting. But let's translate that to a top 10 innovation state. Let's keep that here in Michigan so it can drive the technological advances in biomedical sciences and other fields so that we can keep that here in the state of Michigan. So I think there's some opportunities. There is enormous potential, and we're not starting from scratch. We have incredible partnerships. We have the will to do this work, and we need to be intentional about creating the coordination, the collaboration that is necessary for that infrastructure in order to propel us forward.
Well said. And Anika, you commented, we can because we must. If we're successful and we come back here a year from now, what's changed where you can actually say that we're actually making progress?
When I think about what would be different, first I would say this would not have just been a conversation. We would have something to show for having been a part of this room together. We would have a report for what it means to have more statewide coordination, what it means to be supporting each other, and what it means to be actively building infrastructure. I think we would be talking about typically how the mindset continues to shift. The pace at which technology is moving is one part of the conversation, but the pace at which it's being adopted, I think, is the real conversation. And so the impact that tech is having on people's lives, whether they know it or not, to your point, AI has been around a long time. And in fact, the term AI as a technologist sometimes annoys me. Most of the time, people are not actually talking about AI. But the impact of technology on individuals' lives, I think when we have a point of view about what we think that should be and what we think it shouldn't be from a policy perspective, and that we've come together and agreed on that from a positivity perspective as well as from an innovation perspective, to me, that's what would be different. There would not be one conversation about innovation or mindset shift. There would be conversation about what it means to create tech hubs and health hubs. There would be conversations that say, for example, whether you agree or not, if the future is that we're going to put a sensor on every chronic disease patient by 2030, Michigan is answering the so what of that being true. And we are collecting the data, curating the data, creating the innovation, and designing the future of that being true right here.
Anthony, how about for you? A year later, we've made progress. What does that look like?
I think action is actually very important. I think the action is the true innovation. I mean, innovation, a lot of people think innovation is just an idea, or we actually kind of figure out something. But if this kind of idea, this new invention doesn't really impact the person, the group, the patients you want to impact, it doesn't mean anything. So take action is actually way more important at this phase right now than just throw idea or prove I can do this. So next year, in a year above, I just want to see people start taking actions. Several actions I think is very, very important. Number one, to start thinking about things in a more comprehensive way. We need to think about everything as an ecosystem instead of just like individual not a research academic center, just do research academic things. Not a business like a startup community just to do that. Healthcare, just do healthcare. We need to start thinking about how we can coordinate everything together and leverage the resource you have. Make it start running more efficiently. We don't need to reinvent wheel, but we need a new software in order to run this kind of great CPU, great hard disk, and all those, the great graphic card, make it way more efficient so we can achieve way higher power, do way more things. And the second is actually really trying to adopt new things. Like healthcare, today's a healthcare topic, right? There's a two part we usually confuse with each other. One is the technology impact clinical care, meaning we can offer patient better outcomes and diagnose better. The other one is the operation. There's a lot of things we can do to improve operation before we really need to get the FDA approval for the healthcare part. There's something we can do. Let's just do that. Make some action, improve the care, improve quality, improve the efficiency, lower the cost, and then our clinicians, technologists, nurses can focus on, doctors can focus on adopt new technology, serving patients better. I think that's actually a very positive cycle over here. And the third thing is actually, I think, is the infrastructure. I think everybody need to think about why we do healthcare. We want to help people. What's the role of the healthcare? Is the healthcare's role is offered and deliver the best care to the patients, offer the best outcome? Or is the role is trying to invent and figure out all the technology and development method by themselves? And I think the highest priority to myself is the first one. Healthcare should focus on deliver the best care to the patients at large scale with great quality. And then with this kind of standing, how we can work with all those kind of existing partners, groups who has the right expertise to bring the most advanced technology together to the patient as soon as possible. And that will create a lot of wins together. So that's actually the three things I think we should work together.
I would add that we want to obviously optimize our infrastructure. We want to work quickly to take those discoveries and apply them in an ethical, safe, person-centered way. But we're going to need the people to do that, and we're going to need the skilled workforce to do that. So success in a year is creating a pipeline to do this work. We already know that in many health professions, we have shortages. There's a nursing shortage. There's a skilled labor shortage. There are shortages across the health science, health professions fields. So we've got to solve that problem. And part of that means recruiting students and exposing them to opportunities to explore these careers. But we also need to be coordinating and collaborating with healthcare and higher education so that the students that we prepare are good fits for the needs of our systems, and that we are nimble and are able to respond to those needs. So we're addressing the systems, we're addressing the emerging technologies and the rapidly evolving technologies, but we need the people and the assets to do that work. And so I think, we give ourselves a year and see how we're doing, but I think we need to reflect and use the data to continually inform how we adapt to this quickly evolving technology and healthcare set of needs.
I just want to pull a thread on what you said around the importance of healthcare's focus on care delivery at the highest quality, and keeping that focus there, and the need for partnership to create the innovation. I think that is really important. And I would say innovation happens at the point of friction. And so if people get sort of caught up in who can be innovative versus who cannot, I think it's quite problematic. And so I think a significant part of this is listening to where action is happening, recognizing friction, and then taking action to reduce friction using the tools that we have. So my background is nursing. I tell people all the time, I think everything can be solved through nursing ingenuity in the nursing process. I think if people would just listen to nurses, man, seriously. You kidding me? Are you kidding? Right. And so when we think about, though, the types of ingenuity, right, the scrappiness that clinicians, caregivers, providers are managing through every single day, understanding that, listening to that, and turning that into solutions at scale, man, if we didn't do anything else, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to comment on one thing is very, very important. I think right now, besides we talk a lot of technology, we talk about AI, we talk about talent, and we talk about what kind of skill we need to teach our student. But the reality is we don't even know what we need in 3 years, right? So I think but what we know is in 3 years, there's a lot of soft skills we really need our student to have. Is number one, like what you said, it's not just thinking about a new idea. Right now, working with AI, there's a lot of new idea pop out. I mean, they can visualize the idea you have. So the most important part is how are you going to deliver this idea? How are you going to land this idea, make a real impact? And that part is AI cannot do, but takes a lot of grit, a lot of a tenacity in order to make that things happen.
Scrappiness.
Yes. How are we going to teach our students and prepare our talent with those kind of soft skills? Number two, when AI answer all the questions, the more important part is how are we going to express and work on our human side, right? And we're the medical professional from a very early time because we are the only group knowing a lot of knowledge. Yeah, I can be mean, but people still want to take it, right? Because I know the knowledge. But right now, I'm not the only person who owns the knowledge, but I need to be the healthcare. What's the healthcare really means? Besides the knowledge, is the care part, is the human part. How are we going to teach that to our students? Prepare them to become the right median or middleman between the technology, between the knowledge and the care. That's very, very important things we have. And I think that's actually the school and the university academic center should start to focus on. And then the third thing is how are we going to quickly learn things? New things going to keep coming out, and nothing we are going to face and need to use in 5 years, school is going to teach you. How are you going to learn those kind of things? Those soft skills is so important for our student to get ready for.
Yeah. So you mentioned, Anika, that the points of greatest friction. Maybe to put you on the spot, from a nursing perspective, where is the greatest point of friction and where we need to look for solutions?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things. There is, to your point, how do we consume and understand the incredible amount of knowledge that's out there? I think that is really difficult. I used to say all the time, I don't need another data point. When I worked at the bedside in the ICU, I can remember literally when like the monitors at the bedside went from like 12 to 24 data points. And in my head, I thought to myself, and what am I supposed to do with that? It didn't make any sense, right? And so it's interesting the things that we do to create solutions. It would be like, oh, wait, you have so many more squiggly lines. I need a sentence, not more squiggly lines. I would like a suggestion. You figure out the squiggly lines, give me a suggestion, and then let me take the things that happen with my 5 senses and standing here beside this human and interpret whether or not your suggestion is right. That's my skill. My skill is not interpreting 12 more squiggly lines into a couple of suggestions, right? And so to me, I think if we are doing the work and we are designing calm technologies and calm solutions, things that wrap around these empathetic moments and create trust, right? But deliver the highest quality outcomes, it will be because we actually took the time to understand that, right? For me, I've been fortunate to be sort of in this paradigm of seeing technology develop over a long horizon, right? I was at the bedside when the rapid infuser came out, for example. If you don't know what a rapid infuser is, it's a thing that pumps fluid into people very fast. And before that, we would put up these pressure bags and we would, right, pump them up really quickly. And then afterward, you'd walk around and you'd pick up the bags and you say, oh, it looks like 300's left in it. And you would guess how much volume actually went into the patient. And then the rapid infuser came and we knew, right, down to the milliliter. And so then what you could do to treat that patient's fluid overload, what you could do to support that patient and sustain that patient afterward was significantly different. We have been doing this work for a very long time. If we keep listening and then innovating around the pieces and parts that don't work well, we will come out intentionally and purposefully better. And so for me, I say it's at the point of friction where the patient can't make the appointment, where the person who lives rurally is struggling with access, where the individual provider cannot manage their patient load, where I'm trying to find the balance of consuming information and delivering care, right? It's at those points of friction that if we design around making those better, we will have the better outcomes and the better design that we're looking for.
So maybe we'll end the conversation just looking for a maybe one phrase response to this question. As Michigan, we get this right if. So maybe Laura Lee, I'll start with you and then we'll just kind of go lightly around through the panel.
We get this right if we collaborate as a state across sectors. One sentence, so I'm going to stop there.
We get this right if we listen first, then act.
That's hard. I would say we do it right if we have the right mindset, and we do this right if we ask the right questions.
Yeah, I think we're seeing from this panel that technology is changing rapidly, faster than what we've ever seen before in healthcare. It's coming at a time that's critically important as we continue to see healthcare costs continue to rise, the national conversation that we're having around affordability. I think what we're hearing from this conversation today is that we can get this right if we're solving for big problems, if we're using technologies in real ways that bring real solutions at the point of friction, but also that we're delivering on the promise of affordability at the same time. I think as we're doing that, we want to make sure that we're not losing track of the human design and experience as we're implementing these technologies and make sure that we're building trust at the same time. I think that what this conversation shows is that we can't do this alone. This is a conversation that needs to happen across sectors, across organizations, so that we can have a big impact together. I think we have an opportunity, as we mentioned, as Michigan. If we get this right in collaboration, we can deliver a new healthcare model that drives safety, that drives quality, innovation, and affordability at the same time. So Anthony, Anika, Laura Lee, thank you for joining us for this conversation, and thanks for all of you joining us in the room. Thank you.
Across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
Support also provided by
the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
You've been watching live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm your host, Zoe Clark. We're going to go... It's okay. Okay. You've been watching live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. I'm your host, Zoe Clark. We're going to go now to a session from earlier today, moderated by author and journalist Devin Scillian, called What's the Fix? WTF Economic Development.
Distinguished guests, this session, What's the Fix? WTF Economic Development, is sponsored by PNC Bank. Please welcome President and Chief Executive Officer of Business Leaders for Michigan, Jeff Donofrio. Corporate Board Executive, CEO Advisor, and Community Strategist, Sandy Pierce. State Representative, Bill G. Schuette. Chief Executive Officer of The Right Place, Randy Thielen. And to moderate the discussion, please welcome journalist and author, Devin Scillian.
Thanks, gang. Thanks. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll tell you at the outset that it's kind of cheeky what we've done, but originally when Bob Riney and I started talking about these sessions, we were planning on using WTF in its current understood iteration. Because it's a fair question when you start wondering what happened. What happened with education in Michigan? What happened with our economic climate? But we didn't love the doomsdayness of it, so we started trying to look forward, and that's how we end up with What's the Fix? That's where we are. The house is on fire, and yet that's where I want to start, because, Jeff, we have this really interesting disconnect that was really laid bare in the polling done by the Glenn Gariff Group for the Chamber just in advance of this conference.
Yeah.
We know what the numbers are. We can see where Michigan lags so badly, where we didn't just 20, 25 years ago. And yet, if you ask the average Michigander, they think the state's doing fairly well.
That's right.
Somewhere this disconnect is not only out of phase, but dangerous too, right?
It is. I mean, it's been a decades-long slide, right? So, when it's kind of that frog in a boiling pot of water, you don't see it immediately. You don't feel it and jump out and have that urgency or that crisis. So, I was just on an education panel on the other side of the Grand Hotel, and we talked about the fact that when I graduated high school more than 20 years ago, we were 16th in the state in fourth grade reading. Today, we're 44th. Yeah. When I was growing up in the 1980s, we were top 10 state for income. Today, we are 50th in income growth and 40th in per capita income. That is hard to be felt in any one given year, but as you look at the numbers and you see the slide, it's undeniable. So the house is on fire. And the question is, how do we make sure we're not back here again a year from now saying the same things, trying to say that something needs to be done without a fix? And it is something that you point out rightly, in education is a good example where if people don't feel it, if people don't see it, if they think it's a Detroit problem or a Pontiac problem or a Flint problem and not a problem for their own school, and what we know is that 80% of schools, 80 or 90%, underperform their peers, so it's an all of us problem, there's not that urgency to fix it. There's not a demand. In 2018, we had an election that was characterized by a fix the damn roads perspective. And you saw over the last 8 years, we focused on fixing the damn roads. How do we make sure that the issues of income, the issues of education, the issues of job creation and costs are the focus for this year?
I want to let everybody weigh in on this disconnect before we get going. Sandy, I think, I don't want to punish optimism. but when people are feeling that something is better than it is, it's really hard to get movement then from them, right?
I don't think we've done a good enough job in this state really explaining what the issues are and how bad it is. When I talk to my neighbors about the education issue in this state, we're 44th in the country, nothing to be proud of, they say, yeah, the schools are terrible except mine. Mm-hmm. And then I send them to the BLM site where they can compare their school's performance to the other peers throughout the country. So we have to have a reality check, and I'm so glad we've had the conversation here, but that's a couple thousand people that understand. We need to convince 9,700,000 that this issue is real and show them the stunning statistics. We have a structural problem. Every time we change administrations, in fact, every 2 years, if we change the legislature, then the agenda changes. No. We don't have consistency, we don't have alignment, and you can't have a long-term success over 25 years if you don't have a long-term strategic plan that you can stick to.
In fact, I want us all to spend some time on the perils of purple here in just a minute. But before we do it, let me let you two weigh in on this too. Bill, because I'm also very curious about what you see in Lansing. Is there a disconnect among your fellow lawmakers? Is there a sense that things are better than they actually are? Because it's really hard to get elected on pessimism usually.
It is, and in my role, in my position, I try to listen as much as possible. When I think about this, I think we need to be both listening and talking about these issues better, because in my district, I'm knocking on doors, I have my office hours. Nobody says, oh gee, we're 49th in population growth. They say, I'm worried I'm not going to see my grandkids, that they're going to move somewhere else.
Yeah.
Nobody says we're ranking so low in per capita income. They're saying, I feel like my dollar doesn't go as far at the grocery store as it used to. So I think making these statistics, which are really alarming, which show that our state's not on a positive trajectory, taking that into the ways that it relates to the everyday voter, the everyday human being, the real, very real consequences of bad policy decisions that they're living with. That's how I think we can kind of turn that real statistics into hopefully positive change.
Yeah, it's an important role of storytelling really here to help move those statistics into people's lives. Randy, you come from the west side of the state. I'm curious if you see anything different or if it's the same problem.
No, I mean, I think it's universal. I think this affordability conversation we're having as a country, and we'll have more and more as a state, I think some of that stems from wage stagnation combined with inflation, and it's putting some pressure on people in ways that we haven't really faced before. So I think it has the potential to bubble through as the hot topic going forward. But I think growth fundamentally solves for a lot of these challenges. You think about how we ended up in a fix the damn roads scenario. We had about a decade with a lack of growth, and the tax base sort of eroded or got away from us. The costs continued to pile up, but we couldn't do the maintenance. We couldn't keep up, and suddenly it got to this crisis point where we were able to make some maneuvers and get them repaired. But it was the lack of growth that got us into that position. And I think for Michigan going forward, in terms of what's the fix, Devin, I think really being committed to a true growth strategy. And in Grand Rapids, we haven't always had that. If you go back 30, 40 years ago, we were known as Bland Rapids, and downtown wasn't much going on. Economically, we were sort of middling through, and only after there was a real committed strategy and sustained effort to get after it and alignment among leadership. Now that we've enjoyed a couple decades of growth, can we build an amphitheater downtown that we opened up 2 weeks ago, and we're seeing a diversified economy that's paying dividends, and we can invest in some of the things that we're talking about here. Growth solves so many things. Decline creates so many problems, and we've got to find a way to get back on that growth.
Which takes us back to the boiling frog, because we too often have to get to the crisis before we actually take action. But I want to get back to what Sandy was talking about, and I think is a growing concern and understanding that this conference is, I think, putting an increasingly hot spotlight on, and that is, Bob Roney and I talk about this all the time, we've always admired our purpleness. It always seemed to speak to a kind of diversity in the state that I think we all enjoyed. We certainly enjoy all the attention we get at election time. But being a purple state means that we zig and zag a lot every 2 to 4 years. a really good example, Jeff, I think, and this doesn't, however you felt about the film incentives, whether they were good or bad, I'll just use that as an example. The film incentives were put in place, and we all of a sudden had people buying catering trucks and opening carpentry shops and opening studio space and casting agencies, on and on and on. And then change of administration, change of plans, and they were all left kind of high and dry. But that's just one of many examples that I think we could point to where all of a sudden, Jeff, we don't keep a consistent message or a consistent plan.
I think that's right. And, well, first, Evan, I could do with a few less commercials from political candidates in any given year. Maybe a few more Gardner White commercials would be great, too. It's fine. But, we call it the Purple State Curse at BLM at times, right? It should be an asset. It should be something where we find common ground. Where
I want to celebrate it. I really do.
Yeah. But that has just not been the story for Michigan. And so, we have two parts of our Michigan A New Era plan that we put out in November. One is about what do we need to change, the highest source of leverage, transform education, make Michigan the easiest state to build and grow, help activate our economy and reset economic development. But none of that is going to be possible unless we change the approach, unless we look at how we can have things that are going to survive a term of office, survive an economic crisis. In Michigan, we create these structures sometimes that can be undone in any given year, whether it's subject to a budget appropriation or whether it's something that's not a belt and suspender on funding being linked to outcomes. Mm-hmm. There are ways we can approach this differently because we know we're a purple state that goes back and forth. Part of that also is a cultural mindset where politicians, elected officials, leaders from the business community, from philanthropy, have to be looking for what is the common ground that's going to get us to a place for solutions that can last. Because if it's a Democratic approach, or it's a Republican approach, or it's a West Side approach, or a Southeast Michigan approach, the likelihood is it's going to be challenged in the future in some way.
Yeah.
And can it withstand that challenge? We've seen that in Michigan, the case often is no.
Sandy, you and I talked a couple weeks ago. You were pointing to what's going on in Ohio and their jobs initiative, which they have kind of found a way to strip out of the political jet stream so that it sort of stays on its own course, right?
So I'm going to give a couple of examples.
Sure.
And what's striking to me is there's many, and you know the states better than I do, Jeff. There are many states that have less advantages than Michigan does. And yet they've been able to overcome this divisiveness and been able to really produce a long-term strategy that's consistent and that people can depend on. So I'm going to tell you about Mississippi and Ohio. So in Ohio, they're really interesting stories because neither state is an obvious perfect blend over the last 15 years. And yet they've improved their economic competitiveness by becoming more coordinated and execution-oriented. So let me tell you Ohio. They have a Rust Belt history, legacy manufacturing dependence, population challenges, older industrial cities, and political divisions.
Sounds familiar.
So what did they do? They created Jobs Ohio. It's a quasi-private economic development corporation. So what Governor Kasich did at the time is he said, something's not working around economic development. They had kind of our version of the MEDC, and he said, we got to change this. We got to make it private. We got to take it out of the government's hands, put it in private industry, and give it a revenue source. So they gave it the liquor tax. Well, back then, 20-some years ago, it wasn't that large of a revenue source. Of course, we all drink, so now it is a big, big revenue source for them.
COVID helped with that.
But it has, honest to God, here's why it worked. Faster decision-making, business-oriented execution, regional coordination across the state, long-term strategy, aggressive site readiness, consistent focus across administrations, meaning since Kasich, there's been Republican and Democrat administrations. And it not only has survived, it has thrived. They attracted Intel, thousands of jobs over the next 10 years, 500,000 people planning to move to Ohio because of Intel. Now, it's not because of the weather. It is because someone in administration decided they could find common ground by doing something different. Number two, they focused on future industries. Listen to this: semiconductors in Columbus, aerospace in Dayton, logistics in Cincinnati, advanced manufacturing in Toledo, and technology in Cleveland. So it wasn't we're going to do it in Grand Rapids, but not Detroit. They decided together what the expertise was going to be for every single one of those major cities in the state of Ohio. This is not complicated. Now let's go to Mississippi. Research-based Fortune 500
Good, because it's tough to stomach taking advice from Ohio, but I'm kidding.
Okay,
No.
engineering density, university scale. They have long-term alignment. Look up Momentum, Mississippi. They have alignment between business, education, workforce agencies, and state government. Workforce development became their central, that was their North Star. And site readiness. Every company that wants to invest, they want certainty. They don't want the rug pulled out from underneath them.
Yeah.
Mississippi did that, and he can tell you all about the Mississippi Promise around education.
On education,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And I'll just say one other thing about Jobs Ohio. Not only have they had consistency in the past, they've just renewed their liquor business license for another 25 years. So they're going to have consistency for another 25 years in the future.
Yeah.
Are we going to have it for 5 years? That would be a question.
Bill, I'm curious whether or not, how much does Lansing want to relinquish its role to create these sort of longer lasting initiatives?
So in my
Or does that
position,
feel
yeah.
like relinquishment?
No, I think in my position you have to be optimistic, or else life can get pretty depressing. And I'm one of the younger members of the state legislature, but I'm still old enough to remember when the presidential election came down to Ohio, right? And that's a swing state. And Florida is a state that was hotly contested every election year. And there are states that are growing. And there are states that are, having populations and per capita incomes that are increasing, in schools that are performing at higher levels than ours. And, the way I think about it is, we have to form a consensus. We have to, decide that obviously there's going to be people on either ends that may see things differently. But in the core, we need to have a set of common policies that we can agree on and assume that good intent. And I think too much we think of policy making if it's I love ice cream. If we think of it like an ice cream sundae, we're spending all our time thinking about that cherry on top, right? And there's going to want to be a Republican cherry or a Democrat, topping. But we need to focus on building that base, because that's what makes an ice cream sundae. It's not the cherry on top. And that's where I think we need to really dig in and deliver.
Randy, it's been interesting watching some political changes in your neck of the woods. Do you think that that's changing the ability to keep a straight through line on policy and on initiatives?
Yeah, and in the West Michigan dynamic, I think by and large, we still remain committed to that core vision that we want to be a growing market. We want to be a market that retains and attracts young people, and really are going about building a city and a region for those young people. And we were talking earlier, where do young people want to hang out? With other young people. And so you see it in pockets all around our state. What has happened and transpired in downtown Detroit is extraordinary. I mean, I don't think anybody here 25 years ago would have imagined what's happening there today. But we're seeing sort of green shoots throughout the state. Traverse City has a young growing population. Marquette has got some things going. And certainly in Grand Rapids, we've enjoyed this nice little renaissance. For us, I think it starts with strategy, it starts with aligned vision, and that kind of overcomes any political shifts that might occur. We stay true to that North Star. We've got a nice flywheel going where, we've got our colleges and universities that have been able to grow enrollments in a tough environment, and employers who are there ready to receive them with jobs that are interesting for young people. And I think as we think about how do we grow Michigan, how do we retain those young people, we've seen the stats of some of our universities that are not able to retain, we're not able to retain those students here. We have to make sure we're developing and launching and helping really scale those companies that have those interesting places to work.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we've taken our eye off of that ball as a state.
Right. Jeff, business leaders from Michigan have put out their 3 pillars that you think that where things really need to change. I want to talk for a second about the first one, which is education.
Sure.
Michigan's always had a really interesting sort of relationship with the idea of an education. We were a state where you could come out of high school, go right into a plant, have a pretty good job, and before you knew it, you had a cottage and a boat up north.
Right.
We've then started to lament that we didn't have higher ed. Now AI is telling us, you know, the skilled trades is actually a pretty good way to not be replaced by technology. How do we move forward with an education approach that makes sense now?
You know, I've said oftentimes, right, we have a 19th century system, right? It was designed in the 19th century, worked really well in the 20th century for Michigan, where you could walk off a graduation stage with a D- average and a high school diploma and get a good paying job. It is not going to work for the future because the division between those who have the tools to succeed and those who are going to struggle is only getting wider. AI and the disruptions we see in the economy are going to continue to exacerbate that. So education gives people tools if we have a well-functioning education system. A high school diploma today in Michigan, it only has 2 requirements statewide. First is that you've been in your seat for long enough, right? You've sat in the classroom for a certain amount of hours. Attendance. Second is you've been exposed to certain classes, right? Chemistry, math, those types of things. Doesn't mean you've gained any skill or competency within those subject areas. So if we want a 21st century education, if we want something that's actually going to give the tools, the high school diploma has to change that standard. The Michigan Education Guarantee, which we talk about at Launch Michigan, which we've actually the population commission that Ambassador Ricolta chaired, pioneered this of how do we set a higher standard, because most states who've changed around their systems have started there. What's the goal? And then how do you build towards it? And that goal has got to give multiple different pathways. It's not just a pathway like we would see traditionally. It could be college, it could be into the skilled trades, it could be into starting your own tech company, but having the tools to be able to succeed in life. That has got to happen within our education system. And right now, our education system, unfortunately, with 800 different school districts in the state, with a superintendent and a school board which are disconnected from the legislature and the governor on accountability, on performance, where if everyone's accountable, nobody's accountable, ultimately at the end of the day, we have a system that's not really focused on the outcomes. It's focused on a whole bunch of component parts. So changing that means a governor and a legislature is going to focus on it, not for 6 months and try to get the next individual win that gets you a good press release, but something that is actually going to 8 years and 10 years from now, going to take us from 44th to top 10, just like Mississippi was able to do. The change in Mississippi was when they said, we are tired of being 49th. We are tired of being the laughingstock of the country on education. And once that mindset change happened, their leaders got around the things that needed to happen, the formula that could be put in place.
And how long did it take them? Where are they at now?
Well, they're 9th now, they're 44th to 9th, right, in 11 years. In Maryland, so that's a red state. Maryland, which is a blue state, which the state superintendent, Dr. Carrie Wright, who led the Mississippi Miracle, went to now, she's the superintendent there, they've gone from 40th to 20th in just 4 years. So this works, and it doesn't have to be a decade-long process to see results.
20
spots. And by the way, absenteeism in the state of Michigan in the school system is the highest it's ever been.
Yeah. Randy, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, and Jeff, I think employers have a key part in this education reform.
Absolutely.
You think about University of Michigan's econ department just put out a forecast for Michigan. By 2050, they're forecasting a 2% reduction in population. So that is a house on fire stat. It doesn't mean we can overcome that with some effort if we retain more young people, welcome immigrations, and have more babies than deaths, of course. But on the employer side with education, in terms of retaining students, we've seen some things in action that work. We're going through a demographic drought. The enrollments that are now hitting college campuses have closed elementary schools, closed middle schools, closed high schools, and now are stressing universities. The next step is going to stress employers. That workforce is just going to be smaller. So we can't afford to have any students slip through the cracks anymore. And so we're leaning in and getting more and more employers engaged earlier with talent pipeline development. Students need to know with some degree of certainty when they graduate high school, are they going to college? Are they going to the military service? Are they going to a career pathway? And the data is overwhelmingly positive. The more they have an understanding of what's next for them, their completion rate in college, their completion rate to get a certification or learn a trade goes up exponentially. We reworked the strategy for our intermediate school district's career technical education program about 4 years ago. And sort of like your Mississippi model, 11 years ago from 44th to 9th, we've almost doubled in 4 short years the number of students participating in career tech ed, because it was put a strategy, alignment around leadership and getting after an execution, changing the model to get out. Kids aren't on a bus now going to the ISD. The ISD trainers are going out to the various schools, and it's making a world of difference getting students prepared for what's next. And I think that's got to be part of our population discussion. It's got to be part of our growth conversation. And I think it's got to be part of our education discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think accountability is such an important part of this entire equation, because we would never tolerate losing to Ohio in football, right? Why are we tolerating losing to Mississippi in education? And that accountability has to be central, and that's accountability on the politicians, and that's accountability is on the education system. And Jeff, this is something we've talked about, but I question Michigan's ability with our structure right now to implement the Mississippi miracle here, because we could hire a governor and a legislature that says we want to make this our #1 priority, but our state superintendent and board of education is so diverse, or so separate from that elected leadership. I think we need to demand accountability from our political leaders, but then also make sure that the buck stops. The governor should be able to hire and fire your state superintendent and say, the chief reading officer, that starts and ends there. And I think that's how we can get some real positive change injected into our public education system.
Jeff, you want to jump in there on the political structure of it?
What we've said in our plan for Michigan is the governor has to have de jure de facto leadership of the education system. We want one person where the buck stops. I think the challenge, though, is other states have made that change, but they haven't seen progress. So it can't just be one flip of a switch, right? It's going to have to be a whole bunch of things that we do together to get this done. But I will say, so whether it's education or whether it's trying to attract jobs or investment or anything else, our systems are designed for a different time. And we've got to update those systems. We've got to make it so that we're making it easy for investment to come here, easy for jobs to come here. There's a statistic that I was just reading from our teams that we went in and we looked at some of these departments in the state of Michigan. This is something I know Representative Schuette has been focused on too. We miss, in some cases, 50% of the deadlines we set for ourselves on permit applications. So when you're trying to attract, when Randy is trying to bring in the next company, when we're trying to build a new place of work and business and create jobs, if we're missing 50% of our application deadlines that we self-impose, think about the message we're sending to that person who's trying to create a new job. My family was in the restaurant business. They were trying to serve customers for 80 years in Lincoln Park, Michigan. They didn't want to have to be a lobbyist and a lawyer to serve a customer. They just wanted to open their doors.
Well, I want us to get to talking about the 77 steps that it takes to open a restaurant, as the Metro Times recently chronicled. But Sandy, you're fond of talking about upskilling. I want to make sure that we're still beyond plans ahead. The people that we have right now that maybe aren't prepared for this new tech AI-driven world that we're talking about. What do we do to fix our situation now, rather than this is something that I can't fix by fixing curriculum in high school for next year?
So one of the things that Jeff talked about in the K through 12 system is absolutely right. We have to change the entire structure of it and the accountability. Colleges and universities in this state need to modernize their entire curriculum, because if you ever saw this podcast called Shift, S-H-I-F-T, happens, it will tell you that people entering college today, whatever they're taking up in terms of their area of concentration, by the time they graduate, it will not be useful. It will be useless. And so what we have to do, and one of the things I would love to see is, for whether it's a community college or a university or a state college, is to give an opportunity for a student to graduate with a dual degree, that their main focus and a skill, a competency that allows them to do both. And so that's hard, because
You're watching live coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. You can watch the rest of that session and more on demand at onedetroitpbs.org or on the One Detroit YouTube channel. We're going to take you now to the final session of the day, Geopolitical Uncertainty, Michigan's Moment for Strength and Resilience.
This session, Geopolitical Uncertainty, Michigan's Moment for Strength and Resilience, is hosted by McKinsey & Company. Please welcome Chair of the McKinsey Global Institute and Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company, Shabam Singhal.
Welcome. It is always interesting to try to compete with what seems like absolutely stellar weather. When Bob and Gina here and I were talking about it, they said, can you get good weather? Well, check for that. But then we can't get enough people in here, is the other side of it that kind of plays out. Today's discussion is a very much of a doozy. It's a pretty academic, nothing's happening in the world, just geopolitics. So we will try to be not that spicy about it. But a couple of things, and the main event of this I'm going to get into is a dialogue with our two guest speakers here. But just a quick setup on this, right? Back in the global financial crisis, everyone talked about black swan events and how rare they are, and boy, this is once in a lifetime that it happens. And if we just look at the last 6 years, I think the black swans are not that rare. We had COVID and we said, well, this is once in a lifetime. And then we had Ukraine and we thought, well, clearly countries have stopped invading each other, but that happened. And then, we've had a change in the global trade order and we've had a war in the Middle East. So, we're sort of clocking along. And really, kind of the question then, and the discussion that we'll have is, when we talk to a lot of folks, they say, what do you think is going to happen? When do we get to certainty? I don't know. Nobody knows. But what is true in these times is if black swans are not that rare, what really matters is adaptability. It's the old Charles Darwin, right? It's the most adaptable species that survives, not the strongest. And I think that becomes an important part, and therefore the theme for Michigan that we'll talk about. You can look at all these charts for those that do like the academic views. The uncertainty indeed is higher if you just look at the economic uncertainty index. But at the same time, as this is happening and all the changes are playing out, it's a more complex world. Lots of folks talked about maybe we will localize, maybe we will just regionalize, and that's not true. It's a pretty connected world. If we look at from 2019 and we look at today, the connections are significant and important, particularly because we can go on and on about those connections, but it's particularly important to us in Michigan. I live here. My office is in downtown Detroit. I can see the crossings and the number of trucks going over. It is, by dollar value, the second largest land border crossing that we have in the United States, and by many terms of commercial dollar flow, very significant, and that's very important from the Michigan economy perspective. If you also look at it, there is a lot of flow that is happening. So what's happened in the last 3 years, if you look at it, since 2022, maybe 4 years now, the United States has become one of the largest destination for foreign direct investment. And we do in Michigan attract a reasonable bit of that from around the world, from Europe, from parts of Asia, from Canada even. And the places that we have attracted, and we'll talk more about what might be the arenas we can win, has been around batteries, has been around automotive, of course, and then, with data centers and communication kind of playing out more and more, and that's an important arena. Now, there's a battle going on for where the foreign direct investment flows because the significant portion of it is for AI, if you just look at the global flows. And the question that really comes out, though, with AI, when people say we have one of the biggest booms and the biggest players, just the 4 biggest hyperscalers, $2 trillion between this year and next year in terms of capital investment and where the flows will happen. The real question on it, though, becomes AI is built on a very linear growing set of infrastructure. It's data centers, it's energy, It is all around how you build out fabs and manufacturing and the like. So it's built on very real things, and 90% of that investment's going. Important for Michigan, given we are an advanced manufacturing hub, but are we, capturing it, and how might we capture that part of it? The U.S. in general faces headwind in manufacturing. We are a manufacturing hub. There is a desire to move more back to the U.S. What does that mean? Where does Michigan play in that? I think we'll have a bit of a discussion on that as to how we can be competitive as that happens and where it happens within that. And I won't go through all of these, but we've looked at where the value creation really is happening as you look ahead. And it really is in 18 arenas of competition. It's obvious around the technology. If you look at biopharma, that's another arena. AI obviously is kind of playing into it. And the question is, again, in these arenas of competition, are we well placed to win, and how might we be able to do that? And so we'll spend a bit of time kind of talking about that as well. Now, how do states win? And I won't go through all this details of this. I'm sure during this week in the policy conference, there's good discussion on it. But if you look at these arenas, three things really matter. And our speakers here have thought about this. Energy matters, the workforce matters, and sites. Do you have sites to actually be able to place, and the environment that attracts that in and permits it and lets it be built and the like? Those things really make a difference. And we'll have a discussion on competitiveness and how states can be competitive, and our state can be competitive in driving that. So the real question for our discussion today is around, where does Michigan go from here? If that's what's roughly playing out in the world and playing out in the United States, how do we get competitive, and how do we kind of tap into that growth? Because we have a lot of endowments in the state, but one could argue we haven't quite punched at our weight for the last many years. And how do we really kind of do that is an interesting conversation, because the flip side of uncertainty is opportunity that exists to actually change the odds, and can we do that? So to be able to do that, rather than listen to me, there are a couple of colleagues here who are absolutely amazing and have not only thought about, but led our nation on these arenas. Gina Raimondo, she most recently served as the 40th U.S. Secretary of Commerce. As Secretary, she has focused on enhancing America's competitiveness by fostering job creation, supporting entrepreneurs, and advancing economic and national security, all topics that we will get into. Under her leadership, the Department of Commerce made groundbreaking investments in technology, infrastructure, and workforce development through key legislation, including the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Before her time as secretary, she served as the 75th governor of Rhode Island, where she drove economic growth, expanded education and opportunities, and led the state through its COVID-19 recovery efforts. And Robert Lighthizer, who most recently served as the 18th U.S. Trade Representative. As USTR, he focused on strengthening America's trade position by advancing fair reciprocal trade policies, expanding market access for U.S. producers, and enforcing trade laws. Chief among his accomplishments is the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, coming up again, so we should talk about that, obviously important to us in Michigan. Ambassador Lighthizer also secured agreements to address China's unfair trade practices, expanded trade with South Korea and Japan, and advocated for reforms at the World Trade Organization. Please join me in welcoming Gina and Bob to the stage. All right. And by the way, I think the group is small enough that after I get through a few of these questions, if folks have questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll invite you in. But look, maybe to start with you, geopolitics, technology, and trade are all reshaping how growth is playing out. And you've talked a lot about, and you led on competitiveness. And so what do you think most matters for competitiveness over the next decade? Where do you see the biggest opportunities?
Yeah, well, it's fun to be here with everybody. And I'm glad you came. I'm glad you're not out in the sun, but you're with us in this windowless room. So, I mean, God, 10 years. 10 years is too long of a timeline in this day and age for me to offer any forecast. I think that I've always thought that competitiveness was the right lens. I tried to think about competitiveness when I was governor, how to have Rhode Island compete. When I took office, it did not do that. We had the highest unemployment rate in the country. That's not competing well. And then as secretary, like, how does America compete and frankly outcompete our adversaries like China? And I've always thought you have to have an offensive strategy and a defensive strategy. And my own view is that the offense is more important, which is to say, in the context of the country and Commerce Secretary, I thought our offensive strategy would be to invest in the semiconductor industry, invest in research and development, invest in infrastructure and worker training, so we could compete. But also you do need to protect yourself, and that's where tariffs come in. And, I think that it's important, especially vis-a-vis China, to protect American jobs and workers. We were just talking about the furniture industry, it's too hard to compete. So I think you have to think of both in terms, and the same thing for a state, and I think we'll talk about the state later, but I think when I think about where we are now, you have to have an AI strategy. You must have an AI, quantum, and biotech strategy. If you want to go into that, I can tell you why I think that, but I think at least those three, AI, quantum, you have to have an offensive and defensive strategy. They're too important for dynamism, economic growth, and frankly, national defense, which means we need to be investing more in the United States. Quite frankly, we need FDA reform, so it's quicker to get drugs to market and cheaper. But also, we can't let China eat our lunch in those areas. And so, maybe I'll leave it there. The final thing I'll say is this. Two quick things. One, I've already said the word China 3 times. That is, I don't want to say the whole game, but we've never had an adversary that was this large, this determined, and this obsessed with their own industrial and technological leadership. Mm-hmm. And we underestimate that to our peril. I felt I was constantly in meetings in the Situation Room with my colleagues at the White House, where I almost felt, these are my words, there was like an American chauvinism, always underestimating China's capacity and overestimating our own. And I would just say, that is not good. That will hurt American workers. That'll hurt our ability to compete. To compete, we need to invest in what we're good at, bring our allies towards us, secure our supply chains with our allies, and have responsible tariff policies to make sure that China doesn't eat our lunch.
Maybe let me ask you, the AI, quantum, and biotechnology, say more. Why those 3 at the top of your list?
Well, because I think they are going to power our economy on a go-forward basis, and also our national security. Increasingly, I don't want to freak anybody out here, and it's a pleasant day outside, but it's not a good thing that President Xi could wake up tomorrow and say there'll be no more penicillin in America. It's an even worse thing, I think, that China has eclipsed us in terms of production of global biotech IP. It used to be we just outsource commodity manufacturing to them. No longer. They are like a development juggernaut. So I don't ever want to have to rely upon China for the best cancer drugs, ever. AI and quantum are like platform technologies. we have to be better. Every business will be an AI business. If you want to compete, you have to have it, you have to use it. But also, quite frankly, I mean, you're starting to see it now, the defense industry, you know, surveillance will be AI-driven, drones, everything, and hypersonics, nuclear simulation. And so I think it's just very, very important that we always stay ahead. But by the way, and then I'll be quiet, but at some point I do think, and I know Bob has thoughts on this, with respect to AI, I would say this. If you said to me, hey, Gina, what will it take for America to lead in the global AI competition? I would say we need a tech strategy to have the best chips, the best models, plentiful energy, et cetera. But we also need a people strategy. Because if the average American gets left behind or feels left behind, and we have the best chips and the best models, we will not lead. And right now, that's what I worry about.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. The fear of displacement is quite rising and significant. Maybe, Bob, to go to you, if we take the lens, which you've spent a lot of time thinking about and doing work on trade and manufacturing, how do you see the global landscape evolving? I mean, we're obviously an important manufacturing hub. We're also an important trading hub. So it's a very important question here as to how you see that changing, what the new world looks like.
Well, I would say, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. And I say that as someone who was born and raised in Ohio. So it may be perhaps more difficult for me to say it. Therefore, it's more true than a person from Rhode Island who can say it anywhere. It's my first time, and among the features is it has a kind of an early 20th century, late 19th century feel to it. And I would point out during that time we had high tariffs and trade surpluses during the entire period. From about the year maybe 1870 until about 1970, we had trade surpluses during that period. So this was the highlight for me. I'm very comfortable here. Lots of tariffs. So analytically, I would like to just sort of think about two things, and I'll kind of lay it out as quickly as I can. One, I completely agree with Gina on the question of China, and I'll spend a moment on that at the end if I can. The question is not just their capacity. We have to understand their mendacity, right? They do view us as an adversary, and they're doing everything they can to be number one in the world at our expense. And if you don't realize that, then I think you approach the relationship in a wrong way. That isn't to say we need a hot war with them. We clearly do not need a hot war with them, but we can't treat them like we treat Japan or Switzerland or Korea or any of these other countries. They have at the heart of their ideology and their plan is to supplant the United States, to supplant the liberal democratic regime that has, you might call it the American hegemony or the Western ideological hegemony that has basically been the principal theme in the world for 100 years. So, but I'll take that as a second point. The other thing that I would kind of kick off on is this notion that Jenny has that you know, and I'll kind of expand on it. You can tell me you don't agree with me in some respects, but we have a trading system that has failed America. All right, now if you think about generally the United States built up and became the biggest country in the world by about 1890 using tariffs and industrial policy. We built canals, we built railroads, it was all industrial policy. It was tariffs, subsidies, and the like. We cruised along leading the world. We got to the Second World War. There was then a consensus that we needed a new system, and that new system required rebuilding Europe and rebuilding Asia and the like, and we were part of that. We really created that system. We can talk about it if people are interested. That moved forward for a long period of time. By the time we got to about the late 1970s, the system had sort of turned on us. And now we are running deficits instead of surpluses. Then we have the period of hyper-globalization in the 1990s, which was basically just foolish hubris by people who thought the United States was the greatest country in the world. No one could ever charge us and change us, and we were like everything. And we did three very bad things. We did NAFTA, we did this whole WTO thing, and then we did what I call the end of the trifecta of stupid. We let China into the WTO and gave them most favored nation. And that kind of set up a period when we go from having trade deficits to having massive trade deficits to the tune now that they're realistically calculated well over $1 trillion a year. Now, why is that bad? And let me just run through this quickly, because this is like the indictment of the system. And then I will very quickly say that what we need is a new kind of a system. But the indictment of the system are, one, massive trade deficits that never go away. The countries of the world are not exporting in order to import to help yourself, your citizens maximize their life, and the exporting country to maximize their citizens' life, but rather to get richer and take advantage of other countries. So we have seen that happen. We have transferred in the United States a massive amount of wealth to the tune that the net investment position of the United States, which is how much Americans own overseas versus everyone else owns here, which when I was in the Reagan administration was a positive several $100 billion, is now a negative $27 trillion. So those of you who are young, we have now given away $27 trillion worth of your wealth and the future income of that wealth in return for current consumption, because we relied on a system that's not working for us. The second thing is, the second piece of evidence is we have seen substantially slower economic growth since 2000 than traditionally was true in America. From the war to 2000, we grew at about 3.1% GDP on average. Since then, it's more like 2%. And Michigan is one of the states that has suffered, along with Ohio and a bunch of others, more than anyone else. Since 2000, Michigan has had 2 years of plus 3% GDP growth, and one of them was COVID, which doesn't really count. The whole country's only had 3. Traditionally, before that, we would have about 14 out of 20, or 7 out of every 10. Now we've had 3. So it's slower economic growth, massive transfer of wealth, loss of innovation leadership, because when you lose manufacturing, you lose innovation. You lose the engineers, you lose all that. But most importantly, and this is something that Jenna mentioned, the effects on our working class people has been massive. And our working class people, those without a college degree, would be like a proxy for that group, have seen lost jobs, wages stagnation, and all the basic outcomes that are really troubling for a democracy. Even to the point that that group of people, which I would remind everyone is 2/3 of us. In other words, it's not some weird little group, it's 2/3 of us. That group now lives 7 years shorter lives. So it's a very bad outcome, all of these things. We need a new trading system, and that trading system has to be based on an industrial policy. We can't be in a position where our industrial policy is whatever everybody else doesn't want. Now, why does China lead? China leads because they have a closed market, they have tariffs, they have a banking system that subsidizes banking, and they subsidize to the tune, according to the IMF, of about $800 billion a year. $800 billion a year. To give you an idea, Jenna's CHIPS Act was $50 billion over 4 years. So it is a complete drop in the bucket compared to what China is doing. And we're not going to compete with China unless we step up and have an industrial policy which has tariffs, has subsidies, and has a whole variety of other things on all the kind of cutting edge technologies. So maybe I'll leave it there.
Can I just pick up on one tiny thread? Because I think a lot of times people don't realize it. And I saw it as governor, because Rhode Island was once a manufacturing juggernaut, not of cars, mostly of jewelry and watches and such. Most people think R&D leads to manufacturing, which is of course true. R&D does lead to manufacturing. Come up with new products, you make them. I think we vastly underestimate the extent to which manufacturing leads to new inventions and research and development. Manufacturing, as Bob said, spurs new innovation. Second point is, now all of a sudden after COVID, everyone's focused on supply chains. Good, we got to do something about it. But once upon a time, the Midwest was filled with small chemical companies, substrate companies, machine shops, etc. When you lose the manufacturing base, you also lose, I think, I don't know the exact number, but something like a third of small and medium-sized manufacturing companies, left in a short period of time. So again, it's jobs, but honestly, it's also capacity. Go try to hire a machinist. Go try to hire an engineer for manufacturing. When I recruited TSMC to make chips in Arizona, they're like pulling their hair out because they can't believe how few American, technically capable to make things electrical engineers there are. They would say, and I don't want to disparage any individual school, but insert your favorite fancy school, they're like, we don't want that. We need people who can actually make something. So I just underscore the point that you made because I think people don't really understand it.
Yeah, so this is interesting. This has been one of my pet peeves forever. I was once this is back when Bloomberg was mayor, so 100 years ago, and you were just out of law school trying to find your first job. You didn't have any trouble finding your first job, but you were in your first job. And I was before Ways and Means Committee, and Charlie Rangel was chairman. Remember our great, I love Charlie Rangel. So we were having a debate, me and Bloomberg, and I had been deputy USTR, so I had some credential. And his view was we have to spend more money on educating to get more engineers. And I said, no, the problem is we need to generate more manufacturing. You will then get the engineers. And the proof I gave was, I said, if there was an actual shortage of engineers, the price of engineers would go up. But the price of engineers isn't going up because you're losing manufacturing. Now, things are a little bit different now because of the kind of computer engineers have kind of changed that form. But this question of whether manufacturing leads to engineers and innovation, or innovation, invented in Cupertino, assembled in China, if that kind of notion is right. So I'm sitting there having this debate. This is now years later when I'm in government. I'm having it with my staff. And I said, I'll tell you what we'll do, and you can do this. I said, let's call Elon Musk. He's invented the greatest companies in the world. Let's ask him. And I called him and I said, now, does manufacturing lead to engineers, or do engineers lead to manufacturing? He said, manufacturing leads to invention and engineers. Of course, it's not even close. Yeah. If you're not manufacturing, you're not innovating, period, full stop. And China understands that. And that's why they spend billions of dollars a year to get the manufacturing to create the ecosystem. Now, in the United States, about 80% of engineers are employed by manufacturing. You lose manufacturing, what do those people do, right? This is like 80% of our engineers are in there, and you could go through a whole super STEM, more in manufacturing than any other sector, even more interestingly than healthcare. So we need more manufacturing, and very few places have suffered like Michigan, as the secretary says. And I'll give you just 2 data points on that. China entered the WTO in 2001. We gave them most favored nation permanently in 2000. If you compare Michigan's median, the household income of the person of the family in the middle, all right, household income median, the one in the middle, not the average, that household made more money in real terms in 1999 than last year. The high water mark was, and in terms of non-farm employment in this state, that was the high water mark. And so if you think of what's happened to your state in this 25 years, it is exactly the model of the victim of industrial policy by other countries, China #1, but Japan, Germany to a lesser extent, and a government policy that let it happen.
That's interesting, Bob, because I moved to the state in '99, so thank you for that stat. That made me feel real nice. The trajectory.
Maybe that was the problem. Maybe
that
it
was the
wasn't
problem.
China at all.
There you go.
Maybe it was you.
I know, and I'm a mechanical engineer to boot. But but you both have mentioned industrial policy, so let's kind of go there, right? I mean, you clearly led with that with Chips and Science Act, the infrastructure bill. I mean, you're trying to kind of move the needle. Bob, you talked about it and given that view. So it's across administrations, we've had this view where in general it was almost like a bad word in the United States to say industrial policy, really? We're going to have one? How does Michigan kind of think about, how do the business leaders, policy leaders here think about engaging with that in a way that the state can actually build that competitiveness for the future? How should they participate? You know?
First of all, a few things. As the ambassador said, China does it all day, every day. You talk about Elon Musk and Tesla. I don't know if you've ever been in a BYD car. It's a beautiful car, okay? China's EVs are beautiful. They're tech-enabled, and they're cheap. It's not necessarily because they're so much better than we are. It is massively subsidized by the Chinese government. And thank God we don't allow them to be sold in America, or they should be tariffed up the wazoo. So what does that mean? Number one, I think to properly do it, it requires federal action. It just requires tariffs and incentives and the magnitude of capital. That being said, I do think there, having been a governor, there are a lot of levers at a state governor's disposal. First, you have to have a strategy. Can't be good at everything. In this example that I just said of electric vehicles, it's painful to watch how these auto companies have taken these huge write-offs because of EVs. It would have been good if we had a federal subsidy. I do think that magnitude is required. But anyway, we got to bring the cost down. The battery cost has to come down. Okay, so some subsidies to help to bring the cost down. Other, arrangements where we can get the parts to create the batteries, like some strategy to say this is what we can be good at, and how do we use all the tools in our toolbox, incentives, grants, subsidies, et cetera, to make that happen. Look, the other thing I think on a state level, which is just a reality, because you don't have the buckets of money of the federal government, it matters. First, you have to have your strategy. You have to say, this is what we're going to go for. This is what we're not going to try for. You have to point all the tools at that, all your investments, all your infrastructure, your higher education system, your tax credits, your subsidies, everything, boom. But the reputation matters, yeah? Having a reputation, I'm not saying you do, but a state that has a reputation of having high energy costs, high labor costs, high tax costs, lots of friction, hard to do business, no permitting reform, that's tough. So you gotta, once again, throw everything you have at every one of those levers to make your state hospitable to business. And why do I say that? Because I inherited a state that had sky-high unemployment, sky-high energy, just everything you can imagine. And it certainly wasn't perfect after my 6.5 years, but it made a difference. It did make a difference. Our reputation was different. We went from having zero development, really, the year before I started, to having a lot of development. It's you got to get a flywheel going. And so I think that's what governors, I think, have to focus on.
So let me address that for a second too. We have to think about it in the case of Michigan or a similar state. One, what do we do in terms of national policy? And in that, the political leaders of the state in Washington have to propose and push an industrial policy for America, and we all know what that is and what the pieces of it are. and then make sure that they get their piece, right? And that's probably more important than anything else. An important part of that is, in my judgment, tariffs, for example. Tariffs will cost some Michigan businesses. If you think of Michigan as if it were a country, Michigan is a big exporting state, right? We export here $60 billion. These are all, who knows how accurate these numbers are. If you look at imports, Michigan imports like $160 billion. So any way you look at it, you're leaving far more on the table. We need a national industrial policy, and then Michigan needs its people to get its share of it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, on the state level, now what you're doing is you're competing with other states, right? So now you have to get better than other states. And that means lower taxes. It means lower regulation. You just got to cut regulation. You just have to cut regulation. It means lower wages. That's not the area where you want to compete, in my judgment. The purpose of economic policy is to raise wages, not to lower wages. So I would definitely not compete on that area. I would do it on regulation, subsidies, and I think general reputation and these kinds of things will follow if you do that kinds of stuff. But the objective has to be, and the objective of economic policy has to be, number one, national defense, but number two, economic growth, spreading the wealth to the 65 or 70% of the people in the middle. So you definitely don't want to compete, I would suggest, on this area of wages. That's exactly the opposite of what we want as an industrial policy in a healthy country and in a healthy state.
Any questions that folks have? I've got a few more that I can keep running, but would love to open it up if anyone had a question to ask.
So, I mean, you say that we need more manufacturing in the U.S., and I'm a full proponent for that, just because I own a factory with hundreds of employees in Michigan. But the challenge that I'm seeing is that for every American worker, there's 4.4 Chinese workers. And if I pay my workers $135,000, I can pay a Chinese worker $25,000. And so when I look at those macro dynamics, I'm thinking the math ain't mathin'. And I love what you guys are saying, like there needs to be strong subsidies to generate, to cheapen my cost of capital or to cheapen my overhead costs so that then I can flow that through to the end user or the terminal buyer. But talk to me about how, and you've kind of answered it, but have you thought about things like a tax credit if I'm selling my product out of state, I get an in-state tax credit, or things, kind of creative things of that nature, because I gotta be honest with you, like the last 2 days here has been like the worst advertisement for doing something in Michigan. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, I love the truth that you guys are saying, but I'd love to understand, because y'all are like trying to force me to go to Nashville or to China with the economic policies and the swings and up and downs that you're talking about. So I'm really looking for like, is a subsidy to me for my workers so that I can compete with Chinese labor force? Is that really what we're talking about?
So the question becomes, what's the purpose of economic policy? In times of scarcity and during the beginning period of the development of this pseudoscience, I would say, but of economics, it was basically a science of scarcity, and the purpose was maximizing production and optimizing prices. We're way past that. Why are Chinese workers getting $25,000 a year? It's because China basically transfers resources from its consumers to its producers. And it does it through having, manipulating its currency, right? Taxes, subsidies, a banking system, labor laws that don't allow them to organize, all these kinds of things. So I say all that because when we sit back and look at it, you can't compete against that. So what do you have? You have the biggest market in the world and you're in a position where you're competing with the second biggest economy in the world, which is spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year, and in addition to that, transferring enormous wealth from its consumers to its producers in order to knock you out of business, right? So what you have to have is an overall industrial policy. And to me, that means for sure tariffs. What I propose, and I don't want to go into this because it's kind of beyond the notion here, what we need is a new trading system among liberal democracies based on balanced trade. And we need to do something to offset that unfair advantage that all those Chinese people have. Because I'm not interested in optimizing the price of what you're producing. What I'm interested in is optimizing your success and the amount of money you can give to your workers. That's the purpose of economic policy. So we need a combination of all the kinds of things that you know better than any of us. Absolute day-to-day dollar things that the state is doing in a stupid way and that the federal government is doing in a stupid way. And you know that far better than us. But what we know we need to do is offset the unfair advantage that China has. We need to then, at least in appropriate circumstances, give subsidies so that we can compete, not with everything, not across the board, overall tariffs across the board in my judgment, but on specific areas we need but industrial policy that favors certain sectors that we can't afford to lose in. Yeah. And to me, we really have to rethink this notion that we're in the Wild West and that markets will determine it. That is all balderdash. It's complete nonsense. That only makes sense if everyone else is doing it. No one else is doing it. It's like us and the British. And they're, if you've been to Britain recently, don't go. I mean, I'm telling you right now, we have to totally rethink the way we do this. And we're talking about these cars, this BYD car. Why is it so cheap? They have a currency that's half the value. They have free land for their factories. They have free equipment for their factories. They have loans at 0 rate. Do you want to borrow at 0 rate? Do you want a free factory land? Yeah. Do you want free equipment? Look at Foxconn. Read Apple in China and see how China was this great miracle in the Apple. Yeah, they were a miracle. They had, Foxconn had free land, intentionally cheap labor, free equipment, and a domestic market where there was no competition. How would you like that? Could you do okay on that?
Yeah. So just a few thoughts. So I am not an expert in Michigan policy. Let me just say that right here. It has to be done at the federal level, no doubt about it. But there are things a state can do. For instance, and again, I don't know your rules here, but if you allow tax write-offs for depreciation of your capital, or if you make it easier to depreciate capital, if like when I took office as governor, the state actually taxed inventory. There's a whole bunch of stuff that a state can do to just take down the cost for you of manufacturing. You'll still not compete with China, okay? As I said, that's why we need tariffs. That's why we need federal policy. But you were saying about, here versus Nashville. There are things your state can do to encourage you to automate, to have the capital, make it easier to get the capital equipment to automate, to provide, make it easier in certain ways for you to hire people, et cetera. And I think the state has to have a strategy to do that. With something you said that people I don't think realize, my own view, like I said before, underestimate China at your peril. Like, we need to have a massive dose of humility and reality when we deal with China. And we're just not big enough to take them on our own, is my own view. Which means Europe's got to be on our team. And right now, they're not. Right? And it's, in my judgment, dumb that they're not. Because look at Germany. You think you're having trouble competing with China. At least, we block. We don't sell Chinese cars here. We do have some tariffs. Germany's industrial base is getting crushed by cheap Chinese imports. This administration hurt Europe's feelings, fine. So Europe's response is to cozy up to China. Very stupid. Europe, the United States, we, like you say, a trading bloc of liberal democracies. I don't want to live in China. He said you could do better in China. You don't want to live in China. I don't know you, but I know you like your freedom. You like your freedom. You don't want a guy from the PLA someday knocking on your door and say, oh, that's a nice group of staff here. They're coming with me now. But my point is to compete with that. Capitalism wins all day long. Innovation wins all day long. And freedom is what we believe in. But we got to get together with these other countries and get them to wise up and realize we have a common trade enemy, which is China. Even Latin America. Good. I was recently in Brazil. All Chinese cars all over the place. It's just doesn't make sense. They should want manufacturing as well. The same reason we do, they want good jobs for their people. So it's this producer-consumer trade-off, and we have to wise up. The final thing I'll say is, I used to argue with President Biden a lot, and you may disagree with me, but Biden would always say to me, he'd call me Gov, he'd be like, but Gov, why can't we make everything in America? And I would say, Mr. President, we can't. We don't have enough people, it would be inflationary, we don't really need to make every commodity good in America. But we really need to make semiconductor chips in America. Like the AI supply chain is my obsession. The AI supply chain, okay, we did a pretty good job with the CHIPS Act, so now we're making chips in America. By the way, I have a company here called Hemlock, focused in auto chips. Were I, putting your strategy together for economic growth, I'd double down on that area because Hemlock's growing, get that ecosystem going. But my point is, what about the rest of the AI supply chain? We might make the chips in America. They all go back to Taiwan to be packaged. All the chemicals, all the substrates, go to an AI data center. Or maybe don't and take my word for it. If you do the bill, as I've done, if you write out the bill of materials for an AI data center, all the stuff that goes in there, you would feel very unsafe and unhappy at the end of it because so much still comes from China. So if you believe, as I do, that we can't, make, mine, manufacture, assemble everything in the United States, you sure as hell have to have industrial strategy inclusive of tariffs and incentives to make the stuff we need, right? Back to biotech, quantum, and AI, and must work with our allies, because I don't see how it helps America or Europe that Germany's losing manufacturing companies every month to cheap Chinese imports.
Thank you. Is one more question before I do the final one, if anyone has one.
By the way, for that matter, Korea and Japan, too.
Hi, Zach Colota. In response to Mr. Irving's question, you were, excuse me. Okay, thank you. Zach Colota here. In response to Mr. Irving's question, you were talking about, the ambassador was talking about free land that China has to offer, which obviously Michigan does not, maybe some of the Western states do. But one of the things we do control, obviously, is our policy around siting of major projects. So could you talk a little bit about the levers that you think states have available to them and whether federal policy has a role to play in streamlining the process of siting for critical technologies?
Well, I would say, first of all, for sure it does. And you've seen some element in the current administration. I would say it's harder, and I don't want this to sound partisan because I really don't mean it to be, but it's kind of harder for a Democratic administration to be more streamlined than it is for a Republican administration, because a lot of these regulations are put in place because of pressure groups that are uniquely Democratic. So it's more difficult for them to do it. But I think you've seen a real effort on behalf of the current administration to do this, and in the prior administration. particularly to the extent it's at EPA that's kind of the hub of the problem in those acts. So I've seen we clearly have to do a much better job at it. We were talking before because Shabbat was making the point that this is more important. He says, and I agree with him because this is where he really shines and where he's an expert. That speed of implementation is more important at some level than return because it eliminates risk of having it drag on. So, and personally, we were saying, I think the president ought to have an ombudsman for that or a special envoy or whatever our term of the art of the day is, who just does nothing. But you can't do it on small projects, obviously that would get out of hand, but does nothing but speed that up. And you saw the president do it on a few highways, a few bridges, a few things like that that came to him where he's like, we have to kick this out, not in 3 years or 4 years, which it is now, but in a year or a year and a half. So we clearly have an enormous amount that we can do on that side. And if you went to China, if you went to Taiwan, it would be months, even with all their complication and all their governance at the state and provincial level, they would do it in 2 or 3 months. And the United States is lucky if it's 2 or 3 years. So I think it's a huge problem.
Yeah, two thoughts. I think it's a huge problem also. And I feel like uniquely qualified to talk about this as a governor who fought this stuff and then a secretary who fought this stuff, getting the chips factories built. A few thoughts. Extending the timeline, as the ambassador said, does increase risk. It also adds cost. I earlier mentioned the FDA. You know, it's expensive. Every month that goes by that, no offense to lawyers or consultants in here, but like every month that goes by is money. And it drives up the cost. So if you're a governor, for example, of a cash-strapped state, you should be obsessed with finding ways to make it easier and cheaper to do business in your state that don't cost you money. Yeah? And one of the best ways to do that is this streamlining that you speak of, because it makes it easier and cheaper, and it doesn't cost you money. It'll cost you political capital, especially if you're a Democrat. You piss off environmentalists, maybe piss off labor, maybe whomever. Do it the right way and have some guts and get it done. What do you want? Do you want process points or outcomes? Outcomes, I would suggest. Now, the ombudsman is a good idea. That being said, having studied this more than anyone should have to, a lot of this stuff is in laws. So a lot of, you know, when I was governor, I did something called the Administrative Procedures Act reform. It was 220 pages of legislation, which no one should ever have to read. And luckily for me, I'm not sure the legislature did. They just passed it as submitted. You gotta clear out the underbrush of the laws that make it a mess. And the same is true at the federal level. The thing that I struggled with as secretary was NEPA, which is a national umbrella environmental protection. So you have your local environmental protection, the EPA, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species, all good stuff. But then if a project gets federal subsidy, like all the CHIPS projects, like your Hemlock project, there's an overlay, which is called NEPA. It takes, forget about 2 to 3 years, at least 5 years, because there's constant opportunities for, what do you call it, like protest and litigation. So to get it done, and that's a law, right? It's tough to just have the ombudsman, there's a congressional law. So I wound up going to Senator Cruz and Senator Kelly, and they passed a law, an amendment, to say that CHIPS projects are not subject to NEPA because of national security. Now, I took on a lot of water from the White House, from environmentalists, et cetera, but there's a factory in Arizona pumping out chips. And it's not that I'm against clean water, clean air, et cetera. As I said, there's 52 layers of protection. So I think going on about this, because it is a huge problem. It's a problem with biotech, it's a problem with manufacturing, it's a problem with advanced manufacturing, and we gotta like get it done.
Fabulous. So maybe just as we are at the end, if you were to bring it together for each of you, and start with you, Gina, first, is what would be the rallying cry you would have to the business leaders, policymakers, other people that love the state of Michigan? What should they really think about, take away, focus on, and do?
I would say don't be despondent. The fellow back there said it's been 2 days of, not happy talk. And I've heard a lot of people say that God, I'm just so depressed. I haven't been to a lot of sessions, but if that's what people are taking away, like that's not a useful thought. So get rid of it. Like, we could do big things. This is your state. Dig in and make it better. You have a great governor now. You're about to have a new governor. Like, make a plan, get a strategy, pull the levers of power. Like I mentioned Hemlock, I mentioned subsidizing to have batteries because we've got to get the cost down. We've mentioned permitting. Like, put a plan in place, stick to it. Every stakeholder has to get in the boat, right? This has to be driven from the governor on down to the smallest manufacturer, and you have to be obsessed. And then you do have to get your federal delegation to do its part. I mean, I do strongly agree with Bob in this respect. There are certain things, and we don't have time to go through the whole list, that can only be done at the federal level because of the magnitude. But I would say there's no reason you can't win. We as Americans have a track record of doing big things when our back's against the wall. And I say, go at it. And here's the final thing I'll say. There is a growing recognition now that we need to manufacture more in America, that it's a vulnerability not to have as much manufacturing in America. I actually think the innovation around AI and such will lead to more jobs, especially, for example, in biotech manufacturing. Look to the future, figure out where the innovation is, make a plan, and drive it relentlessly every day.
Well, I mean, I guess I agree with that. First of all, I'm just congenitally depressed anyway. But I'm not particularly on this subject. I don't think you will see anyone in any of your lifetimes run for a national office in America on a platform of free trade. I think that is so completely debunked, this stupid notion. And this notion that we shouldn't have industrial policy. I don't think anyone really believes that. There's a handful of screwballs, very right-wing screwballs, who still believe that. They call themselves libertarians. You've probably heard the term before. I won't go into any further on that, my definition. But there's a very small group. Everyone else seems to understand. What we have to do now is act and organize. And I would say the other thing is the biggest advantage we have is we've got China being so aggressive. So many people in Europe and other places in the United States are realizing now that you can't just look the other way and pretend and hope everything turns out like God has a plan. God's plan is that we go out and put in place an industrial policy. We need one at the state level, but much more, we need one at the federal level. And I would hold my political people responsible for that. And I think that the opposite side, this sort of, let it all happen, or pro-China side, or price optimization, all that stuff is completely debunked. I don't think people understand that anymore. One of the downsides that I see, though, one of the kind of reasons for some is I find that the labor movement, which was, and I say it because I'm in a state which has a very strong labor movement, the industrial unions are really good on this issue. But the industrial unions are a smaller and smaller part of the labor movement. So that is a little bit disturbing to me, because the labor unions are now more services and government workers. And the people that go out there and fight this battle with all of us at the industrial unions, and we we really need them.
Yeah.
I mean, we lost Rich Trump. It was a massive loss, but we need more labor involvement in this.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. When I was saying we need all stakeholders from the top to the bottom, I do think that's an excellent point, and it has declined. I would like to end by saying this, because you said you're from Ohio, and it's true, I'm from Rhode Island, but at least I root for University of Michigan because I'm married to a Wolverine, and so I think this guy roots for Ohio State, just saying.
On that, there's wine and drinks in the back. We can continue that debate of Ohio State and Michigan.
It's a good one.
At that, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gina and Bob.
Thank you.
And that will do it for today's coverage of the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. We're back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Michigan voters have big decisions to make this year, starting with the August primary. Tomorrow's agenda gives Michiganders a chance to hear from the candidates who want your vote for the U.S. Senate seat being vacated by Gary Peters. Starting with a conversation with Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, and later tomorrow, 3 of the Democratic candidates take the stage in a debate moderated by fellow One Detroit contributors Nolan Finley and Stephen Henderson. The day concludes with the recognition of Gary Peters for his service to Michigan, and Gretchen Whitmer delivers her final keynote as governor at the conference. You can watch today's sessions and more on demand at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to the One Detroit channel on YouTube. From all of us at Detroit PBS, have a great evening, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Across our Masco family of companies, our goal is to deliver better living possibilities and make positive changes in the neighborhoods where we live, work, and do business. Masco, a Michigan company since 1929.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
You know the feeling, the drive to discover, to excel. At Kettering, you'll test your ideas right away. You'll push them, break them, and rebuild them to solve what's next. Not everyone has your grit and vision, but Kettering isn't for everyone. It's for you.